Hello and welcome back everybody to day 2, the afternoon session of the 2017 match of the Millennials, an unprecedented clash between the top juniors in the United States and the top juniors in the world. In the morning session we had a lot of explosive games. Esipenko from Russia beat Rui Feng Li, and now the world team is leading by 1 point. But in the afternoon section we're joined by the under 14 section. We have a Wonder Liang, we have Grandmaster Pragnananda, we have a lot of explosive talent on our hands. It's going to be a fun day. Let's go to the studio and start the round.
Thank you, Christian. I'm Jennifer Shahade. I'm back with Alejandro Ramirez and Maurice Ashley, of course, to cover the night action here at the match of the Millennials.
Exactly, and we had already a pretty interesting round in the morning. A lot of action that we saw, especially that excellent game by the Russian player Esipenko, who defeated American Rui-Feng Li, as Christian was mentioning. I thought that was a very clean game. Perhaps Maurice liked that direct queen takes 8, but I like his technique. He showed a lot of technique for a player of his age.
That's right, and let's take a look at the results as we head into this round 4. Well, on the world team, we've got 8.5 points. They are leading by 1 point over the U.S. team, and that's not good news for Team America, because actually the night round is where we have a lot of bit of a rating deficiency. So a lot of ground to cover for USA. But let's take a look at the format of this tournament as we reach the midway point. Well, it's a Scheveningen tournament, which is a format that started in 1923. And the way it's designed is that each player on the under-17 team plays each player on the other team with both white and black. The time control is a game 90 with a 30-second increment for the whole game. And as we've seen, most rounds, the game that lasts the longest can be anywhere from 60 moves to 100 moves, as occurred yesterday in the Yip versus Asabueva game. So these players are here to fight. There are no draws that can be offered.
Yeah, an interesting rule. We did see a couple of games where it was just beating it down to a draw, and these players are strong enough that if it's going to go that way, it will end up that way. So it's not a surprise that that hasn't actually changed the result of any of the games. It just makes it more interesting for us to see the explanation of why it's a draw.
That's right. Yeah, and for instance, Awander Liang and Pragnananda actually played to king versus king. So that's the fighting spirit of the kids. Maurice, what do you expect to see tonight?
Well, I expect to see more fighting spirit. These youngsters bring it when they come to play, and this is a big stage for them. Not only the players in the U.S. who get a chance to play on this, the most prominent stage in chess right now, but also the players from abroad who are showing their stuff, coming this far, someplace as far as Australia, to come here and play as well. So they definitely want to have a good showing, and so far it's been very exciting. And some players are starting to show their stuff as well. We saw last night young Bibisara Asupaeva. She played a monster game against Carissa Yip. She should have won early, but she kind of messed up a little bit and had to re-win the game. It took all of 102 moves of steely determination for her to win. She'll have a matchup today against Martha Samadashvili, who got a little bit lucky because her opponent did not know the time control and was actually misinformed about an extra 30 minutes on her clock, and she won on time. I don't think she's going to be able to get that excuse today, as Bibi will be hunting her down in this matchup. And in another matchup of big players, we have John Michael Burke, who managed to draw today in his black side of a Marshall. He'll be facing off against a player who looks very mature for his age, the Russian Andrei Sipenko, who won a very nice game against Rui-Feng Li. This is going to be a difficult matchup for the American. Let's see whether or not he can hold out. But in the other matchup, it is all about the great American player, Sam Sevian, who started off the competition in scintillating style, winning his first 2 games. He got a little bit of a hiccup with a draw in the last round. No big deal. He's still doing quite well. But the super solid Australian, Anton Smirnov, 3 draws in 3 rounds. He's a tough cookie to beat. We'll see whether or not he can be taken down today, as this afternoon matchup is set to begin.
And let's see the complete pairings for this round 4 between the match of the Millennials. Nicholas Cheka versus Aik Martirosyan. We've got John Michael Burke versus Esipenko, as Maurice featured this game. Sevian Smirnov. Jeffrey Zhang versus Alexei Sarana. And then over on the youngster boards, we got Pragna Nanda versus Andrew Hang. Abdusattarov versus Awander Liang. Bibi playing against Martha, as mentioned, and Salimova in her second performance here in the match of the Millennials. Is she going to be able to overcome that disappointment and frustration of last night's match against Carissa Yip?
Well, also Carissa comes from a disappointing game. Let's not forget that even though at some point she almost saved a lost position, she actually started with an incredible opening. I mean, she had a huge advantage against her opponent and misplayed it. So it's also disappointing at the end of the day that she actually not only let that go, but it got into so many problems early in the game because she missed a tactic. And it's something that's been haunting her recently, is the ability to see tactics afar.
But remember, Carissa Yip, she's only 13, and I think you talked earlier about loving the plateau. Maurice mentioned this phrase, and I think that Carissa might be in some kind of plateau right now, and all of these experiences of losses and why she lost. I think she's going to come back from them sometime in the next year or two and have a real spike, and that'll be great to see.
Yeah, I think that Carissa should be spiking at some point soon. I mean, if her career is going to make any progress, she has been about 2,200 for already a year and so.
A couple of years.
I want to say.
She played in the U.S. Women's Championship a couple
years
of years ago. She
yeah.
broke into the U.S. Women's Championship field, and I was already extolling her virtues back then, but she seems to have stalled. And
it is a long
clearly
stall.
she's working on her game, and the plateau is the plateau. You put a lot of work in doesn't necessarily mean that you'll see that output immediately or even in the short term. But we're waiting to see that jump. If you don't make that jump in the next year or so, then people are really going to start whispering.
Let's take a look at the FIDE ratings of these guys. Well, Wander Liang, these are the ratings that we're using for the tournament, in fact. Wander Liang is over 2,500, so he's a GM elect, as we know. Congrats, Wander. Andrew Hong, 2,334. Carissa Yip at 2,261. And Martha Samadashvili with a definitely underrated 2018, probably signifying that she hasn't had enough chance to play FIDE-rated games to catch up with her U.S. chess rating. Jeffrey Zhang at 2,642. And as you pointed out earlier, Alejandro, Sam Sevian getting right up there with Jeffrey with his 2 victories in this event. Rifeng Li, 2,568. John Michael Burke, 2,479. And Nicholas Cheka at 2,415. Meanwhile, in the under 14 section, we see 11-year-old Pragnananda almost at 2,500. I mean, all bets are on. When is this guy going to make the Grandmaster title? And a lot of people are taking the under, Alejandro. Almost as many people as taking Mayweather.
I mean, he's a very talented young individual. I mean, ever since he got his IM at such a young age, everybody's been talking about him, and we're just waiting for him to break into the Grandmaster Circle and start seeing which tournaments he can start thinking of winning and how fast his trajectory is going to go up as we see him there ready for his round 2. He starts with 2 whites, I believe, and he has a tough field. I mean, this is not an easy competition. He's playing against Andrew Hong that, I mean, he's also a very strong youth.
Yeah, I mean, he's just a pleasure to watch, too. I mean, I really enjoyed watching him and Wander play yesterday. They get such enjoyment from the game. Just watching these super youngsters. And it's kind of funny to see them play in the night rounds when it might be eclipsing some 11-year-olds' bedtimes, but Prague is still out there calculating variations till way past the average 10-year-old's bedtime.
And he's super cool, too. Remember he was saying yesterday when I asked him, you feeling any pressure? He's like, no pressure, not nervous, nothing. Dude, you're on the biggest stage in chess right now. You're playing in the St. Louis Chess Club. This is where all the monsters show up and play. And for him, it was just another day at the chessboard.
Yep, and that's, I think, how he treats every single one of his games. I saw him play in Reykjavik against Grandmasters rated 200 points ahead of him. And he just played, not batting an eye. He beat some of them. He's a very, very scary player over the board.
And let's see, right now he's in thought. He's trying to figure out what to play in his first move, and he's played a knight to f3. Of course, one of his heroes, Anand, likely his hero, is going to be here in St. Louis in just a few days.
Yeah, the start of the Singfield Cup.
And knowing Anand, he'll probably be here very soon because I think he usually likes to have a few days padding for jet lag.
Yeah, that wouldn't be particularly surprising. Of course, the Singfield Cup will be starting August 2nd, I believe, is the first round.
That's right. And opening ceremonies on August 1st. So.
Yeah, so that's going to be exciting. Well, let's take a look at this game since the one that we already have on board anyway. Pragananda using a pretty standard ready that it's seen once in a while at the top level with a very quick knight f3 and g3. And Andrew Hong decides to go for basically queen spawn reverse, where you have d5 and c5 in the position.
You know, these two players, this is actually one of the few matchups where we've actually seen them face off before. That at the World Youth Championship a few years ago, Andrew Hung playing Pragnananda with the white pieces. So kind of interesting. You don't see a lot of that in this tournament, but these two have played before. And actually, Andrew won that game.
They played in the same section?
Yeah, that does seem kind of strange, doesn't it?
It doesn't
It must be,
sound right.
What, could it be? Yeah, because Pragna. It must. Maybe it's somebody. His sister.
I mean, it might be. Well,
No, it's
that's very unlikely because Andrew plays in the open section. The sister
and the
would
sister
play,
would play.
in the,
Yeah.
in the girls.
I mean, some girls play in open sections.
It might be, unless it's an under 10. In that case,
It was
Pragnananda-
under 10.
Ah,
Yeah.
then there's actually, yeah, he just played when he was 7. That's what happened. He was just way
Because that's
younger.
the youngest section, right?
Yeah, so he was like
Yeah.
8 or 7 or something like that. So knight f3, d5, g3, and we are. I'm already going to say that what Black is doing is absolutely atrocious. I'm sorry, but what is going on? You cannot be this strong and play this badly. Knight f6 castles, and he's going into a reverse Grunfeld, which it is known that this reverse Grunfeld is extremely dangerous for Black. The extra tempo counts for so much.
Well, because the Grunfeld's a dangerous opening to play, period.
Well, but supposedly quite good for White. I mean, you can, at the worst case scenario, have equality. But with an extra tempo, White's supposed to be killing it here after c4, which is exactly what Pragnananda has done. And even though I know that this is technically playable, it is so risky. I mean, you have to cross a very, very, very thin line to be able to equalize here with Black. And I've hated these positions all the time with the Black pieces. You can technically play this, but I've always thought it's way too risky to seriously put it as part of your repertoire. There are so many other things that you can play against knight f3, g3 that I felt going into this specific variation is very unnecessary.
So do you think that this was something Andrew just decided, or was a preparation from the coaches?
Andrew really believes in his preparation. Once he studies something, even if it's been stored for a few years, he'll play it again. And I feel that he should take some time to review some of the lines he might not have looked at in a while. So let's see if he's actually going to be able to equalize this position, but I've always hated it. It's like this Grunfeld with the extra tempo I've always felt is quite dangerous. Black's always short in the Grunfeld one tempo of actually just annihilating your opponent's center. So
Yeah, you can kind of see that in variations. Like, suppose you're playing somebody who doesn't really know what to do against the Grunfeld, and they just play some empty move. Like, instead of playing the more accurate lines with Rook B1, they just develop normally with Bishop E2. A lot of times, Black ends up getting an advantage right off the bat.
He's playing quickly, so I'm going to guess that he knows the fine line that I'm talking about on how to equalize. But the thing is, against knight of 3, g3, I've always felt that most variations give Black good play. Why would you go for such a risky one? But okay, we'll see if he's able to...
I'm going to tell you that this line has been tested at the highest level, and one particular guy we just mentioned is Vishwanathan Anand himself.
With white or black?
With the black pieces.
Really?
And in fact, Anand, with the black pieces, what I'm seeing here, he played against Vasyl Agrov and got a draw last year. But he also has names like Yakovenko, Matlikov, we talked about before, and another game against Vasyl Agrov. And Anand, with the black pieces, won 3 times. So,
in classical chess?
I'm not sure if it's classical, but I'm looking at it. I mean, it doesn't matter, does it? If he played 4 games against that kind of opposition and got 3.5 out of 4, and did play Bishop E6 as the youngster did, in fact, you've got to think something's up here.
You know, Anand comes up with some of the most interesting lines in chess. I know that he's been essaying this Bishop B4 in the English, which everybody considered to be garbage for a very long time. And he's been playing it, and nobody has been able to refute it. So I'm curious if he's actually done some work, and perhaps Andrew's going to show me wrong, that this variation is completely playable. Perhaps my theory is the one that's outdated here, but we'll have to see if Pragnananda is able to find something. It's a curious time to start thinking if Anand has played this before, because it seems that White's next moves should be relatively logical. You have really the choice between knight c3 and queen a4.
And knight c3 is the most popular move. Queen a4, another move. Bishop g5, even another move here. But I'm just looking down the list. You'll believe the next 6 or 7 games are also all drawn. One of them, Anand's games, in this particular line after Bishop e6. It looks like Black knows exactly what's going on, and this updated line is okay for Black. At least if the numbers bear it out, this line looks like it's not just okay, it looks more than okay for Black.
Well, don't forget that Alexander Onishuk is on the U.S. team's coaching, and of course he's an expert in the Grunfeld, and he's an expert on. Didn't he win that beautiful game on the white side?
Yes.
Against Jeffrey Zhang.
Yeah, that was a great
really nice game.
Grunfeld, nice end game there. Very. Yeah.
By the way, the other names on the list playing white that weren't able to defeat this opening include Hikaru Nakamura, Peter Svidler.
Wow.
We're not talking about some chumps all the way down at the bottom of the rating ladder. We're talking about the elite of the elite not able to refute this particular line. So this reverse Grunfeld, if practice has any meaning, latest practice, looks like it's fine for Black.
Let's see if it holds up in this game. I've always been suspicious, but perhaps I'm the one that's wrong in this position.
Well, we'll see. But yeah, I mean, I think that they must have prepared the world team, for Andrew Hong.
I hope so. And let's see how it goes. I'm going to be keeping my eye out on this opening. I've always found it to be very risky. But let's see if Black just solves all his problems. Hopefully, for the USA team. There's a lot of interesting openings, actually, right off the bat. So I wanted to jump to what always becomes a huge fight is this bot-winning system in the game between Bibisara Subayeva and Marta Samadashvili. We've seen this opening over and over again through the years. Decades old is this opening. And still, theory is unclear on the actual evaluation of this crazy line. The line starts off as a semi-Slav with these moves. Bishop g5 is not the most popular nowadays. I think e3 and g3 have gained a lot of traction. Bishop g5 takes on c4, e4, b5, e5. And we're going to the crazy Botvinnik variation of the semi-Slav, which follows exactly like this. We'll move knight bd7 is absolutely forced, and this we have seen many times. Here, White's thinking, because she actually has two choices. She doesn't have to take the knight immediately. She can play g3 first. She decided to, at the end of the day, take on f6 first. They lead into slightly different subtle variations depending on Black's answers. So here, you have the option of playing rook g8, or just going for the main line, which is queen b6. I think bishop h6 is also possible, but as far as I thought there was a cloud over that variation theoretically at the moment. So I thought queen b6 still by far the main line. I'm going to see what Martha decides to play here. Heavy theory, heavy, crazy theory in this variation that is very hard to explain. Sometimes it's just computer and calculation what really comes down to, and it's absolutely insane. I saw Kaidanov play a couple of times to move queen a5. And I'm not sure who Martha works with, honestly. But if she works with Kaidanov, I would be completely surprised to see the move queen a5, even though I'm not entirely sure of the theoretical value of this move.
Well, the world team knows how important these matches are, and remember that they did have the morning off. So I'm expecting that the under 14 Americans have been preparing for this morning, knowing the competitive nature of all of those coaches. Obviously, I know the world coaches less, but I'm sure they feel the same way. Mm-hmm. But I mean, don't forget Gary's basically de facto on the U.S. team as well. So these guys have been preparing. They see that the match is not going that well yet, and I expect that a lot of these positions have been on the study boards in the AM.
Right. Bishop b7 was played, so now g3 is by far the main line, and then again queen b6, queen a5 are the options. So bishop b7, I'm expecting g3. There's other moves to be tried.
Now, when you're the underdog, what do you think? Super theoretical line? Is that good for the underdog, or do you think they should play something more upbeat, offbeat?
I don't think it really matters who you play against, as long as you're comfortable in one thing or the other. Like, I don't feel comfortable in very heavy theory, so I don't go for very sharp lines. Doesn't matter if I'm playing a 2300 or Andreikin. I'm not going to play something super sharp, super theoretical. I don't see why I would change for them. I mean, first of all, in a match situation, you never should feel like an underdog. There's no reason to do so. Here, I know that Asubayeva is the higher rated player, but I mean, it's a match. You're going to be playing her twice, so you can't, give that woman a weakness. And I think that if Martha has spent a lot of time working on sharp theoretical battles, then she should opt for sharp theoretical battles, even if she's playing a 1900 or Garry Kasparov. I mean, that still has to be your approach. There's a reason that you do your homework and your studies. If she is more of a positional player, then she should stick to that. I do not know her that well as far as a player. I've seen her around, I've seen her in tournaments, but I haven't actually studied her games as much as I have other players in the event. So I'm not completely familiar with how she plays chess. Yesterday she was taken out of book for an early Maroczy bind with the early knight g4, which is not really her fault. She just went for a main line, and her opponent deviated.
And she played well.
And she played well up to a point. She got a really nice advantage, then she let it all slip, and she was losing, and then she came back.
But you saw this positional talent, this creativity when she played the move c5, unleashing her bishop, light squared bishop. And I think we're going to be seeing more of this young lady.
I thought c5 was a great move, and it showed a great understanding of the position, and I want to see if she's able to play something similar today. Now, this is kind of a curious position to start thinking for Zubayeva, because this is, let's put it this way, they're 7 or 8 moves away from the real start of theory.
That's right. And we see players doing this of all levels, young players, older players. They still have the theory in their brains, but they still start thinking.
Yeah.
And it's always a mystery what the reason is, if they know 2 lines and they're deciding between the 2, or if they're trying to remember their theory coming up so that they, are sure that they want to go headlong for those lines.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she has choices now at this moment, but g3 is by far the main line. You want to fianchetto the bishop. c5 is not really a move because of d5. Well, it is a move, but it's met with d5.
And how's the other girls' board going?
That would be the game between Carissa Yip with the white pieces playing against Nurgül Salimova. And this is a unusual Tarrasch French with the move knight c6. Knight c6 definitely more playable in this position than against knight c3, because the knight is now on the way of white's pieces. So it's a line, knight gf3, knight f6, e5, knight d7, c3, f6 is a solid theory. And after bishop b5, I have to admit that I'm not completely familiar with the theory of this position. I just know it exists, but I don't know the evaluation. It seems like Carissa's comfortable. She's not spent any time on the clock yet. After bishop b5, the point of the game is, of course, the position here on e5 and whether white can really hold on to it or not. The bishop here on b5 directly defends the e5 square, as you're going to be wanting to take one of the knights away from your opponent's camp.
And yeah, of course, knight c6, not the main line in this position.
Not by a long shot, yeah.
Normally in the French, you go c5 against this trash, but...
yeah, c5, d takes c4, and bishop e7, I would say are the 3, and of course, knight f6, I would say the 4 main lines against the Tarrasch. Outside of that, they start losing on popularity, but everything's playable. I've seen h6, I've seen a6, I've seen b6.
b6, exactly. But a lot of these main lines, the idea is to at some point play for c5. So knight c6 is definitely a deviation. And what's heartening to see, as you mentioned, is that even though you would think that white would be the one who would start to think, because black kind of surprised her.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe Salimova has a game in this. Exactly.
I mean, as far as I know, that may be the variation that she usually plays. I have really no experience with Salimova as a player. After knight f3, I think knight f6 and e5. If she plays knight c6, this should be easy to predict. And this bishop b5 seems to have caught her actually by surprise. All right, it's going to be a strategical game. Not the most, not the most fighting or exciting from the opening. It's going to be interesting, but it's not going to be the Botvinnik, for example, that we're looking at in this Zubayeva game.
Yeah, it looks like Salimova hasn't played a lot of games in this. It's not at least her mainstay. So this could be something that Carissa Yip had just part of her general preparation, which is good to see, because that would mean that she's really getting well prepared, not only in the main lines but in the sidelines.
Yeah, always. It's nice to have those surprise weapons.
And let's take a look at some more games. Maurice has an update for us on the top seed of the whole tournament.
Right, we saw the reverse Grunfeld. Here we have an actual straightforward Grunfeld happening on this board between Serrana and Jeffrey Zhang. And in this position, queen a4 check, one of the not so popular moves in this line. White tries everything in the Grunfeld to try to win. With queen a4 check, one of the less popular. And queen d7, you could play bishop d7, but this line has been essayed at the top levels. Nakamura likes his queen a4 check, followed by queen b3. He's played it quite a bit. This line also transposing with queen a3 is one he's essayed before. Castles, knight f3, and this is how black develops. Of course, he has to fianchetto his bishop with this move, and now bishop d3 allows the move c5 because of the pin on the d-pawn. So white castles in this position, not worrying about his d-pawn for this bishop because the play would just be too torrid if black took it. And now knight c6, and this is the position that Serrano is sitting on. This game was seen between Nakamura and Grischuk in 2015, and that game ended up in a draw after some moves. Bishop b5 was the move in this position that Nakamura chose to play, and after this exchange and a6, and the position went along these lines, I think the line went bishop e3, bishop b7, bishop e2, and e6, and we found this complex position in that game. The game ended up being a draw, as I stated. So clearly, Jeffrey is 100% prepared in this position. It's exactly the position he wanted out of the Grunfeld, and we see the very strong, solid player, Serrano, who was able to get a pretty easy draw against Sam Sevian earlier today. He is now facing off against the other top two player among the U.S. juniors, and he's got to think about this position. Nothing wrong with White's position, clearly. If he could make 2 draws, I think that the world team will say, hey, you drew Sam Sevian and Jeffrey Zhang. Thanks a lot. We appreciate that. Good job. So he'll be careful against Sam for sure and take his chances only if they really and truly present themselves.
Yeah, it's nice to see some of these offbeat Grunfelds. I was talking to our sideline reporter, Christian Krill, about the Grunfeld one day, and he only plays the Grunfeld, and he says he just feels like all you're doing is facing all of the sidelines. And he says he's never played a mainline Grunfeld in his life. You know, you're only facing the sidelines, and White's trying everything. So, you know, it's always interesting for me to see all this kind of stuff that's not exactly the mainline theoretical Grunfeld. This Nakamura game, yeah, it's starting to come back to me. It was actually quite interesting after bishop b5, but it's not the only chance here that White has to put pressure in the center. But at the moment, d4 is hanging. The moves rook d1 don't necessarily benefit White that much because you don't want to be forced into being in a passive position just defending the pawn on d4. Eventually, you really do want to get some kind of d5 in and establish the strong pawn center without the pressure against it. But again, it's not so easy to do. Now, the reason White's maneuvered the queen all the way to this kind of random square of a3 is that, first of all, it does allow the rook to come to d1 in many cases. But first and primordially, the queen has been forced to d7, which interrupts the bishop coming to g4, attacking the king defending knight on f3 that is holding the center together. So now Alexis Serrano has a choice of how to defend the pawn on d4. Bishop e5 definitely seems like the most natural, and it was Hikaru's move, but we'll see if he comes up with another idea.
Yeah, and to your point about the Grunfeld in preparation, it's just that a lot of those sidelines are actually very popular. It's not like other openings where, you know, there's one very, very dominant choice. It's like the bishop c4 is popular, the rook b1, bishop e2 is popular, the knight f3 systems with bishop f4 played thousands of games, bishop g5 lines played thousands of games, so there's kind of a lot of depth of choices for White.
Absolutely. All right, let's see what else we got.
Before we jump away from that, just to make a point here, you see him following the sideline. I decided to take a look at the game itself more in depth. And in this position, Nakamura played queen to b3 in the game against Grischuk. Grischuk continued with b5 and then a4, knight a7. Now, again, the game ended in a draw. This kind of move, when I see knights start going on the side of anybody, you see your knights, you say, wait a minute, did you really have to play this kind of position? So I tested the computer and say, what would you have played if you were Grischuk in this game? And in this position, the engine does see b5 as an alternative, but also sees the move knight to e7. Now, clearly the b pawn's hanging, but the critical e pawn is under attack. So now the move bishop to d3, and after b5, he said, okay, what if we play with the same plan with a4? Suddenly the move f5 comes up as an idea, and this might be some preparation that Jeffrey has in mind, blowing open this long diagonal suddenly, and of course, threatening the pawn on e4. The line could run a takes, b5, f takes, e4, bishop c4. Of course, you can't touch the knight because of the e6 point, but now the move bishop to d5, and this game has gone hog wild, and according to the engines, black is the one who's slightly better here. So this may be his preparation, that is Jeffrey's preparation, and Serrano might smell a rat. I mean, I'd be thinking, I don't know if I want to go into those classical lines. Jeffrey's playing so quickly that Jeffrey has an additional 4 minutes and 17 seconds on his clock. So he's saying very clearly, I got this. This one I know. And you keep up your path, you might be going into some nasty bit of preparation, so you better watch out. So his instincts just right is Serrano, looking for something maybe a little bit different to play.
Yeah, that's what it seems like he might be looking forward to doing. Because, yeah, playing bishop b5 right into Jeffrey's hands, into preparation of Jeffrey Chong and all these coaches, it's always dangerous. That being said, he does have to play something at least a little bit logical. He's definitely considering, if he's not familiar with the position, either the move d5 or the move rook d1. Although I'm not sure if rook d1 I can simply take the pawn. It's always a question, right? If you can take the pawn and then try to defend the position. Knight takes d4, knight takes d4. Yeah, honestly, I don't see a big problem taking the pawn. You can even take with the bishop and play e5.
Bishop b5 is on the board.
And bishop b5 is on the board? Yeah, there you go. And I expect Jeffrey to play cd4 quickly if it was considered to be the best move at the time. Although, I don't know, maybe he has a novelty even sooner. I mean, what is the problem with the move immediately a6, that there is no pin? Because I'm trying, usually I don't want to take on d4 unless I'm forced to. Although, maybe you are, and it's the best move. But I was considering the move a6, just immediately pushing.
I guess the reason for taking on d4 is that d5 doesn't become a move at all, right? That would be the main point of this move.
Right. Even though I was trying to trap your queen.
Right, so this would be a bold exchange sacrifice that you'd have to prove.
Takes on b5. You absolutely have to take on a8. And I moved the knight. I want to move my knight to a5 to trap your queen. And this is where things get really crazy really fast. And it's better to be a commentator than a player in this kind of positions. I'm taking on c3, which is also a nice compensation if I can just get this massive pawns rolling.
Absolutely.
For now, I'm threatening bishop b7, queen c7, and I'm going to trap your queen on a8. Yeah, it takes a few moves, but what are you going to do about it is the question.
Well, I could put my bishop on f4.
I'm not sure that helps you, because if you do bishop b4 and I play bishop b7, queen a7, and knight c4, I think you're just going to have to resign when I put a rook on a8. I'm not sure how the queen gets out.
Yeah, that knight c4.
Knight c4 is a very strong idea.
So it turns out your line is very sound.
I could try desperado here with like e5 and e6.
But I'm not sure how that helps the queen.
Because you can always just sneak back to c8. Yeah.
Turns out your line is sound, and white should not go for d5 immediately. Just
really?
play after a6, play bishop to e3.
Wow.
And that transposes back into the main c takes d4, because the pressure on the c5 point suddenly becomes too much.
And then you just have to take.
And then you do just have to take
it just transposes back.
d4. So much ado about nothing in that sequence. So he's probably just going to take on d4 and play a6 anyway.
Yeah, it was a little bit clever, but it didn't change anything. Okay. Understood.
And speaking of the devil, Christian Kurilla has tweeted into our hashtag a match of the Millennials saying that he loves the play by Pragnananda. He loves to see a Grunfeld, even a reverse colored one. Well, here he's getting the best of all worlds. He's seeing the Grunfeld in both colors.
Yeah, definitely.
And have we checked in on the, we did check in on the Wander Leon game, yeah.
No, we haven't looked at it at all. We haven't looked at a Wander against another direct at all.
There's no reason to. You might want to glance at the position, but
bishop d7. He played okay. The c4 idea, it's a sideline against bishop d7. It exists, but little more than that. The idea is that against c4, if you ever take on b5, then it's very uncomfortable to actually develop the knight, which means I'm going to play d4 and I'm going to take back with the queen. There's some specific lines here, but usually black is supposed to ignore the bishop on b5. And we reach a more or less Maroczy type position where nothing much is happening. Very often, black's able to play a very quick d5 in this kind of positions. I don't think it works anytime soon, but I mean, the idea of playing e65 is very, very, very common. Even if you don't get to play that, white's advantage is usually quite minimal. Yes, you have a Maroxy type position, but you've given up 2 bishops from each side, and that actually helps black because that gives you more maneuverability. It gives you less to worry about. The bishop, light squared bishop for black is usually a problem on where to put it. Even though white's bishop in the Maroxy is a bad piece normally, it at least doesn't become a hassle to put somewhere. You can just hide it on f1 and the rest of your pieces are going to play freely, whereas the light squared bishop in the Maroxy for black is kind of in the way of all your pieces. It's usually a target on e6, on d7 it's in the way of the knight, on c8 it's in the way of the rooks. So usually the trade of the light squared bishop is considered to be favorable for black. This is supposed to be nothing for the white side.
By the way, Jeffrey did play your move a6. Instead
go.
of taking on d4 right away, of course, he could just transpose. So the move has been played, a6, maybe testing his opponent to see whether or not he looks at this d5 move. If a6, if it's sound, well, clearly it's sound, it turns out it's sound to allow this move d5, it might be a little opening trap, if you will. It might be the rationale. Because if the guy plays bishop e3, you'll say, okay, fine, so you didn't fall for the trap. But if he thinks, are you sure you can play a6 first? And you start asking yourself that question, you might jump in and grab that rook. I doubt that he'll do it, though. It seems extremely risky to play it, especially as fast as Jeffrey's playing.
If Jeffrey plays every move instantly and offers you a free exchange, you instantly say, thank you, sir. No, thank you. I'm going to just play some solid move, even if I'm slightly worse, because there's no way I would seriously consider taking the rook on a8 in this position.
Not as fast as he played a6. He literally sat back down after the move and just went bam, a6, and then he got up again.
Yeah.
That famously reminds me of the game between Kasparov and Anand, game 10 of the World Championship, where I was doing commentary for that. That's when you were in diapers, by the way, Alejandro. For that match against Anand, he got up. He had this manner where he made the move, he got up, wrote the move down, got up, left the room, and the door was a heavy door. They were playing in what was supposed to be a soundproof booth at the time. It wasn't quite soundproof, but it was a heavy door, and we could hear the sounds in the room, of course, as we were doing commentary outside. This was in the World Trade Center, the match that took place in New York City. First game was on 9/11. Well, that particular match, that particular game, game 10, Gary would write his move down. He had just lost game 9. He was on fire. He wanted to crush Anand. He walks out of the room, and you hear the door swing shut. Bang! Just resounding noise in the room. Now, apparently, Gary wasn't trying to do that. He was just opening the door and leaving it alone, walking off in a huff, waiting, pacing, wanting to crush Anand. And then Anand would make a move. Gary would come right back in. The door would bang behind him. He'd come, instantly move, walk out again. The door would come, bang! And it just kept happening, move after move. His preparation was like 25 moves deep, just instantaneous moves. And poor Anand just sitting there watching the prowling tiger who's thinking, I'm just going to kill you. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened to Anand. And that was the game that allowed him to go ahead and win the world title. Because after that, he won like 2 or 3 games out of the next 4 and ran away with the title. When a guy's that confident that he can just sit down and make a move and walk away, that's intimidating. I don't care who you are. The guy's just like, I'm not worried about it. I got all this prepared, and you need to figure something out, sort of an anti-opening prep strategy, or else pretty soon you'll find yourself way down on the clock with a confident, prepared opponent who's going to seal your doom.
Yeah, and okay, after bishop b5, clearly there is a potential threat on the bishop on b5, but you always have to calculate if this bishop is actually on pre or not. And the reason that d5 changes things is because after d5, takes on b5, takes on a8, knight a5, there is no tension in the center, and I've taken away the diagonal from the queen. Whereas the idea that Maurice was giving of bishop e3 is a completely different scenario. This might, by the way, still be playable. I'm not saying it isn't. But now trapping the queen is more difficult, as after knight a5, for example, I simply have moves like queen d5. I can retreat the queen without any real problems. Well, black, if this is playable, I'm not sure it is, or it isn't, would have to find composition a completely different way. Now, the problem for white is that if you found yourself in this position and you don't know when and where the exchange sacrifices are good, this is really annoying to play. You don't want to give up the pair of bishops just for no reason. You don't want to take on c6. But what do you do? It just feels like you have to trust the position and play bishop e3 at some point.
And look at the clock. I mean, Jeffrey's at 131.34 here.
It's already a serious difference.
It's already a solid, what is that, 22 minutes.
Yeah.
Right in the opening. He has more time than he started with, does Jeffrey? But I must say, I thought he had 134. Maybe he actually, I thought he had 134 before he played a6. But it might have been he was away at the board and it just took time to get back to the board before he played this automatic a6. And now his opponent's stopping and thinking and definitely smelling a rat. And you had the white pieces. You think you're the one hunting, right? You're the one putting the pressure on. And he's just saying, you got nothing. I'm not worried about you. I'm just making moves and I'm prepared. And so he has to be very careful. Remember, this is a quicker time control and only a pair of minor pieces traded off so far. Of course, it's a Grunfeld, so those knights are off the board. He's got to be careful. He's got to be careful here and decide on something really solid, I think, and just play bishop e3 and continue the game. Although he might be wondering, is bishop e3, is an exchange sack coming?
Yeah.
Apparently it's not sound, but so what? That doesn't mean anything. You could get out-prepared with some computer variation that you don't know about.
It's scary.
And it is scary.
Another position where I like the U.S. side, both on the clock and on the board, is Carissa Yip's game against Salamova, where Salamova had sunk into really a 15-minute think and has played this move f5. Closing the position, it looks like all of her pawns on the light squares, which really highlights the traditionally bad French bishop here, which looks like a worse version than usual. And I think that Carissa has also been really playing her moves quickly up till this point, and this is basically the first time she's thinking all game after this move f5.
She played f5 here?
That looks unbelievable.
It looks like that has been played, indeed, and closing out the position, and Carissa can even start just going after some of the weaknesses directly, something like knight b3 and knight g5 or knight a5 or both.
She played f5?
I think I have that on my live board.
Yeah, no, I can see it on the board also, but
doesn't look positionally desirable.
It's not only that, you play the move f6 to have a break in the middle of the board.
What is the point of closing?
Why would you shut down the position and bury your bishop and kill your counterplay on e5? I mean,
what?
That's a pretty astonishing choice.
That's a very strange move. I mean, if I had this position with black, I would almost play f5, f6. Seriously, I mean, why would...
you're not allowed to do that.
So I hear, but f5 is... I think it's the single most anti-positional move I've seen this tournament.
Why don't you give us some more insight into why you hate that move so much? What if you had a student who played that move? What would you tell them?
Well, first of all, they wouldn't be my student for very long. Second, you have two bishops. You're trying to exploit the power of the two bishops in many variations, and the best way to do that is to open up the center. You're looking for breaks. You're looking for c5. You're looking at taking on e5. You want that bishop on c8 to really make its mark. Notice that white has given up the light square bishop. If I can somehow open up the center, take on e5, put this bishop on b7, play c5, d4, you can already see the potential of the bishop on the long diagonal. Furthermore, you want a structure that can change. Because the more a structure can change, the more it dissipates, the more the bishops are going to be happy about it because they're going to gain scope. A move like f5 makes the center static. When you make the center static, the knights gain power because they gain good squares. Right now, I'm ceding the specific square f4. If, imagine, just put it in your mind's eye, that I get this knight on d2 or the knight on f3 to f4. It's not even a hard jump. Knight e1, d3, f4. And I put a pawn on h4. That bishop on c8, compared to the power of the knight on f4, is night and day. I mean, white is just strategically winning like this. The only thing that you're playing for as black after you've played the move f5 is going to be double c5. That means to play c5 once, take on d4, play on c5, and play c5 again. But because you've played the move f7, f5, even though it did take 2 moves. Once I capture on d4, e6 is weak. Which leads me to wonder, what is the overall plan in this position? I mean, if she was able to follow up with a very quick g5, I still wouldn't like it. But the way that she played it right now, without any provocation, it doesn't seem accurate at all. Like, white doesn't want to take on f6. She's played out already a few moves to not have to do this. She played bishop b5 and gave up her bishop precisely so I don't have to take on f6. There are variations where you take on f6 and you play those kind of positions, no problem. But here white's not trying to do that. If she was, she would have already done it, which means I'm not worried about her taking on f6. I can play any other move in the position. I can play a5 and move my bishop to an open diagonal. I can develop my dark square bishop with bishop e7. I can most likely just take on e5, which is, I think, the whole point of playing f6. Let's say that you take with the pawn, and now I can think. I can probably just play bishop e7. I'm not worried about getting mated in the king side because you've given up a light squared bishop that's usually the main attacker on this side of the board. I'm going to castle. I'm going to play c5 and bishop b7. A move like f5, I think you were mentioning she's not a French player.
Yeah, that she was I've seen some games with the Caro-Kann.
Because this is very counterintuitive for a French player to play something like f5.
And we do have a move from Carissa. She's played knight b3, and the idea of a bishop g5 forcing the trade of the dark squared bishops is a possibility, which would just further to highlight the weakness of this light squared bishop.
That's not the main threat. I mean, if white has one more tempo, she just wins. If she plays knight a5 and b4, black resigns. You're completely out of moves. She must play a5 in this position. I am not exaggerating that if she doesn't play a5, she'll probably just lose.
Yeah, I think she will play a5. It's a natural move to stop knight a5. Yeah.
Yeah.
She'll see that. She'll see that, I think. And then how do you think Carissa's going to play? Do you think she will follow up with bishop g5?
Yeah, bishop g5 is actually quite interesting. There's a couple of interesting ideas here. Even the move knight g5 to try to make black's pieces awkward into defending e6 is possible. I do like your idea as well. Always eliminating the bishops when you're playing against them is interesting. Although I don't like the waste of tempi that comes with it, because it feels like you help black develop.
Right, because you're now fortifying 2 squares that are important to you. The e6 pawn, because it's a weak pawn,
right,
and then c5, because that's a push that you want to make.
And remember that all the time, even though strategically trading the dark square bishops is really nice, any trade of pieces should favor black most of the time, because you have no space. So you want to have more room to maneuver your pieces.
And there it is. A5 is on the board, so we'll see.
Yeah, well, it was absolutely forced. I'm not surprised you played it. But the fact that white's a little bit better is just pretty clear.
So Carissa, playing well so far this game, and obviously a grueling and disappointing start for her to the match of the Millennials. So let's see.
Let's see if she can bounce back. This is going to be an important game for her.
Yeah, for her American fans. And then I feel like there's a game from the under 17 or 2 that we haven't seen yet. And I think
there's like 2,
Maurice has an update from this section.
Well, some other games, sometimes that happens because games are so rich. And this one that we really want to pay attention to is this game between 2 top dogs, Alexei Serrano and Jeffrey Zhang. And after the move a6, instead of the solid bishop e3 acting like, all right, I know you must have prepared this, he played the move bishop to g5, actually more active, leaving his d-pawn under fire and allowing the possibility of the capture on b5. And I don't think Jeffrey has moved yet. Let me just check to see if any moves have been played. No, he hasn't. So if he was looking for a novelty that might have thrown Jeffrey off to get him out of his preparation, bishop g5 is what the doctor ordered. Now, whether or not this is good is going to depend on if this capture on b5 with the exchange sack, which is clearly a very unbalanced type position, is this any good? Well, the bishop is on g5. He's not worried about anything happening on d4. But this move, bishop b7, the engines are giving as a dynamic line. And then the move b4. And now all heck has broken loose on this chessboard. What is going on? After captures, the engines want to play rook to a8. More paradoxical lines. And the best line being given is queen e3, knight takes on d4, and now rook a to d1. And this is just super sharp chaos that's just broken out on the chessboard. There are other lines too that I've been looking at. All of them are leading to, according to the engines, a smidgen of an edge for white or triple zeros. All that is irrelevant because this has now changed the entire nature of the battle. All that preparation Jeffrey did is going to be somewhat for naught. Not completely. If he's analyzed the exchange sacrifice, he'll be comparing the lines that he's studied with this move bishop to g5 and seeing what the nuances are and how it's any different. And also, if you get a little bit of a feel after analyzing a position, sometimes you just play it better because you're more used to it. But bishop g5 definitely on the board, a contentious move, and we've got a rich position, folks.
Very rich. The sacrifice of the exchange, wow, it's very interesting, and it's very important to analyze it properly. Now, obviously, it's not the only move that you think of in this position. You can actually just play bishop b7. But the move bishop b7, which I don't see a big problem with it, runs into the following. Bishop takes c6. You probably have to take with the bishop here. I think queen c6. Actually, queen c6 may be playable also. Okay, I thought you had to play with the bishop. Let's go for this line. And now, how do you resolve the central tension? See, I'm hitting your... It's a little slow. I'm hitting the pawn on e4. I don't necessarily want to play the move d5 after bishop b5 taking control of the c4 square and preventing this pawn from actually establishing itself there. In so many of these lines, I just wished my bishop was on e3, not on g5. Yes, it's attacking and pressuring e7. It's a little lonely. After bishop b7, I'm kind of wondering what you do. Because if you take with the bishop, which is what I was originally liking for black, how do you defend the pawn on e4? Playing a move like rook fe1 feels like it's lost so much of the position because you gave up the pair of bishops, you didn't really get anything in return. You would have rather not played this. This should be equal for black. I don't see a major problem. So many variations in which I can even give up my c-pawn, and because of the counterplay given by this strong bishop on g7 and the rook's coming to c8, should not be too problematic. I don't know. A very tempting option here for Jeffrey Shunk to just play the move bishop b7, finally hitting that bishop on b5. But taking on b5, that immediately, sacrificing the rook on a8, that could blow the position wide open. Those variations that Maurice was showing, a lot of positional compensation, which sometimes is the hardest to evaluate in chess.
Meanwhile, in our other Grunfeld game with reverse colors, we've got a couple moves.
I haven't seen that in a while. Pragnanda against Andrew Hong. Actually, this looks perfectly fine for black. Let's take a look. e5, bishop knight takes c6. And he played a very quick rook c8. He simplified with d5. If he had to simplify with d5 and play bishop g5, then this variation is actually nothing for white. Knight e4, bishop e7. And the point here is that I think you actually, if white takes on f6, I think you're supposed to take with the pawn. If you take with the bishop, then after queen a4, you actually don't have a good way of covering the check. I'm going to have to ask for new batteries for this mouse. Queen a4 check, and you actually surprisingly don't have a good way of defending the check. You don't want to lose your right to castle, but if you play queen d7, you run into knight d6 check, just winning, because I actually fell for one of these tricks recently in the Aeroflot Open. Just loses the game. So you have to take with the pawn, because it keeps the cover on the d6 square. And if you're wondering, why couldn't I just cover with the bishop? Then that's simply because a7 is fully a pawn that I can take before or after I take on f6, and there's not a lot of compensation. So after bishop f6, if it's seen on the board, you're supposed to take with the pawn, and that allows me to cover d7 with the queen. So probably a perfectly playable position. I don't expect bishop f6 to be played, because once you take with the pawn, you are threatening to play f5 in many cases, and you have to figure out where you're going to put the knight. And it seems like, yeah, Andrew's doing well.
Yeah, and his demeanor at the board, he's also looking quite comfortable here. So, well prepared, Andrew Hong, and so far, well prepared at Team USA.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of problems. Actually, a lot of the sharp opening battles that we see today, it seems like USA is better prepared. Jeffrey Shunk definitely better prepared against his opponent, even though he's thinking right now. He actually played a couple of moves more theory than his opponent. He has chosen to move bishop b7 back in that game instead of taking on b5 directly, which I thought was very alluring to just play bishop b7. I didn't like the bishop on g5 as much as I liked it on e3, like in the Nakamura-Gristrick game.
Well, they're a point behind, and they're bringing it today, bringing their A game. And let's check in Martha Samarashvili's game, which is another obviously very key game, as we've got the super talented BB playing white, so one of the biggest rating differentials in the entire competition. In fact, I think the biggest, but Martha scored a victory yesterday.
Unfortunately, my memory of this is very fuzzy. I'm going to have to ask Maurice to check it out for me. After this, we left off around here, and bishop g2, long castle's the main line, short castle's the main line, b4 is the main line, actually almost forced. Knight a4 is one move, rook b1 is the other. Both perfectly playable, I think. Those are the main lines in this position. Knight a4, and here I think that there are two moves. Queen a6 and queen b5, I think, are the two moves in the position. She chose queen b5. There's a ton of theory in this variations, and I'm trying to remember theory here. D takes e6 is considered to be inexact because the bishop takes g2. I think there was a very recent game that Rachel Ulrich played in the U.S. Girls Championship, e7, and I think the move queen c6 here is extremely strong. This is some kind of mess, but already analyzed and super analyzed, and black's supposed to be okay.
How'd Rachel do in that game?
No, Rachel destroyed a Purva with the black pieces.
Yeah, because Rachel's very well prepared.
Yeah, she was very well prepared. Yeah, she impressed us with her opening theory, for sure. So I remember d takes e6 as inexact. I want to say up to 90% sure that the move is a3 in this position. After a3, there are variations where after pawn takes b4, there's tactics against a7. You're opening your opponent's king. It's a well-known variation, extremely theoretical, extremely complex. I don't remember what happens after a3. So I thought the e6 was a little bit on the dubious side, although there's also to take on e6, take on g2, and just take the bishop back. That's also playable. But she chose the move b3. And in such a sharp known position, I'm wondering if this is actually some kind of prep. It kind of incites black to play the move c3, which she wanted to play anyway, because c3 establishes a connected pass pawn on the third rank, which is always going to be annoying. Of course, and actually closing the queen side is usually good for the black side. I'm assuming this is not a novelty. Somebody must have played this before, but I am not familiar enough with this sharp opening to know what's going on.
I think Maurice has some thoughts for us on that.
Well, I did check the line, and of course A3 is the massive main line played many, many decades ago. But B3 has not been played by a single player over 2430. And although 2400 players are fairly strong players, usually if the 2790s and 2800s of the world are playing something else and shying away from this move, you better have some massive idea involved to justify the move b3. But according to theory, this move is not a popular move, and black does very well in this line, especially after c3. It doesn't look like white has much. And although this might be a surprise factor for in the position, it looks like black holds up very well in this line.
Yeah, because I mean, closing down the queen side is usually something that black really looks forward to, because that's where your king is. If you establish a pawn on c3, it's going to be an advantage in any endgame. It's also killing this knight on a4 that you see it cannot really come back to the game. It's even hard to imagine it sacrificing itself for anything.
Actually, out of the 11 games in the database of a line that's been played hundreds of times, of the 11 games in the database, black has a score of 8-2. 8
I was
wins.
going to get 7 again.
8 wins, 2 losses, 1 draw with the black pieces after this move c3.
Why
well,
is it
after
always,
this move b3.
Why is it always 11 games, Maurice? It's always that happened the same number earlier, right?
Yeah, a little bit of a fix on there. I'm not sure, but yeah, there it is. It's black simply dominates after c3.
Well, C3 is such a logical move. It's actually kind of weird to incite it. The only advantage that I can see from White's position compared to here, B3 and C3, is that the queen is free to go somewhere, but because it's not stuck defending the knight on A4, but I'm not really sure where I want to put the queen here. I'm really trying to figure out this move B3. It just looks so strange to me. The inclusion of B3, C3 must logically be good for black.
I mean, the only justification for this move would, I should say the only follow-up that makes any sense, is A3. Because A3 is the normal move anyway, but why B3, A3 when you could just play A3?
I don't know.
It just seems like a tossing, you just tossed in a move. But it's got to be A3 next. What are you doing exactly as White?
Can you, just out of curiosity, Maurice, in the move 16, knight A4, queen A, B5, if you put instead the move queen A6 instead of queen B5, how popular in that position is B3?
After queen A6, B3 only shows up 6 times, while the move A3 shows up 203 times.
Yeah, I don't understand.
A3 is the move in this position.
I really don't understand B3. Like, it seems like in neither of the variations B3 is a popular move, but it just seems so counterintuitive in the position.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a finger fell on her part.
Definitely.
She's played a move that simply is not played and doesn't really fit the position. So.
Well, she did this yesterday also against Carissa, that she got a good position, and at some point she played E4 way, way too quickly. And as you were mentioning, decades of experience tells us that you couldn't open the center the way that she did it.
Meanwhile, we do have some exchanges over in the Pragu game versus Sandra Hong, but the capture on S6 was with the knight and not the bishop.
Right.
But same in the same way that you can't take with the queen here because of queen A4 check, which would just win the pawn on A7.
Right, so he takes with the pawn, which is completely forced, and black has some weaknesses. This is clear. A7 is a weakness, and F6 in the long term might become a weakness, not necessarily true. It's supposed to be okay for black, honestly. Nothing special, no advantage, but it's supposed to be okay here for the black side.
By the way, Jeffrey played without any risk in his game. He did play bishop to B7 quickly. Thematic Grunfeld. I'm sure that Christian Trillo, our resident Grunfeld expert, is happy to see a line like this. He did play bishop B7, and the line that you discussed, Alejandro, did happen. And after bishop to B5, rook E1, moving the rook away, and E6, typical Grunfeld action. Both bishops happy on this board. C4 under control. The Indians are just loving black right now and wondering what this knight is going to do, the future of this piece. And black just has the center under definite pressure, and you don't see where white is showing any real play in this position. So looks like Jeffrey has come out of the opening just in style, very happy, and also, very importantly, ahead on the clock. And I don't know that we've seen Jeffrey at the board. Like, where is this guy? He's missing in action. He's so comfortable that he's just getting up, walking around. He's pulling a Kasparov, and at least he's not banging. And we don't hear any crazy banging of doors happening in the room. But Jeffrey looks like he's just in the home brew preparation, very comfortable, putting a lot of pressure on his opponent.
No, Jeffrey is too cool for banging. Jeffrey, I mean, obviously, it can never be bad to pull a Kasparov, can it? I mean, that's always a good thing. But Jeffrey just does seem like a real cool customer. Whether he wins or loses, he's always so chill.
Yeah, that's true.
You know? And we've got some tweets coming into our hashtag MOT Millennials for Match of the Millennials. Isaac Steinkamp says that he saw some funny camera go around Zhang at the Match of the Millennials. Wonder if it throws off the newer players because isn't DGT stressful enough? No, they're just thrilled to be photographed. I mean, I think most of the kids really do love it. They can show their friends and family back home, watch them play. Obviously, it adds a stress level, but in this Match of Millennials, that's part of the beauty of it. These guys are getting used to playing under the lights in action, where they're going to be playing perhaps for not just perhaps, but surely for much bigger stakes, including potentially world championships in the coming decades. So
yeah,
we're getting them ready here.
Yes, of course. I know some of these kids or teenagers are completely used to it. I mean, not just a little bit. They're used to being in the spotlight. Players like Pragananda, I mean, yeah, he's very young, but it's already been 2 years since he appeared on everybody's radar, and he has been to the Reykjavik Open, he's been to tournaments all over the world. So for sure that he's been under the spotlight many, many times.
But no camera angles like Kevin's, right?
Yeah,
this is special.
Kevin's the best.
And let's take a look at the Summer of Chess we are bringing you here in St. Louis. Well, it's the Grand Chess Tour next at the Sinkfield Cup, and that's going to be a really huge one. But after that, there is going to be the Rapids, the Grand Chess Tour, St. Louis, Rapids and Blips, and of course, that will witness the return of Garry Kasparov, who is going to roll up his sleeves and bang out some chess moves. You're not going to want to miss that. If you can come to St. Louis in person, please do. But if not, take the whole week off and watch all those games. But first, we've got some hot games here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Hello and welcome back to the Match of the Millennials, a very critical round we have tonight where we see the world team is leading the U.S. team by 1 point. The U.S. team desperately wants to wrest back that advantage, or at least hold. If we can hold tonight, then tomorrow we're in better shape than if we lose, obviously. And here's where we stand. U.S. team down a point, world team up a point, and as we mentioned, the night is when the world has a really good chance to shine because of the rating differentials on the younger board. So positions looking good tonight for the U.S. What do you think, Alejandro?
It's early to tell, but there are certainly some positions that I really like for the U.S. Specifically, the game of Jeffrey Chong, I really think is promising. Our top-rated player won in the morning, and I think he has an excellent position now in the afternoon against Sorana. And in the girls section, I actually like both of their games right now, even though Martha's going into the think tank there with 30 minutes.
She didn't move.
Finally?
Yeah, she took on D5.
Should I take everything back? Let's analyze for a second. E takes D5. And I have it on the board here. Wow, this is going to go into some crazy complications. Actually, E takes D5 makes quite a bit of sense, as if you take on D5 immediately, I think I can then play C3. And the exchange of the E and D pawns actually benefits black. I'm going to be able to move this knight with a tempo. I'm not actually sure if what I said is true, but it's a very complicated position. Like here, white has a lot of choices. Taking on D5 is definitely not forced. And one of the things about this position is it's so rich. Now, I'm trying to see if there's an immediate refutation. You always have to look for those in this kind of positions. I can't find one. Taking on C4 will simply allow me to take with the pawn, and the queen's going to keep the guard on the bishop on B7, so I'm not really worried about any tactics. I think C3 was very natural, but pawn takes D5 doesn't strike me as it can be a bad move. It should be fine. I'm not entirely sure what she was scared of, like why she's throwing E takes D5 in instead of C3. I guess we'll hopefully have a chance to ask her. The move E takes D5 is fine. I think C3 was just so easy to play. Perhaps she feared some kind of preparation after B3, C3, but I don't know what that would have been like. We'll never find out exactly what Bibisara had planned against C3, but I would like to know from Martha why she didn't play it.
Meanwhile, in Carissa's game, we did see knight g5, not the bishop g5, trading off pieces.
Yeah, this looks fine. Black has just pushed after knight g5, queen e7, now the queen is stuck defending this pawn. A4 is... I'm not sure it's completely necessary because I am actually not sure that black wanted to push her own pawn further down the board. The further it goes down the board, the weaker it is. But this is probably fine. And g6 is probably forced. It's a dual idea. The first is the idea that I can develop the bishop if I need to. But more importantly, it allows me to play h6. If I played h6 last move, I simply lost to queen h5. And if I play g6 now, I can of course play the move h6 without worrying about the check. Interesting choices here for Carissa. She can just develop the bishop. Both to e3 and to d2 it makes sense. She can also try to tighten the noose around her opponent's neck and maybe play something like knight h3 with the transfer that we had already talked about of the knight to f4. And this to me seems like the most appealing. But either way, even slow play on the long run, white should be better.
Yeah, you say that, and at the same time, I'm a little befuddled because I don't see white breaking through very easily.
I agree that there is no breakthrough, and I don't necessarily think you need to find one anytime soon. Just keep your opponent constricted, because what is black going to do in the long run? I think that's a major question. Imagine in the long run scenarios that this knight on b3 doesn't actually get kicked out. You're always going to have trouble with any opening of a file because this pawn is always going to be dangerously weak. Again, the problems with the dark course, the problems that you don't have breaks. Where is this bishop really going to go? Even if you put it on a6, what is the long-term idea? If you put the bishop on a6, it's going to be undefending the pawn on a5. So you have to be a specific reason on why this bishop is going to go to that square. I don't feel like Carissa is winning by any means, but she's slightly better in a position that's really uncomfortable for black more than anything. Now, a lot of players grab these kind of positions. They think, okay, I need to break through, I need to win, my position is so much better. But some positions don't demand that. Some positions demand a lot of patience. And I think that if Carissa has patience here and she doesn't try to rip apart the position, she doesn't go for like G4 or H4, H5, then she should be in a commanding lead.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's going to be very hard for her to do, I think. The position is very solid for black, and black does have the idea of expanding very slowly on the king side.
Yes.
And that is something to watch. Black will be super solid. That's why she has this formation. And I think if she also has patience, she's going to put up a stiff defense.
Definitely.
And it shouldn't be that you just blow her off the board. And if that's not the case, then you'll be playing chess. As long as you keep pace, that's going to be important, keeping pace on the clock. As Carissa herself is looking at the position and thinking, how do I break through? And your Grandmaster evaluation, the breakthrough is not there that easily. You're going to have to step back and just build. That's not going to be easy for a young player to just assess and then execute.
It's not the instinct, right? You just want to kill your opponent when they make bad moves.
How do you get in, right?
Yeah.
How do you get in? What has she done with this F6, F5 deal, and you're not proving anything anywhere on the board except you've got more space? Is space enough for guys like Yasser? I mean, he's happy. He's just munching and watching you suffer as he sits on you. And we're looking forward to seeing Yasser soon. Not that we hate you, Alejandro, but you know we love our Yasser Sirwan. But he'll be here for the Singfield Cup, and of course you'll be doing the fabulous work with a Spanish broadcast, and that's just broadening our appeal all around the world. But those kind of players who get that space and know how to handle it and the subtleties of keeping your opponent on lockdown so they can't move. Carissa is a banger. She likes to hit you over the head. She doesn't want to just sit there and squeeze, and that might not be her forte, so it may not be her kind of position, even if it's better for her.
Well, we'll see how she handles it. It's going to be kind of a proof of maturity to be able to make these kind of decisions.
But so far, so good.
It's been 12 moves, so far so good. So let's see if she can keep it up.
Yeah, but and it's also not entirely clear how much of this was her preparation that she had in her pocket for knight c6, and how much of it is something that ideas that she came up with over the board. She certainly started to think around the move f5.
Well, I mean, there's no way anybody prepares the move f5. It looks so silly. But after bishop b5, a6, this is forced. So we can pretty much safely assume she finished her preparation after castle. And perhaps here she didn't actually know what was going on. Perhaps a6 is not a main line. But, you know, if you play a6, you have to take on c6. The move is forced. Otherwise, why did you put the bishop there? Castle looks very normal. And f5, of course, is almost impossible to prepare against because it's a move that just has to be bad. All right, let's see what else we got. Any direction we should go to?
Well, you know, there's been so many exciting games that there's a couple we haven't looked at as much, including Nicholas Cheka's game against Marcian, and another one is John Burke's game. So we can
I haven't even looked at this game at all, right? Let's see, this is some sort of Queen's Indian that transposes into a Catalan-ish position with 97. Okay, this is all well known. With a very quick f5. So black transposes into this kind of stonewall scenarios in which he has, of course, obtained full control over e4, but it gives up the position there on e5. Castles, castles, a4 is a very typical move. I was talking about this earlier in the morning in this kind of structures of the Catalan, where the move a5 harasses this bishop on a6, and it's not so comfortable to do something about it. Knight f6, queen c2. Let's move g5. g5 is a committal move because even though it looks very aggressive, it doesn't always necessarily do anything. What black doesn't want to have an attack on the king side so easily made because he doesn't have a lot of space, and the move h5, h4 takes forever. In the meantime, white's going to play a5 and blast open your queen side. You're going to have to take care of that. So I'm wondering what his follow-up is going to be, and we're going to have to take a look at that. Knight f3, knight d7, and of course here he wants to play the move g4. And the idea of knight d7 is that if you play g4, you don't have to move knight e5 because this square is now covered. Bishop b2 was played. Bishop f6. Trying to understand where the pieces are trying to go in this position. White, I think, is already ready to play a5. I don't see why he would delay it any further. Black cannot take on a5. That just ruins the structure. Well, the move g4 is met with knight e5. I'm not afraid of you taking with the bishop. And if you take with the knight, you just handed me a free tempo by playing bishop f6. So I think this is high time to put the pawn on a5 just to keep this tension over the position on the queen side. I honestly like white a little bit more. Nothing too special, a playable position for both sides. But I like white. Slide edge.
And moving to John Michael Burke's game.
Some kind of Spanish.
Yeah, this was a...
So it's a d3 Spanish. Okay, this is a main line. Bishop c2 very early. Normally people are not playing like this, but okay, I've seen it a few times. My student, Dariusz Wirtz, plays this all the time with black. So I'm somewhat familiar with the ideas. Okay, a5 is done to make a6 a permanent weakness. Pawn takes. And here, the question always is, can I grab this pawn on c3? If I play the move f5, does it work or does it not work? That's kind of the question. It's not so easy to answer. Here I actually don't even have to move the knight. If I move the knight, then probably white is just losing a pawn. I mean, I probably can take on c3 and go back to b5 and knight d4, and this looks terrible for white. More interesting is probably...
Bishop b3 to start, yeah.
The move bishop b3, which attacks the knight on d5. It's obviously pinned. And if bishop e6, I think now I can go knight g3. And the difference is that if I force the trade of these bishops, the 5 at the end is going to be hanging. This pawn is undefended against the knight taking it on all of these variations that we're discussing. So for this reason, I'm assuming for this reason, Esipenko decided that it was not a good idea to do this. Instead, he put the bishop on d6, which reinforces this pawn on e5, one of the main weaknesses in the position, and says, well, I'm going to have the ability to play f5 at a later date. If I want to, it's always going to be a hanging thread in the air. How are you going to improve your position? That is the question.
So who would you take in this position?
White's supposed to be minimally better in most Spanish variations. This is not an exception. I think that if I can establish a bishop here on c4, bishop b3, bishop c4, this should be slightly unpleasant for black, because after I'm able to attack the pawn on a6, it feels like black's being very reactive instead of actually having any ability to create counterplay. So I definitely prefer, if I had to be given a choice, I'd prefer the white pieces. And John Michael has played the move bishop b3, a slight edge for white without it being anything special.
And an update in Jeffrey Zhang's game.
Yes, this position is really instructive and juicy for Jeffrey. When you look at this position, you see that he's played a Grunfeld, and the Grunfeld is from the school of the hypermodern openings that rose in the 1920s as the great players like Nimzovich, Grunfeld himself, Alekhine, Reddy, Breyer. All those players started experimenting with the idea of letting the pawn center build itself and then tearing it down. So you have openings like the Nimzo Indian that allows white to play d4 and c4. You have openings like the King's Indian that allows white to get all of the center. And of course, you have the Grunfeld, where white had the center very early. You look in this position, for example, he's got a great center, but we jump to the current position, at least at the point where queen b7 is played, and now white's center is not the same anymore because the d-pawn has disappeared. He has managed to just simply dissolve the power of that white center. And that was sophisticated strategy back in the 20s, 1920s. Now, almost 100 years later, can't believe it's 100 years later, but almost 100 years later, this is now just basic stuff to the current crop of grandmasters. It was almost like heresy back in the day. Now you look at this position and you realize that black stands so well. Why? There are different reasons. The pawn formation, black is compact, 2 pawn islands, white with one here, and one over here, these connected pawns. These pawns are just much weaker. The second thing, this bishop on b5 is a beast. Nobody's going to compete against it because the bishop c6 trade happened a long time ago. So bishop takes on c6 happened actually right here. Bishop takes, giving away this bishop. That was a consequential decision because now this bishop is a very strong piece and it plans to eyeball this pawn on e4 with the move bishop to c6. The other factor is this knight. knight and bishop you might call equal, but the knight has a much tougher time finding a key square for itself, and it must be a stable square at that. This knight, you could pick it up, and I say, where do you want to put it except f3? f3, it's not really doing that much except standing developed. Where do you want to put it? What square do you love having this knight on? And you might say something like d6, even d6. If you could get d6 and pawn to e5 maybe, get that kind of stability, you go ahead, try and make that happen, and you realize it's just not that easy to do. And because of those factors, as well as counterplay on the e-pawn, black's just better. Black is just standing really stably better. So he played the move rook to d6, and this one, getting the rook off this line, it doesn't really change anything after this move, bishop back to c6, which has not yet been played. And now if you go about your business defending this pawn, it can be harassed. Rook continuing the pressure here, and you might say, well, I can play this very solid move, but now this move, bishop to f8, and this rook is starting to look a little bit funny on the square, as black also potentially has moves like f5 as well. Lot of pressure for black. It's black with the initiative. White's just holding on for dear life, having a strong center, and all of a sudden seeing the center disappear and suddenly seeing his buttons under attack in this position. So Jeffrey, knowing that he has something here, is staring at the board, trying to figure out the most incisive continuation to really put the pressure on white.
And we have a huge development. A great thing has happened here for Team USA, as to me, completely incomprehensible blunder has happened in the Hayek Martirosyan game. Let's go back just a couple of moves. We're just looking at this position, and after the move a5, which is very natural, b5 is unreal to me, because after c takes d5, you can't capture back the pawn. Let me explain. After c takes d5, the move queen c6 literally traps this bishop.
That was terrible.
You're losing all of your pawns in the center. You lose e6, you lose d5. This is a
queen
double
c8
attack.
is
Queen c8 is resigns. You
is
check.
the only move, and then you just drop everything.
You drop this guy, you drop this guy, rook c1. Actually, even rook c1 might just be winning.
No, this is over.
Oh my
It's
god.
completely over after c takes d5. Not a little over. Not like, oh, it's a slight advantage.
This is over.
C takes d5 just wins the game, and
What
it's
a,
already
what
in
a
the position.
mistake.
What on
But
earth?
what do you...
What could have been missed?
This is what he missed.
He was looking at
This is exactly what he missed. If you want to know what he missed, you just saw what he missed.
There you go.
Unreal blunder.
Yep. Unreal blunder. This is resigns.
It is resigns.
It is completely resigns.
That's just too simple.
This
That's
game's
just-
done.
that-
This game is done.
And
I mean,
that right there will even the score with the world versus U.S. with all the other 7 games still going on.
And an upset victory. This guy's the #1 rated player on their team.
against our last board.
I mean, incredible blunder. Not one of those where you say, okay, let me see where I can find some compensation. This
Zero
is horrible.
compensation.
Your whole position just collapsed in one move.
Zero
Just
compensation.
nothing. Don't even discuss compensation.
Just like Jenga.
Your position just simply collapsed. Yeah, it is like Jenga. It's just one of those, you pull the wrong thing in your whole position. The core of your position is that pawn structure. Now it's gone, and you're gone.
And it's tumbling down.
There's no coming back. Look at your king, if we just want to discuss that. After e6 drops or c6 drops, your king will be fully exposed. You play this move g5 with some potential energy, and now it's just weakness. It's just a gigantic weakness in the position. This is done.
It's done. Completely done.
And I cannot believe, I mean, this guy is a 25-50 player.
Wow.
How do you allow c takes d5?
I don't get it. I have no idea what he missed. He just completely
He just forgot.
lifted
He
queen
forgot
c6.
this move. There's no way he saw this move and thought, what's the variation? Like, what are you going to play after cd5? There's no... Unless he maybe just didn't see queen c6.
He either forgot of queen c6 or he forgot that e6 was hanging. One of the two.
Yeah.
It must be one of these completely random blind sides that you sometimes get. But
Clearly.
either he forgot that the queen can penetrate to c6 or he forgot that the e6 pawn was going to be under attack in some of these variations.
I mean, his heart is beating in his chest right now. And I mean,
He
look
knows.
at everything is just showing on his face. He knows
He knows
just
it's done.
made one of the worst moves he's made probably in years.
Yes, and he knows there's no recovery. There are some blunders where you make and you just go, oh my God, what have I done? And then you sit down and you think, okay, it's just a pawn, and I'm a little worse. I'm going to fight. No, this one is done.
Because there's no way to make it just one pawn, right? It's tumbling down.
Everything
He's
collapses.
He sees it. He feels it.
He's just,
you can just
everything
tell
is collapsing.
There are no moves to look at. When you look, this is one of those positions. The more you look at the board, the worse it gets, and you realize there's nothing to look at. This is just a blunder of stratospheric proportions. A player of this level should not be making. You don't. You know, there are blunders that are made at different levels. And you remember you said about the move. You said, Alejandro, why is this mistake? What is the why of this mistake? Certain level players make certain types of mistakes and don't make other kinds of mistakes. You say, oh, it's just blindness, but they simply don't make certain mistakes. This is one of those mistakes a player of this level should not make.
No.
Just, it doesn't happen. Other kinds of mistakes, yeah, but this one?
No way.
This is just like complete. I mean, he's sitting there going, what? Like, how could I play this move? Like, you can't even conceive that he played this move.
Yes, the pain of blundering certainly crosses cultures. I mean, that's a face you see all over the world by strong players when they mess up.
But this is beyond your mess up, right? I mean,
This is just
this is
pain.
This is embarrassment. This is on top of
on
the
a
fact
team
that
tournament.
Sorry.
And on a team tournament.
As well. Yeah, I mean this adds more. This is more. If you feel disgust at yourself. This is not I screwed up or I just missed that move. You feel personal disgust inside, like, what is wrong with me? Like, what did I just do?
How can I do this?
How could I possibly do what I just did? It's just so bad. And that's what he's feeling. And you feel it once in a while as a player that you make such a mistake. You make small mistakes. You see you're losing a position. You make inaccuracies. You avoid these kind of mistakes as you get better. Sometimes you just blunder, and that's what happens. And it's very infrequently that it will happen. And I would think something like this won't happen to him again for a couple of years, 3 years maybe. I mean, if this kind of blunder, in fact, maybe not again, because he's such a strong player. Maybe in blitz, but to sit it over the board and miss C takes D5, your position completely collapses.
Nope.
That's not this guy. This guy's better than that, and will prove that he's better than that in years to come. Much better. But right now, under the pressure, under the lights, it's happened.
And this is even hard to watch, even for fans of Team USA, which is obviously a lot of our viewership here and our fans here in St. Louis, you know, because you add that team element to it. And in addition to all those negative emotions that Maurice went through, you also feel some responsibility as one of the oldest members of the team and the highest rated. You feel bad that you let your team down. And, of course, nobody does that on purpose, but you still feel it.
Absolutely. This is not a good moment for him at all. And as a player, you know the feeling.
Oof.
And there's just no recovery.
It's that I want to cry, but there's a camera on me. I shouldn't cry.
Oh. He's completely disgusted. It's unreal. Unreal mistake.
We need hugs to board one in the under 17 section.
He can't even look for a move. That's the terrible part.
That's
the
why you
worst
need a
part.
hug. You got no moves left.
Sometimes you blunder and it's just, okay, I blundered. I'm going to lose, but let's fight on. And there is no fighting on this position.
And the worst part is the guy didn't have to do anything. That's what you really hate.
Yeah.
It wasn't like you missed a sweet little tactic that, okay, I should have seen that tactic, but man, I just missed that amazing move. The guy just took on D5. Like, are you kidding? He's just going to play Queen C6. White didn't have to do anything. And I'm sure White, Nicholas is going to say, yeah, I mean, terrible. He just, what did I do? I started the opening, and then a move I would not have expected him to make, he made. I couldn't force this move on him. There was no genius on Nicholas's part. Now, he'll be happy to put the win in his pocket, I'll tell you that. But it's not like he went away and said, I fought this guy, I went in the trenches, played some nuanced ideas, outplayed him in the middle game, maybe did some brilliant end game technique. No.
It's not even a satisfactory win.
Exactly.
Win.
It's just he blundered. What am I supposed to do? He just made a really bad mistake.
And I punish it, and that's how chess works.
And I just have to play the move that's on the board.
Yeah.
And it's funny because when this game is over, it will even the score temporarily, as we will have 7 games in play in this match of the Millennials. And if you think about it, the world gave out 2 just absolutely beautifully wrapped gifts, because there will be this game and then also the time loss from Salamova, and that really puts the ball in the U.S. court.
Yeah, although at least Salimova went from a drawn position to losing on time, and this one is just perfectly playable position for both sides. And man, that gives away the point, just a full point. Czechia will have no problem collecting this one.
Collecting all the pawns, rather.
All the pawns, all the pieces. It's just black's position just collapses after you lose the pawn on e6. Everything is going to be gone.
Just dance in the white squares.
Yeah, well, that's done. Let's stop beating a dead horse there, as that position is certainly over. Let's take a look
No more
at the game
Schadenfreude?
with Serrana versus Jeffrey Zhang. And Jeffrey did not play the move bishop to b7. Instead, he started with rook fe8, and that gave the opportunity to play the move e5. Now, I call it an opportunity, but it does open up this beautiful long diagonal for this bishop to just park itself on. And bishop to c6 looks like an intimidating move, as this knight doesn't have a square to move to. It's guarding the e-pawn, so it's just everything connected one to the other to the other. This knight guarding this pawn and also this knight shielding this powerful duo along the diagonal. So what to do here under this enormous pressure? It looks like White has to start playing with tactics only, because bishop takes on f3 followed by bishop takes e5 is simply a free pawn for nothing. The move c4 is playable. Bishop takes, and now queen takes. Check out this variation. Queen takes, pawn takes, and now bishop takes e5, netting the pawn. White is able to win this one, but black is able to play bishop takes h2 with check. Your rook, of course, is under attack, so you must defend here. We do a little bit of a trade, and as you count them, it's 5 pawns to 4, and all of White's pawns are terrible, all of them. This pass h-pawn on the board. This looks like an advantage for black. Not easy, however, to necessarily convert, as there is a weakness here and here that White could fight against. Nevertheless, this looks like something that black could say, hey, this is a position for me. It's in my hands. Why not just play it? And I cannot lose this game. Only black could win this position.
Could also be a little more ambitious in that kind of scenario. Instead of bishop c6, I like very much because it seems like such an obvious move. c4, I was considering, Maurice, I don't know if the engine will agree with me, actually the move b5 in this position. I didn't see anything wrong with it. I just wanted to take on f3 with a better chance. And if you don't do anything specific, I'm just going to slowly push my pawns on the queen side and say, hey, I have 2 bishops and passed pawns on a better structure on the queen side. What exactly are you going to do about it? I just wanted to push pawns. It's not a very complicated plan, I know. Maybe not the most sophisticated, but I thought I would just play b5, b4, a5, a4, and pass my pawns on that side of the board.
If you want the engine's opinion, after this move, bishop f6 was promoting as the right move. Which
thought of bishop f8.
Which bishop f8 and then dropping the rook back to d1.
And I guess I don't have as much as I thought, which is possible.
Yeah, it's better for black, but maybe not as powerful as the other line. Mm-hmm. But not as concrete, at least. Not as concrete.
Definitely not as concrete
as the other line. So looks better for black still, this variation.
Okay. Yeah, it was always that. I was a little worried about the endgame of not being able to win because precisely you were mentioning the power of the rook at the end of the line. Let's go back to it. Bishop f3, and this is why you're taking with the queen, so that you can open up this kind of scenarios in which this rook on b6 is really creating quite a bit of a hassle here for my position, because it's attacking a6, it's going to attack c5, and it's true that I have a pass pawn on the h file, but it's not going to queen anytime soon. And I have to figure out a way to untangle my position, which I'm not finding to be perfectly obvious. Obviously, the only thing that's obvious is black's up a pawn and therefore better, but winning, as you said, is far from trivial. All right, interesting scenario here for Jeffrey. Choosing the concrete but safe approach, or choosing the more ambitious but more unclear approach in this kind of scenario, where both obviously lead to an advantage, but it's that stylistic choice that he has to make at this moment.
And let's take a look at the Pragnananda game against Andrew Hong,
All right.
where in the last couple of moves, Pragu has played f4 and rook to f2. What do you think? What do you make of this plan, Alejandro?
Well, it lacks subtlety, but it might make it up in strength. The idea is simply to play rook f1, take on e5, establish a rook on f6, queen h6, bishop e4, and you get mated. I mean, that's the plan. Now, how you stop it? Well, there's the rub. I'm not sure. I mean, black doesn't have much of any counterplay in any kind of all over the board. Now,
We could try to use the C file.
C file? You mean like rook c7?
Yeah, or potentially queen c7 to c2.
Ah, is that what you preferred? Queen c7? Aha. I'm always a little bit concerned about leaving the f6 square unguarded. Like, if I take on e5, I definitely don't want to take with the queen. But I don't think I'm giving you much of a choice. There's no way you take with the pawn and survive. This should just be checkmate somehow. Queen f6, and this looks highly suspicious to me, at least.
Yeah.
But taking with the queen leaves a lot of weaknesses. Perhaps playable, but definitely unnatural. I mean, if I play rook f1, you have a double f-pawn on an open file. I'm not sure you want to do that. So after rook f2, queen c7 doesn't strike me as natural, especially because the last move was queen e7.
And if we play rook c7?
And rook c7 is definitely more natural. Rook f1, I want to keep playing my plan. And now what? Because, I mean, this plan of taking on e5, and rook f6 is quite strong. You have to do something against it. As I said, no subtlety.
Queen c5.
Queen c5, but okay, I still take on...
Same idea.
Take on... You still have to take with the queen. I'm still going to mate you if you take with the pawn.
Well, this is not the position. You have
you
have double rooks right now.
You mean queen c5 right away?
Is what he played, yes.
Oh, is what he played.
This did happen, okay.
But okay, I take on e5.
Same.
You must take with the queen.
Yeah, so this
you're seriously going to get mated if you take with the pawn.
So
By
this
the
is
way,
exactly what we just looked at after queen c7.
Just a quick update. I should make a note of a quick update. This goes from bad to worse. After c takes d5.
Possible?
He played knight to b8.
Jesus.
And when you got to play knight b8 and allow d takes c6, this position, it's just, you shouldn't be moving any more pieces. It's just unreal how bad the position is. At least it didn't collapse on the king side, but look at this pawn on c6, this bishop on this long diagonal. This knight is trapped, unable to get out. This bishop is on a bad square. And at any point, he could play c7 and unleash his bishop along the long diagonal and pick off your rook.
Did we mention that he's up 2 pawns?
I don't want to mention that. It's just it's unbelievably
Well,
bad.
if you were playing a human chess game and you had to be either the bishop on a6, the knight on b8, or the rook on a8, what would you pick?
What kind of question?
If you
That's
had to
about as
pick
random. Alejandro looks like he wants to slap you for asking that question. What kind
Then
of
you'd get kicked off the air.
I would never do that. Let's just put it that way.
We want to one those pieces. Alejandro gave you a look like, what?
It's just all of those pieces look so woeful.
I mean, what is this? It's like you're the bad student the teacher sent to face the wall, right? It's like, go over in that corner and face the wall. I mean, these 3 pieces are, it's almost like, I wouldn't want to have material to be these 3 pieces, this nexus. Like, if you told me that you would like to take one of my pawns so that your pieces could look like this with my 1 pawn here, I might give you 2 of these kingside pawns just for that alone. Like, okay, go ahead. Because what is this? There's 3 pieces out the game. And imagine if he tried to have a little fun and play the move b4, just to say nothing moves ever on that side. I actually have a bad memory of one of my friends. Oh, yeah, Chico did this to me. Back in high school, before I even had a rating, I remember the humiliation of having a pawn on c6 and a pawn on b5. White had 2 pawns on these squares, and I couldn't get my knight out. And I just was stuck just like this, and he just crushed me very easily. And I'm remembering this even before I played a rated game. I remember this painfully as having my piece just immured inside my own position. It's like, what the heck? My knight can't move. And I learned that lesson a long time ago.
Oh, the close-up of the knight on b8.
Yeah, that is not a set of pieces you want to have. And Expect that pawn on c6 to be captured.
Although, I mean, even if he decides to go for the e6 pawn and destroy the structure, that's also completely winning. So, whatever he wants to play.
So none of the above, none of those pieces.
I mean, taking on e6 is also just resigns. So he could also choose the other one because you're taking on f5 next move, and that's 3 extra pawns. The knight on b8 is still trapped. Even after the other, even if I take the other pawn, the knight on b8 is still trapped. So he might choose the other one. Doesn't really matter. I wouldn't blame him either way.
You think?
No, I really wouldn't. I mean, obviously he's going to take on c6 because he's a strong player, but if you took on e6 and you told me, well, it's winning because of this and this, I'll be like, yeah, you're right.
The only thing he cannot do is not take one of those pawns.
It's like impossible to not.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, I don't think there's a single, is there a move that keeps an advantage? Bishop a3?
e4 probably wins.
e4, yeah, something.
E4 probably just wins.
Well, I don't know about wins. Okay, we're arguing.
e4 wins. I mean.
Well, he's going to take one of the pawns. Bold prediction.
He's going to take one of the pawns.
He's going to take one of the pawns.
All
right, let's go back to analysis of a real game. I actually wanted to go back to the Samadashvili game against Asubayeva because this is already kind of heating up. We talked about the sharpness of these kind of positions and how they can change in evaluation so quickly, even with the finest of missteps. And here after the move b3, e takes d5, I didn't understand why she didn't play c3, and then Asubayeva decided to play a3 anyway. Kind of a mix-up there because she played both a3 and b3. And now this gets complex. The move e takes d5 is not always necessarily a good thing for black, as it removes a few avenues of counterattack for the black side. So here, immediately, Martha decided to play the move knight e5. The move knight e5 is done because in many occasions I'm going to follow it up with the move d4, opening the long diagonal, and the knight really wants to be on e5 when a trade of bishops happen, as the square f3 here is going to be severely weakened once this guy is traded for this guy. So d4 is always in the agenda in this kind of position, but as I was saying, this is a very precise type of positions where general concepts are really irrelevant and you have to calculate everything every single moment. And that's what makes it such an exhausting opening to play, and I don't understand how people have the skin to play these kind of positions, because even though 95 might be very natural, you have to calculate out if it's any good or not. Let's take on b4. I think throwing in the move a takes b4 is almost always good for white in this kind of positions. And here already, black doesn't necessarily have to take on b4. You can calculate out the move d4. You could potentially even look at the move takes on b3, and I wouldn't do it very seriously. And of course, the most natural move, c takes b4. And now, what are you going to play against the move queen d4? That's what I want to know. Because removing the knight to c6 feels like you've allowed white to just harass you on the queen side very strongly, while you haven't really created a lot of threats. You can imagine here with the king being forced to the corner after a potential bishop f1, or just the immediate rook fd1 in this position, that there's a lot of pressure on the king. Notice the materials even at the moment, and it feels like black's attack is not nearly as relevant as white's. If you don't play knight c6, I'm trying to figure out how she's planning on defending the knight on e5 and the pawn on a7. Once the pawn on a7 falls, your queen side collapses because the queen's strength on a7 is just too much. But I'm not sure what she's planning on doing.
Yeah, it does seem like knight c6.
Knight c6 is forced, but I mean,
Yeah,
knight
what
c6,
else?
queen g4, king b8, rook fd1. Again, it seems like the maneuver, knight d7, e5, c6, is questionable at best. I've developed my pieces with very strong energy and power in this kind of scenarios, and the knight on c6 is just wrong. It is blocking the bishop on b7, which allows me to attack the pawn on d5. Immediately the move rook takes d5, I think, is actually a threat. I have to check that. But it feels like black hasn't really made progress with moving the knight to e5 and c6, whereas white clearly has.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, because of rook d5, there's stuff like bishop f4 check. You can't go to a8 because of knight b6. You can't go to, yeah, just... there's interesting tactics in the air, taking advantage of that king. Yeah. And Maurice, with an update on Liang's game.
Well, Martha's in trouble in this game. A Wonder has gotten himself in a little bit of trouble in this game as well. In a hedgehog position, I used to love to play hedgehogs because you might suffer for a while, but sooner or later, white doesn't hold black down enough, and then you get the D5 break or the B5 break. And proud of some games that I won in the hedgehog, but that's only if white knows how to keep the position solid and doesn't allow you any breaks. A Wonder got this position, and black, showing his skills, has now played the move D5 and gotten this break in. And this break, typically, you are worried about this maneuver. Takes, and then E5. This is usually the way you shut down the break with D5, and then you blockade this pawn forever, maybe something like knight E2, put something on this square, and that's going to be a great position for white. Unfortunately, there will be no blockade in this position because of the move D4, and this one's just a beastly move. If you're taking on F6, of course, takes on C3, discovered attack on the queen, and attack on the bishop. You drop a piece, you resign the game. So D4 chases the knight away, and the knight doesn't have the natural maneuver knight E4 because there's a knight still sitting on F6. That means this knight has to go wherever. You're not worried about it because you can play moves like bishop E3 check. This pawn is granite solid. A move like king to H1 is forced, and black just got the pawn up for no reason. Now black can even play some wild moves according to the engine. A move like knight H5. Be careful about any mating ideas on this side. The knight can go to F4. Again, the pressure along this file prevents you from capturing this pawn, and black is happy. This also, by the way, the knight can also, anytime it wants, drop back, but it's more aggressive for black. A bishop on E3, pawn on D4. Also, the idea eventually of playing D3 comes in mind. Black's just happy, and don't forget about your own e-pawn that's under pressure. This is great for black. It might mean that he has to liquidate in this position. When you go back to this position here, he might have to just take everything on this square, just take and allow knight takes, D5, knight takes, and play something like this and hope that he can get something along the long diagonal. But it looks like F3 is far more consequential than this dark diagonal on this side. White will be in defensive posture. It's not losing, but he's definitely slightly worse. The D5 break, the successful break that just destroys the Maroczy bind completely, and A Wonder knows it. His advantage, if he was hoping for an advantage, is simply gone.
This move bishop H6 that he played in the last move was actually quite annoying. In this position after rook C1, bishop H6, I was wondering if you had to move... God, sometimes I just blunder everything, so I'm kind of doubting myself. Well, what's wrong with knight D5? I guess it's just not so strong in this position, knight D5.
Just play knight D5.
It would have been my first instinct. Unfortunately, I have some thermometer that's telling me whether a move is good or bad, so apparently I didn't blunder anything, but the move is not very good. I was wondering after pawn takes, which looks forced, bishop takes F6. I don't know, it looked dangerous, but I guess you can just take on E4. I guess there's nothing. You don't want to take everyone on C1 because I just take back with the queen and your dark squares are going to be the end of you. But I guess there's nothing in this position, which means that rook C1 is just a very inexact move. Why after rook C1, bishop H6? If you don't have the move knight D5, which is my whole point, if you have to move the rook from C1 to B1, something's gone clearly wrong. You might as well not have played. Which passes the move and allows black this move D5, this very timely break.
Okay, but why not rook C2? Let us understand that.
No, rook C2 loses
rook
pawn.
C2 drops the B pawn, so check B6 check. Gotcha.
Yeah.
And you can't play rook over to F2 because then...
Bishop E3.
Because, well, let's point that out.
Check here.
B6 check.
And now I'm taking on B3, and it's check. So if you play rook F2, I think bishop B3, and unlike the other variation, you don't have such dark square domination that I'm really worried about. I'm going to be able to play E5 and cut off the bishop at some point if I really, really need to. Not to mention, I'm not going to take your rook on F2 for a while. Yeah, it seems like A Wonder has to liquidate into an uncomfortable position.
And A Wonder in a huge time deficit as well. So some trouble here for Team USA, but lots of play left. And we have a feature for you going into break of the U.S. players on their thoughts on playing against the world. So we'll be right back after that for more on Match of the Millennials.
Well, I remember, studying games as you go up, you see these events, USSR versus the world. And now to have it USA versus the world is, as an American player, it's exciting.
I remember those matches, reading about it. I thought it was a fantastic event, and really fun for the spectators to see USSR take on the world. So hopefully this time the US can show its power.
Yeah, it's nice how far the US has come from like 20 years ago.
Okay. It's a very important tournament. It's very interesting. Before this, I haven't really played against Americans. We come from different chess schools and have different playing styles. It's going to be very interesting.
And I'm really happy to be a part of this event. I think it's really unique, and this is probably the first event of its kind in quite a while, so to be part of the first event, that's quite something that's very special.
Probably 5-6 years ago, Kasparov Foundation with St. Louis Chess Club started a great program promoting youth chess in the United States, and now we see results.
Well, I think it's sort of tell that U.S. Has a pretty bright future in chess, I guess. Yeah, I think it's pretty amazing to be like a part of that.
I've read about them, and the fact that I'm in one of these now, representing my country, is kind of crazy. And I hope that, 50 years from now, people will read about this and will be inspired to take up the game.
And of course, such match against the world's team should have impact on further development of chess in the United States, and we believe in the world as well.
I think it's good to partner with the world and with other countries and play matches like this one.
Well, I think it's pretty cool for me to play against the world team, but I mean, it's also kind of nerve-wracking also.
Be surprised. Be intrigued. Be delighted. The World Chess Hall of Fame in St. Louis is nothing you'd expect and everything you love. 3 galleries highlight the history, culture, and creativity behind the game. Explore chess in ways you never imagined. It's a one-of-a-kind cultural institution where rare artifacts and world-class art play together. The World Chess Hall of Fame. Mind, art, experience.
Then you have.
And welcome back to the match of the Millennials, where we are witnessing some big news. Major blunder here on the world side.
That's what it looks like right there. That is a blunder. You don't even have to see the chessboard to know something has gone terribly wrong.
Covering your face with your hands, but beyond that is covering your face with your shirt.
Yeah,
And
that's this game is Cheka's not playing the way we thought he was going to play, but he is completely winning in his position. If you count the pawns, he is up 2 of them. The position still heavily favors white. There's a huge weakness on d6, c6, the uncoordinated pieces, the pair of bishops, and I could go on and on and on.
Please stop.
Yeah, but it's just winning. It's just completely winning, and Cheka's going to take this home pretty soon. Let's analyze some positions that have a lot of occurrence. The line that Maurice was showing in the Jeffrey Chong game against Alexei Sarana is precisely happening, actually. We left it off all the way back here after bishop c6. And all this was Maurice's line, and it happened to the cent rook here, and rook e8 check was the move that Jeffrey played at the end of the entire variation, probably with the idea that after bishop e3, he might go for this variation of bishop f4. As we were discussing, however, this is not a trivial win for black. Even though you're up a pawn, white's rook on b6 is just active enough that it's causing serious problems here against the pawn on a6, against the pawn on c5 potentially. So this is not going to be an easy conversion for Jeffrey. He is up a pawn, he is on the attacking side, but it's far from easy.
And do we have updates in the girls' games?
Well, let's look at Carissa's game, because I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, this was the odd French that looked quite pleasant for Carissa after the unpositional move f5, but doesn't look as good now.
It's not nearly as good.
Something went way wrong.
And she made a real mistake in the last couple of moves.
Okay, this looks so far okay. Queen c1 is not something I really like. You don't have to stop g5 so hard. You actually kind of want black to play g5 because you can counter on the king side. Imagine that you play g3 and black goes g5, right? First of all, you can't. I'm just taking that. But let's put it bishop e7, king g2, g5. And let's say that we get into this position. Then you're actually happy of opening up the position. For example, if I play rook h1, you don't want to play g4 and close down the king side and give me the f4 square. We already talked about the importance of this square.
And that would be closer to it after knight e1.
Right, but if you don't do that, then I'm going to take on g5, and I'm going to take advantage of the h-file. So it's a much more clever way of preventing g5. You kind of allow it and disallow it at the same time. Queen c1 is just kind of a hard disallow because you're taking control over the square. But now your pieces are a little awkward because, I mean, if the only purpose of these two pieces is to prevent g5, they're kind of awkwardly placed. Notice that the rook on a1 is not the happiest about the situation. Bishop e7, c5 is a little odd because I don't really want to allow bishop takes c5. I understand there's knight d4 ideas. Actually, this is probably okay. Knight c4 and bishop f4, okay. What's she playing against g5?
She cries. It's not good. g5 is automatic.
Well, you're opening up the h-file, right? Now, in the other variation, of course, I already had g3 and king g2 in, so white can easily fight, not only fight, conquer the h-file, but on this position, I'm kind of worried I'm going to get mated.
Yeah, just queen h7 after bishop g5, huh?
Yeah, I mean, you have to take with the knight so that you have possibilities of playing f3 and escaping with the king.
The problem is also the g-file.
Oh my god, rook g8. Sometimes you just focus so much in one file, you forget you should just play on the other side.
You're screwed on both of them.
Yeah, but isn't this just a piece?
Yes. Well, the
So
only
you
thing
can't
is
do that.
the only thing is that you have to use the bishop on e7 to take that knight on g5, and so the knight on c5 is a bit more dominant.
So basically what you're telling me is that black's position was so bad that after winning a knight, the computer's only giving like a slight edge for black?
I'm not looking at the computer. I'm just giving some kind of hope to the U.S. team and saying that must be the only thing you can hope for, because this position is a piece.
So she basically blunders a piece with bishop f4.
Just about.
Well,
just
wait,
about.
but after
I mean,
G5,
unless you don't
bishop,
take on G5.
Can we play bishop G? How bad is it if we retreat our bishop here?
When you drop the H pawn immediately.
Yeah.
Well, where do you would put
Unless
it?
you put it on
I know.
The first thing is where would you put it? Because it just came back from D2, right?
And
the H pawn's just hanging, so not hanging to takes.
And if we
Although
play-
maybe I will take. No, I won't take. I'll play G4.
Yeah.
So
let's put it on H2, just for example. Taking on H4, I think, is kind of dangerous because Rook G8 is still up in the air.
Yep.
Followed by Bishop G5.
So it looks like King H1 will have to be played, and Rook G1, Gravel City.
Oh my God! But going, oof. I mean, it's not the worst position I've ever seen.
No, yeah.
But not a far cry from the clear advantage that she had.
Well, what about G4?
And if there's something besides G takes H4, yeah, G4.
We gotta analyze. G4, knight e1? Might not be the end of the world. Again, if I get my knight to f4, I clearly have compensation for the pawn. Of course, there's a difference between having compensation for the pawn and just being better. But it might not be the end of the world to just retreat the bishop,
What about after Bishop H2?
Sorry, Bishop H2.
Bishop H2. Is F4 any good?
Definitely dangerous. Keeping the threats, keeping the tension.
Actually,
I really like F4.
G4, G3 is coming next?
Yeah, this is dangerous because G4, G3 is a threat. And finally, Martí Sorian has resigned on a position that, okay, was lost since that huge blunder that he made about an hour ago. Yeah, that was really, really bad. And I think Salimova has played G5, yes. She has played G5, and it just feels like Teresa completely missed the fact that this was playable.
It's tough, you know, these closed positions. That's not her forte. She prefers the open lines, and
the sense of danger is not her forte. And in this case, she just forgot that her king's actually in dire straits in this position. This is a huge turnaround in this position. I mean,
but you know what Carissa loves to do is fight. So we're not going to see her go down easy in this position. But now the ball is in Salimova's court. And in the other girls' game,
chaos in that game, and give her credit. Young Martha figured out that she did not want to get into trouble a la the line you mentioned, Alejandro, and taking on this square and then having to meet this very powerful move where the knight simply has to misplace itself. She said, no, I understand at least that much. So you want the pawn? You can have it. And she played D4. Now, sure, the engines are giving Rook E1 as way, way better for white in this position, but you have to see all those moves. And instead, she made the wildly paradoxical, to say the least, bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, weakening this f3 square and allowing, right now, a mate and 2 threat. Well, you're going to give up your queen otherwise. And now she had to play the move f4, but this has dramatically transformed the position. Black now has some fighting chances. Still better for white, as this seems to be breaking down a little bit. But with all these pawns, they can't all die. Not in just a couple of moves. And the engine's giving the move knight to c6 here, challenging these pawns on this side, and now chaos reigns on the board. The engines give slightly better for white only in this position, with good reason. White had to expose the king, and the pawns, as I said, they can't all die, and a more solid position here for black. So give her credit, young Martha, for realizing that she had to find a fighting move in that moment, and even if it was worse for her, she wasn't going to go down the other way. And this position now is just chaotic.
I have to agree that the position is just weird, especially because that king on g1 is always going to feel unsafe on those diagonals. I think that, wow, this could really go any way, especially those pawns ramming down the board. Now notice that bishop on g5. The bishop on g5 is now completely hemmed in on that square out of the game because of the pawn on f4 and the pawn on f6. Yes, you have a ton of material on that side of the board, but if you cannot retreat the bishop from the king's side, what are you going to do to make progress? Black's pawns, on the other hand, are very mobile on the queen's side. You have to take care of them almost immediately. So yes, a very double-edged game that we have now between Bibisara Subayeva and Martha Samadashvili. I do expect this move, this knight to move. Sometimes it might seem kind of obvious that the knight's going to move if it's under attack. But in this kind of very sharp positions, sometimes you can start considering sacrifices. Here, I don't see any of that working. The move knight d3 is quite tempting, but as Maurice was saying, the engines are preferring the retreat of the knight to c6. And let's see what else we have around the horn.
And here we have John Michael Burke, who has scored the first.
Nicholas Cheka.
Oh, sorry. We have Nicholas Cheka, who has scored the first victory today for the U.S. team.
Well, Nicholas, with I want to say a dominating win, but you must have been very surprised when he played the move b5, and you're looking at the board going, "What's going on?"
Well, b5 is, you know, positionally the move he wants to play, but it just doesn't work because of some specific tactical considerations, specifically queen c6. And I think a5 was kind of in the air pretty much ever since I went a4. And the point at that point was to kind of shut out the bishop and go c5 and have some sort of positional edge. And I guess he had that stuck in his head, and then once the position changed slightly, he didn't realize that I had this queen c6 idea, which just, his position collapsed after that.
I mean, you must, when you saw his position is absolutely collapsing, not even like close. What were you thinking as this happened?
Well, when I played a5, I just saw queen c6, I win a pawn, I kind of stopped thinking. But then once he played, I realized, oh, he's winning more than one pawn, you know, and his structure's just terrible at that point.
We were debating whether or not you would be proud of such a win. You didn't sort of completely outplay him and some nuanced middle game ideas and end game. He just blundered in one move. What's your feeling after such a victory?
Well, I don't know if proud is the right word, but happy I would say definitely, yeah.
I predicted you'd be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. How does it feel to be part of this team?
It's a great experience. I mean, we had the opportunity to really come together as a team before, and now to play together is wonderful.
Is the camaraderie high? Are you talking with your team members during the competition so far?
Yeah, I think so. Everyone's really, you know, obviously rooting for each other, but they really, if someone has a tough game, they're really concerned about them, and I think it's great. Yeah.
Great. Wonderful experience for you. Congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
Guys?
Absolutely. I think an important victory here as our lowest rated player in the under 17 section defeats their highest rated player. An important victory here for Nicholas Cheka, showing that at this level, a blunder of this magnitude definitely goes punished.
That's right, and Cheka has now evened the score. And right now, as we cover this game, it's a standstill. The U.S. team and the world team are totally split. And how do you predict by the end of the night, who do you think is going to be on top?
I mean, it's a little difficult. I mean,
because there's so many games going on, you have to kind of like go them one by one. But
right.
Your gut, based on the vibe, the biggest advantages. What are you going to say?
The world's up 2 or 3.
You think the world's going to be up 2 or 3 points by the end of today?
Yeah, probably. That was my prediction. He asked me for a prediction. I think +2 or +3 for the world. They're in trouble. We're in trouble in a lot of boards. And I don't think that we have a huge advantage in any, except for perhaps Jeffries. And that one is dwindling, I think. It's going to be hard to convert, even if he does convert. I think we're still going to end up in -2. If he doesn't, I think we end up in -3.
Wait, the world's up 2 or 3?
He thinks they're going to be up 2 or 3 by the end.
Where are you finding these boards, dude? What?
Okay, I'm going to Asubayeva.
Let's start going around the horn, because I don't understand how you're guessing.
I think he's thinking the girls' games are tough.
I think both girls' games are going to go to the world. That's a start. That's +2. Okay. I'm not sure about Wonder.
And why do you think the game with Samanashvili will go that way? Is it because of her opponent or because of the position?
No, mostly because of her opponent. I mean, I'm just making predictions, right? That position is wildly complicated, and I had to choose something. So I think that Masubayeva is a more renowned player. Kudos to Martha if she actually proves me wrong and wins the game. But it's still just a huge mess in the position. I actually don't know what's
going to happen. The Salamova game, I imagine you're going with because of position.
Yeah, position and also the rating.
You know, if you're going to always guess rating, I'm seeing this trend. Just guess the rating and then let the rest take care of itself. Then that's not really predicting.
Well, okay, I'm going to go with Nodir Beck based on the position over a Wonder. A Wonder's higher rated.
Okay.
There you go.
I might have some respect for you there.
Pragananda is slightly better against Andrew Hong, but I think this is going to be a draw. I think Andrew should be able to defend a slightly worse position. We'll see what his patience is. And the under 17 section, I think Jeffrey will pull off a win.
I kind of like John Burke's Roy Lopez position just a little bit.
Actually, that is true. I do like John Burke's position. Let's give him a win there in that position.
Yes.
That's +2 for the world, right? So, and then Sam Savian's position I don't like. So, I mean,
he's not going to lose it though.
Are you sure?
I'm never sure of anything.
His position is terrible. His position is terrible.
Right, I haven't looked at it in a while.
Yeah,
before.
that actually.
Oh wait, how did this happen?
What?
Okay, you guys asked, and I answered.
Wait, when did this happen?
White is
when we were watching Nicholas Cheka take all of the pawns over.
I mean, White's up a pawn with the better structure and the.
Oh no! You guys, no. You see, you're talking now. I was wondering what happened here. He had this position back here, and everything was cool. Then F5, Queen D5, and then this happened. And suddenly just Bishop F4 and your rook's hanging you can't take. That I saw this position a couple of moves before. I didn't see this happen. This is a disaster. He just simply okay, well, you've seen it all. Talk about a blunderful round. And you know, in these 2 games a day, you keep pressing and pressing. You keep putting Sam in. You want to put Sam in because he's doing well. But he's got 2 rounds every single day. He's got to keep playing. Now he's getting black instead of a rest. Maybe you rest him now and put somebody else in. But he decided you keep playing the same horse. Sometimes this happens. And here, of course, he's a super strong player, so you don't expect this kind of mistake. But now we're seeing 2 such mistakes happen with 2 of the highest rated players in the entire competition. We just saw what happened in the game with Martirosyan against Cheka. A blunder, just what is that? You don't expect. Sam here just dropping Bishop takes F4.
But to be fair to the coaches, I mean, it's only round 3. I mean, you can only rest 1 player around. So I can't fault them for picking Savian not to rest. Well, very logical choice.
It is round 4, but...
Yeah, round 4.
Well, I'm not blaming the coaches, but I'm just saying it is a reality that the player will get tired at some point. You don't expect him to play the move F4, Bishop takes F4.
Oh my God, what a huge blunder.
I had counted that one as okay for black.
And this game is not completely lost by any means, but the position is pretty terrible. Let's just analyze a little bit about what's going on. Of course, Sam has blundered a pawn on the F-file, which is quite important because it was a good source of counterplay. But more importantly than that, with the bishop on G3, White has consolidated his position. The bishop on G3 defense against any potential threat, and it's always targeting the pawns on D6. Despite the connected passed pawns in the center, they're not going anywhere. You're not going to break the blockade that currently Anton Smirnov from Australia has on the position. This pawn's going to run, which means you're going to have to put both rooks behind the pawn for it not to advance any further. And once the pawn reaches on A5, I'm going to start thinking about transferring a rook either from A4 or to C4 or to A3 and on to the king side, where the king, protected by only 1 pawn, is going to be in a very uncomfortable situation. So
even if you win the A pawn,
the
you straight win the A pawn,
the position's bad.
A rook on E6 would be
devastating,
just crushing. So I could give you my A pawn with rook E1 and have you take it and play rook E6.
Yeah,
and make sure you're not getting mated because I'm looking for mates.
And the power difference between the bishop and the knight.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The knight has to stay where it is. The knight has to shuffle between F7 and H6. It's not going anywhere.
It's not going
unless
anywhere.
It's sacrificing itself somehow in E5 just so that you can't break through the position because it's just it can't leave. The king safety, all weak pawns on the board, and dominant position for White. Better bishop. Come on, this is straight better, much better for White, and no difficulty on the clock as well. F4 was unreal as a mistake.
But it wasn't the biggest blunder of the round, so he's
I love you're so positive, Jen. It's incredible how you always get the silver lining.
That's
right. It wasn't the biggest blunder of the round. Well, I agree. It wasn't.
Slim consolation.
It might be the biggest blunder of Savian in the entire year, but definitely not of today's round. I have to agree with that. All right, let's take a look at Samadashvili's game command. That's really cool.
Oh, that is just a great, really interesting game.
And I don't know how you gave A1 to Liang, by the way, the loss in this position. This position is not anywhere close to losing.
I had to make a prediction.
No, these are predictions, not
assessments. But he's predicting a loss with the higher rated player in a slightly worse position? How do you make that one?
Sorry, I wonder has 9 minutes.
The difference is your force.
Oh, okay, so your clock is a factor. All right.
I'm predicting. I'm looking at everything.
Yeah, but
I wonder has 9 minutes against 44 in a slightly worse endgame that's difficult to defend.
Okay.
That was my prediction.
Okay. Well, I'm predicting a draw.
I mean, it's a very reasonable thing also to predict a draw. You can go either way. Seeing a Wonder win this, it would be really impressive.
That would be a wonder for real.
I would definitely not be surprised if he holds a strong draw in this position. A very tenacious player, but that's about all he's going to be able to do. He's really down on time.
I mean,
don't forget, Wander wiggled out of a much worse position against Pragu yesterday as well.
Definitely. So, of course, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
The only real serious problem is his pawn sitting on F3 instead of it sitting back on F2.
But that's a very real problem.
So that's for real. But if you start just dealing with the active pieces that Black has, there's no serious weakness in the position. So
we'll take a look.
He's going to have to show some real technique to make a Wonder go down in this game.
Well, we don't know this player so well. Let's see what he can bring to the game. He's under 14. They're not known for their technique. Can he surprise us by really putting pressure on our newly minted Grandmaster?
That's right. Wander Liang is going to be a GM at the next FIDE conference. He's got the norms. He's well over 2,500.
No, he easily has the norms. He has like 5 or 6 to submit. So yeah, definitely a well-deserved title coming his way. The only reason it's not official is because they award titles every 6 months. Otherwise, he already would have been a Grandmaster.
Yes, and in the interview about why he's so excited to play in this match, Wander emphasized first of its kind, this tournament here in the United States, and he feels so special to be a part of it.
Absolutely, I know. Quite an honor, definitely, to be Team USA. Wander is, wow, he's poised to be a star. Incredible rating, incredible confidence, incredible technique. He's shown absolutely fantastic choice this entire year, playing tournament after tournament after tournament with incredible results. And I just want to see how far he's going to go. And I'm super excited to see Wander Liang in next year's U.S. Championship. He's playing, he already qualified, and I want to see how he does against the top 3.
That's right. He won the U.S. Junior Championship, and one of the most important things about winning that tournament is that you get a ticket into the U.S. Championship, which is also true for the U.S. Open, which is coming up next week. And that's a really big tournament. A lot of people playing it specifically so that they can get a chance to get that ticket in the championship. Kostya Kavutsky, not one of the favorites in the field, he said that's still the reason, even if he's an underdog, he wants that chance to play in St. Louis.
Okay, good luck to Kostya.
By the way, we have to take a look at the game with Burke and Esipenko. Esipenko really impressed me with his play so far. He looks like all GM the way he plays chess.
Oof.
And
he did something.
And in this game, John Michael Burke did something really bad with Rook AD1, and now this position solid for Black, but for this weakness on C7, you might say, but it's not easy access to that position. And White has his own looseness in the pawn structure as well, but Black can play very directly right now with the move F5, and after a move like Knight C5, just play Bishop to D5, and there's no reason for Black to feel like he's much worse here, if worse at all. And in fact, with the way the position's starting to build, with this threat of F4, it's White who has to be a little bit careful in this position. And the C pawn is under fire. It could drop at any second.
It's just hanging, isn't it?
I mean, it is, well, it's not hang, it's going to hang for sure. You have to play a move like Bishop B3. Even this funky computer move, queen takes, then Bishop B3, and now just take, and take. Thanks for the pawn, and you're down a pawn. So this one might actually is already looking like it could very likely go the way of the world here.
And he has played F5.
And of course he's going to play F5. This guy is pure GM strength. He's showing it. He's GM. He's for real.
Confused about what the point of the move Rook AD1 is. I understand that you are currently defending your pawn on D3 here in this position. But it feels like the threat of F5 is actually also very real. You want to use this tempo that you get to at least create some kind of initiative on the king side. There is a double attack that really calls my attention in this position, and I'm not sure why he didn't play it. The move Queen G3 looks quite strong to me.
It is quite strong.
Yeah, you're attacking E5, this is the pawn. You attack this pawn, and more importantly, you attack the pawn on H6, which wins more than a pawn. It's just threatening checkmate, and it's difficult to defend. If you take on D3, which eludes the idea of bishop takes h6 because of the pin. I think that you don't have much of a defense if I just play the move bishop c2. Because if you take my bishop, which is not free, I don't give free bishops, bishop h6, how do you defend against checkmate? You have to play g6,
queen e5.
And then queen e5 just mates you on g7, or you give up both of your bishops after f6. So queen g3 looks almost devastating. I think queen g3 is devastating. I don't see what black does.
Queen g3, he has to chase that queen off of g3, like bishop h4.
And I thought I could just take on e5.
Silly, and then take the pawn on d3.
This looks very suspicious.
Of course, it's suspicious.
I mean, white has to be much better. Rook a d1.
No, there's no question.
Knight c5 coming.
Ooh, knight c5 is also an idea.
Right away,
Actually, knight c5 is also an idea right away.
Yeah.
A juicy position here for white. And from that, he played rook d1.
No, by the way, I've been watching him, and we've seen the game. We've seen time and time and time again. I mean, 3 times now.
Burke
He's a
has
materialist.
an amazing position. Yeah.
No, he's a materialist.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's not about having a good position. It's the sin of materialism. It keeps coming up in his games. He sees the pawn on d3 and he defends it. Who cares? It's like, I would sit him down as his trainer and say, who cares about pawns? Like, you care too much, dude. He sees a pawn, he defends it. He sees a pawn, he holds it. He is not playing this. He's like he's not understanding not to be so materialistic. And one of the things, too, something that is very important to learn is if somebody's threatening something of yours, look to see how you can give it to them and make it hurt. Like, that's just one of the great things in chess. Don't just sit there and defend it. Look to see, can I make a move that says, if you touch this, it's going to hurt? And you found a beautiful way. Queen g3, you take my pawn, bishop c2, see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's how you play chess. That's a serious, real deal, aggressive move. Look to see how you can make it hurt that they touch something of yours. Don't stop and give them a chance to play some other move. And in this case, rook a d1, waste of tempo, give the guy a free move. Suddenly f5 is sitting on the board, and black has taken the initiative, and it's black. You're so materialistic that you're about to lose a pawn on c3. That's just a basic tenet of high-level play, is always look to see if you can give the person, especially a pawn. Somebody attacks my pawn, I just can't wait. I'm like, how do I let you take this pawn and punish you for it and get energy rolling in your direction? To have to stop and make a move is just not a good idea. And there goes the young GM, Esipenko, showing his level. Yes, there's a sacrifice on d5. Yes, there's bishop b3, but none of that's going to save the pawn on c3.
Yeah. Yeah, after knight c5, I think bishop d5 was played very confidently. The problem is, of course, queen g3 no longer possible. The queen is very awkwardly placed. It doesn't have a good place to retreat or to go forward to, which is why I think the engine was giving some queen takes d5 check line, going into an endgame basically down a pawn in which it's a 2-result kind of position. So, yeah, as I was saying earlier, I'm not really liking Team USA in this round.
Well, you didn't know this gift was coming. I mean, queen g3 was a point.
Even before that, I mean, most of the positions that we have right now, except for Jeffries, it's the world with the initiative.
Yeah, the opening started off so well. You know, I feel like the preparation today was good, but things have gone awry since then.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. All right, so bishop d5 is on the board. John Michael Burke has to figure out what to do in this position. A good plus, he has a lot more time than his opponent, and things might get complex soon. So perhaps he can trick his opponent in this kind of positions, but he's playing with a lot of confidence, as Esipenko is.
And this position with Asaubaeva and Martha Samarashvili, this game, this is complex. This is just crazy chess. Clock's going to matter, but they're even right now on the time. So she's staying with her illustrious opponent, is Martha, with the black pieces. Yeah. She played this move, knight d3, b takes c4, knight takes b4, was played, had to, because the knight was hanging on that square. Now queen to d2. Again, accuracy is going to matter, but this position is chaotic.
Super chaotic.
It's not going to be easy to play accurately. To find the positional points, here that are going to really put a finger on the game. And Queen D2 is one of those that's just sort of generalized. Black has stymied everything on this side now, sticking the position to white a little bit. And also, there's this move, potential move like rook to E8, looking to potentially play the move D3, rook E2. She's got her own counterplay as well.
Yeah.
Don't think that black is just sitting here with an exposed king. White has an exposed king this way. And you mentioned, Alejandro, this bishop on G5, a giant pawn inside the opponent's camp, not doing anything at all. So black has real counterplay in this position, real chances to save the game. She's playing very well, so I would not count her out in this position by any means.
Oh, absolutely not. I think Samadashvili has played so far toe-to-toe with her opponent. Let's see if she can keep it up. This is a very complicated position, so hard to play. Both sides have difficulties coming up with plans, and notice that most endgames in chess, usually you can pretty easily see whether an endgame is going to favor one side or the other. In this one, I actually have no idea. Yes, you have a bunch of pawns on the king side, so you should be winning, but the bishop's stuck in the middle of it. So how do I move the bishop back? And there's a pass pawn on d4. How am I going to stop that one? And, oh, I traded everything? There's still a pass pawn on a7. It's a very complex endgame to actually even analyze.
This is chaotic.
It's really weird.
This is not one of those, here's the pawn structure.
No.
It's so easy to evaluate. You should be doing this. You should be doing that. This one has chaos everywhere. Elements that are just not normal to the chessboard. Although it's normal to this Botvinnik system in the semi-slot. So this, but still, this is a position they will not have ever seen in their lives, and they have to figure it out for themselves. This is going to be about mistakes. I think it's going to be about some kind of real error that gets played in the middle of the action, and both sides have to stay calm. Notice the difference in body language, the way Martha, she's the one who's on move, and she look. I mean, you say, like it. Whose move is it? In this, like, you take a picture. Whose move is it? It looks like it's White's move. Martha is looking up, relaxed, chilling. Hey, I'm waiting for you to move, but actually it's her turn, and she doesn't even look like she's analyzing. So casual right now. Now she's back to a posture that looks like someone thinking about the position, and back looking up again. So this is just paradox. This one, who knows? This I would not call.
But we know for sure that this is going to be fun for the fans, this game, because with just 15 minutes and 25 minutes, just 40 minutes between them in this game, and just playing on increment and with the richness in the position.
No, it's crazy.
It's going to be
And it's hard to criticize any of the moves that they play or not play in this position, because it really would take even, you know, a strong grandmaster a lot of effort to really come up with the accurate moves. They're so minute. You have to understand every single detail of the position to try to come up with the best. Like, at what point do you play h4? At what point do you try to trade queens? At what point do you bring your knight back from a4? How do you develop the bishop on d6? When do you play the move d3? d3 is going to be committal because it weakens the pawn. But on the other hand, you get the d4 square, you get access to the e2 square, you get access to c2. When do you weaken this pawn? When do you leave it on d4? Those are questions that are not so easily answered in this position.
And I love that Martha just playing these topical lines, you know, on this stage, getting this type of experience. I think it's really bodes well for her that she's excited to just take on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's a tough position, and I'm glad they're playing something like this.
It's awesome for young players to play topical lines.
Yeah.
The worst sin you can do to a young player is have them play offbeat lines. To me, that's just the worst sin, period. They have to learn the richness that is chess, the crazy maneuvers that are in the game, the complications, get the young minds used to it. Absolutely, you do not have them playing offbeat lines or the same tired openings over and over again, where they don't get a chance to really see incredible maneuvers that are possible in the game. Even if they lose the game, they can go back and study the great games from the classical players and the top players and say, okay, so I should have tried this instead. And the more they do that in the early part of the career, the better they're going to be prepared once they get to the later stages, 17, 18 years old and beyond. Do not, please do not teach your young players offbeat openings and get them stuck in wanting to play some random openings like F4, B4. Okay, I know the fans out there of the bird and the orangutan are looking at me like, no, it's a good opening. Yeah, maybe it's sound, but it's not rich the way the mainline Rui Lopez's, the Sicilians, the Grunfelds, all those rich openings that teach you so much more about chess.
What would be the opening that would annoy you most if you had a student? You'd say, get this out of there.
Oh, the Grand Prix attack.
The Grand Prix attack? How are you, Maurice?
I mean, the Grand Prix attack is such a one idea type of
It is a
opening.
one-dimensional opening.
Such a one-dimensional opening. It's like people play this for 10 years and they never learn to do anything but try to checkmate their opponent. And if they don't know how to checkmate their opponent, they don't have a plan.
Right, same thing. All they want to do is play this pawn rush and maybe get a queen e1 in at some point, queen h4, knight g5. Oh, I mated some people on h7 once. Yeah, congratulations. Oh, I've done it more than once. Yeah, but how many did you lose? Yeah, it doesn't matter, though, because I get some attacks. No, doesn't matter. You can't have unidimensional ideas. You're not going to grow. It doesn't matter that it works, or works sometimes. You're not going to grow. And I'd rather lose and grow than win and stay stale forever. And that's just, it's all about growth in chess and all about being on that path to being a better chess player.
That's why two of my favorite openings, the Open Sicilian and the Roy Lopez.
Oh, yeah. Money in the bank.
Can't
That's
get much
excitement.
richer than that.
That's what you want to do.
Definitely. All right, we do have a move finally from Martha, who's playing the Semislav, another very rich opening. Semislav can turn into all kinds of positions, isolated pawns, hanging pawns, this craziness, all kinds of stuff. And she's played the move Queen e4. Now, I am suspecting the idea is to try to trade queens in certain variations. Immediately, what I have to figure out is what I'm going to play against the move Knight b2. Because Knight b2 immediately tries to punish Queen e4 as I'm attacking the pawn on a7. Pushing the pawn to a6 seems a little suspect, but so it does defending it with the king. I don't really want to defend with the king. It's a little loose, right? I can imagine some sacrifices might punish it, or if just doubling the rooks on the a file might not be so pleasant. But if you don't play either one of these moves, I'm not sure how you defend the pawn. I mean, a6 might be playable, I guess. We have the knight always defending the pawn. I just think the knight would rather be able to maneuver around, knight c2, knight e3, maybe in some cases protect the d3 square.
But also moving this queen
from the queen side,
from the presence of the king. It seemed like it was already working well on this long diagonal. It defends a7. Where's it going? I mean, the idea is so concrete, but it's so loosening, and it's so important to maintain connectivity in a chess position.
I think she really wants to go knight c2, knight e3, which by starters is very suspicious because it allows queen a5.
Yeah.
But if it's not that, then I'm not entirely sure what.
And what does it do? If your knight, even if your knight landed on this square, what does it do? Well, unless you're going to somehow win in the middle of the board.
Well, it might win a beauty prize because the knight on e3 looks gorgeous. you might get mated, but it's a really pretty knight.
So what? You get a knight on e3. The rook sits on f2, and
you don't do anything.
And I'm playing queen a5, and queen takes a7, and you're getting mated. I mean, why are you leaving
the queen side?
The king just buck naked, sitting over there by itself. Look at that. I can feel the goodness of the queen sitting on b7. You can just see that covers all the nonsense on that side. I need to improve my other pieces somehow. To move this piece, and with the bishop still sitting on f8,
it is strange.
Play bishop d6 or something.
Bishop d6 made a lot of sense. You just move the bishop. You allow yourself to go rook d8 to g8. You allow yourself to go rook d8 to e8. Bishop d6 is a move that
you just feel
in one of those blitz games, and you're forced in this complex position to make a move.
Bishop d6. Yeah, you bring your piece out, connect the rooks. Everybody's semi-working. The bishop is solid where it is. We just bring the piece out.
Yeah.
Well, queen e4 is exotic and loosening, and your bishop is still on f8. And if the tactics start, your bishop is on f8. That's the fact. Your rooks aren't connected, and white just needs a couple of moves to break you. Good news is that you're not just dead, but you can't try anything from this position. That's the difference. You can actually try something because you don't have enough stuff out to make it work.
Right. All right, let's take a look at, let's see if our game that has the highest prospects for the U.S. team is making progress. So we haven't seen the Jeffrey Xiong endgame in a while. It's not the most alluring endgame. Let's see. We left it off around here where Jeffrey decided to fix his opponent's structure, but he gets rid of the bishops. And of course, any pawn endgame is completely lost because black's up a pawn. but the rook endgame itself is not easy to win.
Well, it turns out, though, this last position may be very good, believe it or not, for black because of the fact that that rook is going to become very active. Rook e4 right now.
Rook e4, I take on c5 is forced. I cannot give up 2 pawns.
You can't give up the second pawn, plus your a pawn is going to hang.
Definitely.
And now the move h3.
So you distract this rook on, sorry, the king.
The king.
Which is
Get
defending.
the king out of there, and White's going to drop this pawn on e3, and White has to be careful because he can't drop the pawn on f4 as well.
Yeah, you would get 2 connected passers. Even if somehow I lose the h3 pawn, those 2 connected passers are going to run up the board. He has played the move rook e4, so it does seem like it's, it's definitely not the most alluring endgame here for White. So after rook e4,
gotta take.
That's monstrously forced, and h3. It's
nice to have a pass pawn.
It's a tough defense if it exists.
It may not be lost, but you're going to be working this position. All your pawns are going to go bad in 1 second. It was already not great, but the e pawn, and he did take, and h3 was played.
All right, I'm assuming rook e5 just loses, but I'm going to show why. Rook e5, you go into the pawn endgame, and I wanted to throw it on e6, but you don't have time to do this. The very important move here, g5.
Yes.
Connects your pawns. Whoa, I don't know how this happened. Connects your pawns, and since the king is still on the square of this pawn on c4, I don't have anything to worry about, and this is just easily winning. I think actually any move that's not g5 draws. But it's important that any transition into a pawn endgame has to be calculated. In this case, rook e5 is just easily losing, and that means that I'm going to get h2 in on the next move. Actually, if you don't play anything of substance, I'm going to take on e3.
Yes, the
move.
threat right
now. I don't
now,
have to play h2.
Rook takes e3 is the threat in this position.
Yeah, I actually don't know how to stop it. If you move the rook on this side of the board, I'm going to take c4 and then a4. That also looks really bad.
Doesn't rook e3 also work?
Not against d5. This is the only way it doesn't work.
I thought you said rook g5.
Yeah, rook g5, it does still allows rook takes c3. Although even here, I would consider perhaps taking on c4. So the point is that e3 is going to fall, and with that, f4 becomes a weakness. I still retain this pass pawn on the h3, which is very dangerous.
And f6 g5 is coming. F6 king h6 g5 is coming, and you're going to get your 2 pass pawns no matter what.
Once I connect the pawns, the game just is over because the pawns roll by themselves, even without the king. So, yeah, a very tough position here for Alexei Sarana, who's had a tough position pretty much since the opening. And it seems that Jeffrey, playing this interesting Grunfeld, has very real winning chances.
Isn't there this one endgame with the h and g pawns not winning against the king?
That's with the king completely cut off and the rook in front of the pawn.
Okay.
The rook has to be passively placed in front of a pawn.
All right, well, this looks like real chances for him to win this game. Jeffrey Zhang showing some great endgame technique.
And we need it right now, honestly.
That's right. I mean,
we really need it.
We're not happy on a lot of boards, including, of course, Sebian and Burke. So we definitely need that win to stay in this match.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the other games. How's Carissa progressed?
Well, I think that went down the line that we were considering.
Yeah,
with bishop h2 and king h1.
Against Salimova. They're playing exactly what we're looking at, g5, bishop h2. And here I really liked Maurice's f4. I thought that was such a nice move, threatening g4, g3, not going again for this material style that for some reason seems to be prevalent in today's matches, but usually it's the kids that are not afraid of sacrificing their pieces, and it's us old guys that like to have an extra pawn and convert it. They're not playing with the energy I really expected. I like the move f4 that Maurice was throwing out there. G takes h4, I think, still gives black an advantage, but not in the same way. King h1, and she comes up with the move queen g4, which is actually quite interesting. The point is that the move h3 gains a tremendous amount of strength, since the knight on f3 is, of course, going to be hanging. And retreating the knight is not something I really am comfortable doing. Perhaps because where do I put it? If I put it on g1, I'm preventing my rook from going to the square g1, and that allows rook g8, and that's just completely game over. So you have to put the knight on e1. The knight on e1 is not really going anywhere, and this is what I didn't like about it. there also kind of allows bishop g5. This knight comes to d2. It looks a little bit dangerous.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Wait, back up.
What?
No, I was just looking at your bishop g5. f4 wasn't.
Oh, bishop g5, f4. Ah, I'm blundering f4.
But
so bishop g5 is not such a good idea.
But actually, Carissa did play rook to g1, so she placed a piece on g1, which it looks like h3, continuing on with the plan.
So she's going for the counterattack. She's going to incite black to play h3 so that she counterattacks on the g file. It's going to cost her a good pawn because now this undoubles black's pawns. On the other hand, she does have a point that once the rook reaches perhaps g7 or something along these lines, it might become a little bit dangerous for black. Now, the objective evaluation of rook g1, I'm not sure, but it is definitely an interesting counterattacking try, especially considering the clocks on both sides.
Wait, what are you trying to play here? You mean play knight e1 or something?
No, knight d2, I think.
Knight d2, okay.
And then I want to force you to at some point take on g2. You don't have to, of course, at this point.
But wait, bishop g5?
You're still falling for your own f4, aren't you?
What's wrong with f4? What?
Isn't this really nice for white? Like if you take, again, materialistic notions have never served anybody.
Whoa, wait, back up. I want to take on g2 first.
Okay, that's fine. I'll take with the rook.
I see I still have to...
And this knight on c5 is such a monster because of the bad traits, of course, that black has.
Yeah, no, that's not good. So, back out.
So I thought h3, knight d2 seems forced to me. I don't really know where else I'm going to go. I could play knight e1, but I don't really want to do that. I want to play knight d2.
All right, so it means you have to take on d2?
Probably. Queen takes d2.
Okay, are you threatening to take on h3?
That's the problem for Carissa's position, is that I'm not.
Okay, so give me the knight.
Yeah,
he's got to die.
I think this thing has to die. I agree with you.
And then put the bishop on a6.
And then try to maneuver it back into the game.
Why not?
I have to play f3, I think, just to get some control over some light squares.
And I might have been able to take on g2 instead. Instead of playing bishop a6, I might have been a little hasty.
Takes.
Okay. Because I was trying to get queen f3 in, but you might challenge this queen.
With queen d1, I think.
Yeah.
And then opposite color bishops, it's not such a clear game. I think it's an interesting try, this rook g1 move. h3 is obviously not forced, but it would be the most consistent with what black has done so far.
This is rich. This is rich. This is what you want.
Yeah.
This is what you want. She's fighting. Even if she's worse, she's fighting.
Oh yeah, both the girls' games are fascinating struggles, you know. But they're going to get pretty crazy soon with the time control approaching. Well, not the time control, the 30-second.
Yeah, the increment. Relying on the increment. All right, what else do we got in these positions?
Well, last time I checked, Sevian just seemed to be in that same dire straits.
Yeah, that game has not improved.
No, and
actually,
it's gotten
some
a
of
little
the knights
better.
on f5. Nah, his position is still terrible. It's down a pawn. Let's see. John Burke has a bunch of moves. It did go down the line that Maurice predicted after queen takes d5. Queen takes d5, bishop b3. This was all what Maurice was talking about. And this move, knight c6. Now, Burke put the rook on c6, and now I really like black's decision here of playing rook f6, taking with the pawn. This is a clever tactical detail, because notice that it seems like it's hanging the pawn on h6, but it actually isn't. After bishop takes h6, f4 just completely removes the ability of the bishop to return home. And I'm going to easily capture it with king h7 coming up. That's a free piece. So actually the pawn is completely taboo on h6, which allowed me to take with the pawn, not a piece, and reinforce the center. This more and more seems like a free pawn for the black side, and less does it look like compensation. Rook c1 was played, king is now approaching the center, and I have to say, I think Esipenko has played a really nice refutation of whatever Burke's idea was with rook ad1. And now he's solidly in the driver's seat.
Isn't Jeffrey's game a draw?
Well, that is hopefully not. But what do you mean?
This endgame with the with the h-pawn gone.
Yeah, because he played rook d5, which was the only way to disallow rook e3. So probably a forced move, honestly.
Right, and then takes on c4, then king g3.
Okay, I really don't want to... I really want to take on e3, but I guess I can't. Rook takes a4 was played.
And king takes a... Unless your rook...
No, but king h3, I'm a little scared of rook a3. I'm not sure what you're playing against this.
Rook e5.
Rook e5, but can you actually keep yourself on this file? f6?
I could play, for now, rook e4, if you're fighting me.
You're going to be able to just install the rook on e5.
And I just want to get behind your a-pawn and bring my king back over, get behind the a-pawn, and this is...
It's not easy. Although, no, wait. This endgame's lost. You go f5, rook e5, and then I just do this. This pawn goes here, and this rook goes here. And the other way. Because there's a pawn on e3. I just go with the king and capture it. I'll explain. a5, or whatever move order I want to use. Just play with white.
King g3.
King g3, whatever, rook a1. We're just making moves, but to exemplify my point.
All right, keep making king moves.
All right. a4.
Okay, I want to play e4, but e4 is rook e1. Maybe my king belongs on f2.
That doesn't really matter. It's not going to change the evaluation of the position too much.
Okay, now e4.
a4, e4. I think a3 wins.
Oh, because you have one free move.
But even if I didn't, even if I play e4 and I take, right? This is a g pawn. This is a draw. But I don't take. I play a3 in that position. Yeah, I have to count king f6. King f6.
So this is the position where, I mean, you and I are sort of seeing these end games that we know are standard draws.
Correct.
And we're analyzing sort of with each other, as the audience might be thinking, wait, what standard draw did you just notice?
Okay, I'll explain that.
So let's just show why that g pawn was a draw, because I'm aiming for those positions in defense, and you're trying to avoid those positions as you try to win the game.
It's obviously not as trivial, but in the case that this kind of position arises, and I just made a bunch of moves, but in the case that this particular endgame arises, which is possible, this is actually a draw. The problem is that I have a g pawn, which means that I can't actually move this king out of the g2 square. White is going to be able to always make tempi move. So even though I'm going to capture this f4 pawn for free, I'm not even going to try as white to defend it, because black can always play something like king g4, and then I'm out of moves. If I play king f2, rook h1 wins because of the normal skewer idea of this endgame, which is why the king cannot actually cross over to the f file. If you play
king h2,
king h2, probably
king f3 is as well.
King f3. Well, okay. Eventually, you get me to move the rook, right?
Well, that's right now.
Yeah.
You're going to have to move the rook.
I have to move
That's
the rook.
the point.
Obviously, I can unmove it to the 4th rank because the rook just moves away and I queen. So you have to, let's say, check or whatever. King takes, and I'm going to return the king to g2. And actually, this endgame is a draw. You cannot actually make progress in this position. If the king ever kind of approaches the pawn, I'm going to go to the 8th and start checking you, and you don't have a shield. If you push the pawn, you can only get it as far as g3, and then what?
That's the whole point.
That's the whole point. So this is a known draw.
That's the end game that I was trying to reach somehow by trading off e4 and getting to that position.
So it's important, for example, in this kind of scenarios that even though if you count the tempi, here a3 wins. But let's pretend it doesn't win. You usually want to keep the pawn on f.
Yes, because the f pawn wins.
Because the f pawn wins. The difference at the end of the endgame, let's just go back to that and let's make a bunch of silly moves just to prove a point, is that we're going to get the exact same kind of positions in which, again, the king cannot cross to g3 and it cannot cross to f2. So all I have to do is go around your pawn. And I'm just making moves, And eventually I'm going to zugzwang you pretty much in the same way.
Exact same way.
The exact same way. But this is an f pawn, which means that because your king can never cross to f2, all I have to do is push my pawn to f3. You're going to have to go to f2, and then I'm going to use my little skewer, rook h1, rook h2, and take on a2.
You're going to use your little skewer.
Yeah.
That's like that keeps coming up again and again here.
Right. Now, I think this is winning, but what Jeffrey has done is slightly different. So he's put the rook behind the pawn, which is usually good. You usually hear that you want to do this. However, in this kind of scenarios, you actually have to count the tempi because the rook on a5 is very powerful. It's very active. If I get e4 in, as well as e5, and I start simplifying your position on the king side, I'm not sure how you're going to win.
Wait. What are you doing? The king's headed to b6, yeah?
Yes, of course. So I'm going to go e4. Or king G. Let's start with king g4, whatever. I mean, the king has to come rescue.
Yep.
King, let's say e6, and I go e4.
And he keeps going?
Here's where it's not so clear. I'm going to go e5.
And he keeps going.
And I'm going to go king g5 or f5. I don't know. f5 seems easier. Actually, f5 is not easier because I'm going to be... No, because the rook defends...
The f7 pawn. That's the most important pawn right now, is the rook guarding f7.
Yeah,
I remember not winning an endgame because I didn't use my rook doubly by guarding the pawn, by guarding my weak pawn on one side and also protecting the pawn. This rook on a7 is perfect.
But that's why I need to make a weakness for you on e6 and not on f7. Here the correct move is e6.
Right, you're going to have to win this. White's going to have to win one of the pawns. So give up one pawn and take two.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what has to happen to draw this position.
That being said, I think e6 just draws.
Looks like the timing is just right.
Because pawn takes, I go king g5. If you touch my rook, I'm going to go to e5. I'm going to take this. I'm going to take this.
Yeah. And then
it's just a draw. So let's try that again. He just played king f6. I'm going to play king g4. You're going to play king e6. I'm going to play e4. Once I reach my pawn on e5, it's a draw. So you're going to have to try something more clever.
There's nothing to try.
This is just a draw.
There's nothing to try.
Well, as we see these games get closer to playing on pure increment, we are going to leave you with a segment on how the U.S. team feels about working with the one and only Garry Kasparov, how intimidating that is, how memorable that is, how valuable that is. Take a look at that as we go into break as these thrilling battles in the Match of the Millennials close out.
Getting ready for this tournament, I got to make lots of new friends. It was pretty amazing working with all of the coaches.
The coaches who have all these years of experience that they can share with us, it helps us greatly, of course. And our teammates, the one thing that I really like is we're not hiding from each other. We're not hiding our novelties or whatever. We're all trying to help out.
There's a lot of invaluable experience associating with coaches that have so much experience playing the game, studying the game. It also helped me relax a lot because a lot of the times, chess isn't always about studying. A lot of times relaxing is very important too, so that was very helpful as well.
Well, I think it's very exciting working with Garry, especially because I've never met him before.
Working with Garry was probably best for us because he was just very inspiring, and the way he analyzed was just amazing. I mean, he sees everything so fast.
It was a great opportunity for me because he was telling me what to play, and he was giving me puzzles to solve, and it's having a coach like him is just really cool.
It was really an amazing experience, understanding how he thinks, what ideas he has in certain positions. And I try taking as much as I can from him.
Well, that was a great experience. I mean, I got a chance to work with some very accomplished coaches, and it was also a good experience for the team to be able to work together before the match.
we are back at the match of the Millennials in the U.S. versus the world. That's how this match is set up for those of you who are just joining us. And for you American fans out there, it's not looking pretty tonight.
No, definitely not.
That's right. Right now, we are actually at an even score, which sounds like not that bad. But then you start looking, this is 7.5, 8.5, but that's from last night. We have one game, from this morning. We have one game finished already. So the U.S. team did win that game. Nicholas Cheka won his game after a blunder from Martirosyan. But that brings us to 8.5 But the bad news is on the boards. Right, Alejandro?
There's been a little bit of good news, I think, while we were on break. So perhaps a little bit of...
too little.
But it's too little, I agree.
Show us that good news.
And I think the best news so far is Carissa turning around her game, although that's been a six hack since the beginning. It seems like Carissa Yip has somehow tricked her opponent, and it currently sits ahead a piece. Now, it's not the cleanest piece because there's a bunch of pawns for it, but let's take a look at how we got here. We left off the game here after queen g4, rook g1, enticing this move h3, which we thought was going to be played. Salimova decided against the temptation and played the move king f7, which looks a little strange because I actually prefer to have the king on e8 than on f7. It seems like it's under some tactical stress in some variations. Knight e1 seemed logical to reroute the knight to f4. Queen e2 was a move that I would have never considered, as I'm really, really close to getting my queen trapped. So I'm not entirely sure why she did that. b3 makes a lot of sense. You kick out the knight from c4. And this idea was a little more creative than it was effective. After the move rook a2, knight takes b3, perhaps she calculated that she's not losing a piece. Now, to begin with, that would have been an incorrect calculation, because even stronger than what Carissa did, which was also fine, queen a3 immediately wins the piece with the next move, queen takes, as the move knight to d2 in this position. Pretty much any move that attacks the knight, especially the move knight f3, is just going to be pretty much game over.
By the way, switching to another game, Andrew Hung, just because of the clock situation, if we can get that game between Ramesh Babu and Andrew Hung, it looks like Black has completely pushed White back. It looked like he had a worse position initially, but now he's definitely better in the game. And we can look at the clock situation, and it seems that he has a significant enough, there it is, 5 minutes and 42 seconds. His opponent is very nervous with only 35 seconds on the clock, and Black is the one who's looking to do some damage in this position as rook's active, tying down that rook on the a1 square. The rook on c5 is going to be dancing around as well. It's not winning, but certainly Black is the one who's thinking about pressing in this game, and there goes his rook to the g5 square, and his opponent having to write the moves down, and that's 5 seconds just ticked off the clock, and he's down under 30 seconds already, 26 and counting down. White has a big defense ahead of himself trying to save this position. Isn't the a2 pawn hanging at the moment right now?
Yeah, unfortunately a2 is not so easy to actually capture because it's going to pin you down to the rook, or if you take with the rook, it's going to allow a skewer. A big skewer here on the a file after rook takes a2, rook takes a2, and of course the rook would all swing to a1 and a7. So not so easy to convert. Here king f2 was played, the defense opponent g3. And of course, he wants to keep pressure because of the time situation, but also because the position, with the active rooks on g5 and a3, smells like it should be better for Black. I definitely have to agree with the engines here, but converting, that's going to be a different issue. I'm not entirely sure.
It's definitely better for Black. Just
yeah,
we don't need anything but to look at the quality of the pieces here.
But
how much better is the winning? Is it winning? Is the question,
that's the
right?
question,
It's just,
right?
The Black pieces are far more active. And with the clock times, this is where some experience can come in to say, let me add a little pressure here and there, squeeze, make him figure out moves, see which mistakes he makes. The move b4 was very concrete.
Yes.
Right? Very concrete. It's the kind of move you want him to make. Very concrete move. Hey, b4 is now a little bit weak. Let me play around with him, some cat and mouse, while he feels the pressure and then hopefully blunders. You may not have enough to win right now, but with experience, you can make this win happen by just being very patient. There he goes. Improve the position a little bit. King on h6 now. No threat, no concrete threat.
Just hold
it and say, your turn, and let you suffer for a long time until you make that one move. Say, oops, sorry, buddy, you just made a mistake. So right attitude right now by Andrew Hung, trying to test this young Indian genius who really has no moves to make, no real threats to make.
No, and I like that. Sometimes when you make a move that has a threat, well, your opponent parries it, and let's go to the next. King h6 doesn't actually threaten anything. It just improves the king slightly. And as you said, Maurice, very smart. It challenges him to find a move. So now, for example, he moves the rook from h1 to c1, but that leaves the king's head a little bit bare. That means that I can start using this rook on g5, which used to be stuck defending the pawn on h5, on something more useful. For example, rook g4 immediately catches my attention, because now I can attack the pawn on b4. Notice that 2 moves ago I couldn't have done this because the rook was defending the pawn on h5.
Exactly. And now this is a very nice looking move. And another idea is like f5, f4?
Yeah, you
start to creep in?
Definitely want to get rid of this double pawns at some point. If I'm able to play f5, f4, it's a huge advantage.
Well, think about it. The h-pawn becomes simply passed.
Right.
And he's found rook to g4. So f5, f4 is a real serious threat. You can play b5, but after f5, f4, the h-pawn becomes passed, and more pressure on White's position, with White unable to do anything. That's the most important thing. White can't, he's played b5, White can't push away any of Black's pieces. How does White get these pieces off of him? This looks lost.
No, it's not lost. It's very far from lost.
It feels, I'm talking from a practical standpoint. It feels lost. It feels like
it's definitely difficult.
And he's done something even more concrete with the move rook to a4, a little too concrete, maybe.
Yeah, one of the big problems in the conversion of this position is the elimination of the 3 pawns of the queen side, even if I win one, should lead to a completely drawn endgame. There's not enough material in the other side of the board to actually do anything with it. So I have the feeling that eliminating the pawn on a2 shouldn't be such a high priority. I did like your move f5, f4, trying to create that passed pawn on the other side of the board.
Maintain that tension.
Maintain
that tension. No materialism. It's just killing me every time we watch how materialistic these young players are being.
Yeah, rook c7 was played, and it's daring you to take on a2, seeing if you can actually convert that position.
And meanwhile, over on the board between Bibisara and Martha, that's looking very bad for Team USA. I noticed that it looks like,
and Samadashvili?
yeah, exactly. Bibisara is just marching her h-pawn off the board, but also Martha's king could really come into danger here as...
Well, this looks hopeless.
Yeah, I mean, that king no longer has any defenders, so we attack the A pawn.
Well, let's see what
Another
happened.
piece coming to the B file.
We left it off here on queen e4.
Before you go, guys, it looks like Sam has to resign. By the way.
That's not good news.
That's just resignation on that board. I don't have it here, but if you pull it up,
let me pull it up.
Just pull it up there, and you'll see how bad this position is.
Let me find it. Oh, it's right here. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Okay, this is awful. Okay, he has to be getting mated somehow.
Well, we could try
rook
h7, and then, yeah, we got that pretty mate with you being up a queen.
That's just checkmate next move, right? How do you prevent this?
There's no way to prevent it. He's just played it.
And he's done
with
it.
authority,
That's
and he's
done.
about to take him down. There's no move.
Nice queen sacrifice. Simple but pretty.
Well, it's not a queen sacrifice. I can always take my queen back, so it's worse.
Yeah.
Well,
my queen's actually protected.
It's made in one.
But it's a mate threat, and you can't defend. You have no checks. You have nothing. So we're about to see the handshake happen any second now as he's staring at the board. Off to such a fine start, but then this morning it just felt like he threw a little bit, throwing away a white like that, and might have come back with a bit of an attitude. The way he blundered, though, that f4 move earlier in this game, not a fine moment for him. Anton Smirnov, the amateur, he says, I'm not going to play chess for a living. I'm just studying too much.
And he throws a trick here with rook f7, which is probably the last trick of the position. But after queen h4, Anton gets up and he knows that this is mate on the board. There's no way to stop the coordination of the heavy pieces here from White, and that's it. He's about to get mated.
Go back just one move so you can understand what the trick was. If rook takes rook now, there's no more mate.
Right. So now after queen takes e4,
and suddenly
all they have is a perpetual.
Suddenly black is perfectly fine in this position. But he's not going to fall for that.
No, he already didn't. He
And
played
yeah,
Queen H4.
he played the move Queen H4, and now
That's
it's
it.
lights out. King completely exposed.
Can't defend against so many mate threats.
The difference with major piece endings, queen and 2 rooks in particular, queen and single rook is also the case, is
safety.
King safety.
All about
Just
king
remember,
safety.
it's all about king safety.
Look at those spawns. Normal endgames you'd be winning. Not in this endgame.
Not in this
endgame,
one.
It's all
King
about
is just
king
being
safety.
tortured.
In contrast, look at that
and you
safe
can't
haven.
deal with that.
Just that nice little box the White King is in. Really lovely. And I love those little simple tactics at the end with Rook H7 and Rook F7. This is really pretty and instructive because those are patterns that come up again and again.
What does he play? G5 or something?
He played G5.
Okay, so
Okay,
let's
so
see.
rook doesn't... Rook
E8, I think, is the
E8,
easiest.
just do it completely?
Yeah, rook E8 is the most winning. There you go.
Now you got to play rook F8.
And then you
followed
go
by
check
rook
on
H8,
H8.
And then you just
have
to stop.
Yeah, that's it, because I'm going to take your F8 check with rook.
And it is
There
kind
it is.
of...
He doesn't even have to think about it because the queen's coming down on the H, and then H file next move. He actually played another move.
Yeah,
allowing
and I'm assuming you take
He played
on...
King G7, yeah.
Queen G7. He played Queen
And-
H7.
Oh, King
and that's
G7
it.
was played,
King
sorry.
G7, Queen H7, and there we have the handshake and
Yeah.
great win from Anton. But it's hard to see Sevian lose like that just because so much work to get that rating up, and then a big chunk of points come tumbling down in this game, and of course, importantly, jeopardizes the world's chances in this match. And you got to say, Sam Sevian was tired in this game.
Or he got outplayed.
I mean, it's round 4.
It was a blunder, so.
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
blunder.
you
I'm
can-
not
you
going
can
to go
make
make excuses for him.
but he lost the game.
He lost the game, yeah. No, it was a bad blunder from Sevian. I mean, it doesn't matter how tired you are. That was such a mind slip where he plays F4 and he doesn't realize that his rook's hanging. We're definitely going to be hearing from the Australian player who's really strong in this tournament, 2.5 out of 4. I think outrated in every game except... I think outrated in every game, actually. So a fantastic performance so far here from Anton Smirnov.
From the translator of the tournament, he says he speaks Russian, he speaks English, and he keeps the glue in the world team together. And hey, it's definitely working.
And further,
they are playing great.
Yeah, further bad news for Team USA is that Jeffrey's position is a complete draw. And that doesn't even need much analysis, as you can see that Sarana is pretty much just waiting for Jeffrey to play. He's not even analyzing the position. All he has to do is shuffle the rook between A3 and a check, and that's all he's going to need to draw the game. There's no way to make progress, as his king on G7 is constantly threatening the pawn on F7. If the king goes all the way to B4, then I'm going to have the ability to play rook E7 at a timely manner, and that's going to be pretty much it. Now, at the moment, I just noticed the rook's actually on A6, but it doesn't actually change anything.
Meanwhile, in Bibi Sara and Martha's game, still looking great for Bibi, but the time, they're both playing on increment.
Okay, maybe a more interesting game definitely to look at, as Jeffrey has like 17 minutes or something like that.
Is it going to be the fourth round in a row that we break 50% in the top? I mean, that it's 50%?
Why would it be 50% of the top?
You mean in the under
Burke's
18s?
losing.
Burke's worse.
You mean in the under 17s?
The under 17s, that means that in the under 17 where we have the advantage, where the U.S. has the advantage, the U.S. is about to be down.
-1.
-1.
Well, let's see how Burke does, because we've seen a lot of swings in this kind of events. And let's follow, meanwhile, the game between Asubayeva and Samadashvili, because with time ticking down, this could go wrong for either side pretty quickly.
Although she's Martha's defended her pawns, but what's she going to do now about the H pawn?
Yeah, the H pawn is just going to roll down the board, and you're going to distract either the rook or the queen, which means that nobody's going to be defending the king.
That's right, and there's no counterplay for Martha, so even with just playing in the increment, this should be...
Well, she needs to find some kind of trick. If the rook on A2 disappears, I can try some rook B2 check and perhaps bring the queen in, but it might be more fantastical than anything else.
A rook on A2 is not going to disappear.
Well, I was going to try to make you play something like A5, but she played king B8, and after H6, it should be another point for the world team.
And speaking of points for the world team, we have Anton Smirnov, who was the first one to defeat Sevian and the first one to win for the world tonight, but probably not the last.
Yep.
An absolutely huge win from a player who was doing quite well in the competition to be defeated was Sam Sevian by Anton Smirnov. This game today, you certainly were playing enterprising chess, interesting game. You got your queen on d5, but you could not have expected he was going to play the move f4.
Yeah, I was like, he played like f4 so quickly that I thought he just like I thought I made a mistake. But then like I look at the board and I see it's just a blunder. They just go bishop f4 and they just win a pawn.
Absolutely incredible. Were you in shock at this moment?
I was quite shocked because like he played it so quickly and probably he just blunted it.
What was his response when you took on f4? Did he physically change, body language show you that he had made a mistake?
Like you could see that he was like quite upset that he like got from a worse position to basically a losing position.
Did you see the other game where your teammate blundered as well? What's going on? This is high-level chess players making these kind of mistakes.
I'm not sure, but I think 2 games a day is making the players tired and they're just making blunders.
This is a great result for the world, of course. Other games looks like you guys are building momentum. Any explanation for why you're not used to playing 2 games a day, but you're definitely taking the lead right now against the U.S. team?
So for me, like I'm kind of used to playing 2 games a day because in Australia you have to play quite a lot of games. And I mean, like you can even play 3 games a day with the standard control.
Wow.
So I'm quite used to playing.
Now, you said that your intention is not to become a professional chess player, but you just took down a 26-30 player. How many of those have you defeated in your career?
Not many. Maybe like a few.
So you might change your mind anytime soon?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure they're cheering for you down under. What time is it in Australia right now? Is it
So what time is it now?
Well, now Central Time, it's going on 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. So it's 9 hours difference. So it's 12 p.m.
All right. Well, 9 hours ahead or behind?
So it's 12 p.m. Like 12 in the in the midday.
Is that
like it's noon.
Wait, but tomorrow.
Is that aren't you tomorrow? Aren't you guys in tomorrow now as opposed to?
No, but we're tomorrow. But like we go back 9 hours and we go back tomorrow.
So.
Okay, you're confusing the heck out of me. It sounds like it should be 6 in the morning somehow. But all right, well, whatever it is, Australia is cheering for you right now as you defeated one of America's finest. Congratulations on your victory and good luck in the rest of your games.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
I think we'll get time right somehow, you know.
He's right, though.
We'll figure it out.
It's not a 9-hour difference. He does it to make his life easier, but if I understood, they're 13 hours ahead.
It's 11:39 a.m. in Sydney right
it's
now.
It's 11:39 a.m. All right.
And it's Friday.
And it's
so
already,
they're 13 hours ahead.
So you're actually ahead.
It's ahead, but to make it easier.
You're just doing the math. I got you.
So it's 15 hours difference.
There you go. 15 hours. Yeah, you would think because it's a 24-hour day, Alejandro. So.
So basically, you were right. You were right about the time in Australia.
You just made it easy on us
Look, he
Americans.
Sam Sevian. He's right.
That's right. Congratulations again, guys.
We do have a result now in the Samedashvili game. She's, I think she lost on time, but that game did end in a win for the world team as Subayeva has won, and of course Jeffrey Xiong here is signing his draw as he cannot actually make any progress. That game has ended in a draw between Sarana and Jeffrey Xiong. Well, things going a little bit as expected, from at least what we got from the break. Not good news for the USA team, but still fighting in some other boards.
That's right. That's right. As you mentioned, Carissa Yip's game wasn't looking good at some point, and now let's take a look and get an update on that.
Ooh, well, I'm not too happy at whatever has happened. It seems like she's completely stuck in this position.
Also playing on increment, obviously. If we're at this point in the round, people are playing on increment.
I'm not sure why rook g4 and not rook h3. I wasn't sure what she was gonna do if I put a rook on h3, forcing bishop h2, and then rook g8, completely tying you down here. But rook g4, okay. White retains an extra piece. She has 2 pawns for it.
That's right, 2 pawns, and of course that monstrous bishop on b7.
The monstrous bishop on b7 is what scares me the most. What did she play? She played something. Knight b5, I think?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so knight b5 tactically defending that bishop on f4 because knight d6 is hanging.
I'm assuming the bishop goes somewhere. Let's figure out where. I don't want to trade on g2. It wins a pawn, but I want to retain my monstrous bishop. I'm assuming bishop c6 here.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think she.
Although after bishop c6, is white even better?
And she's played bishop a8.
I don't think it's a
that bishop on a8, that bishop on the long diagonal.
Well, what do you do against h3? I mean, h3 is coming very quickly.
Exactly. You have to play. The fact that your bishop is hanging at the moment and h3 is next is bad news.
This doesn't look great, actually.
Doesn't look great. It looks miserable what just happened.
Yeah, this
And what
turn.
if we keep chasing the bishop? So if we play.
Well, you're going to run out of moves. I mean, knight c7, I'm going to play bishop c6. Knight d6 was
Not
check.
to mention the fact that you can take on f4 now.
She played king e7. Brave decision, but I don't see anything wrong with it. It keeps the g file clear for one of the rooks. Not that that was completely necessary. But okay, now the bishop on f4 is actually hanging. So you have to do something about it. You're going to play h3 next move, and you're very dangerously close to some kind of checkmate, especially with the pawn on g2. You bring the rook to g8. The rook is going to come to h4. Carissa has to be very, very careful. Isn't Black's better.
Look, yeah, that's how you're feeling right now because it's all about coordination in this position, and White's pieces are just standing there. Even if you pick off the c5 pawn, Black has perfect coordination. The g2 pawn is what it's all about. Then the rook goes to g8, and all the black pieces are doing exactly what they're supposed to do to coordinate an attack against the king, while White's just got pieces on squares.
I have to agree, yeah.
Well, she was playing a 100-move game last night, Bibi Sara Asaubueva, so we didn't get a chance to talk to her. But now she's got 2 out of 2, and she's with Maurice Ashley and our lovely translator, Tatev Abrahamia.
Well, just call her BB, and she's getting it done in these games. 2-0 so far in the competition. Definitely doing what she's supposed to keep the lead for the world team. Congratulations today. This was a crazy game. How were you feeling while the game was going on?
Понял? Нет. Какая-то очень партия была веселая. Как тебя чувствовала во время партии?
Ну, я дебют разыграла не точно, соперница подготовилась, и я получила все-таки хуже. Но потом я начала создавать ей проблемы, и она начала ошибаться.
She says that her opponent outprepared her and she got a worse position out of the opening, but she managed to outplay her later on during the game because she started making mistakes.
How do you feel playing here this match? You're playing for the world team in a match that's the first of its kind. It must be something special for you.
Как себя чувствуешь, когда играешь здесь за команду?
Мне тут очень нравится. Это мой первый турнир, где такие хорошие условия. И я чувствую себя хорошо, чувствую большую ответственность, потому что очень важный матч, и наша сборная хотела бы выиграть.
It's her first time here. She really likes it here. It's the first time she's playing in a tournament with such great conditions, and she feels a lot of responsibility playing here for her team, and she wants her team to do really well here. They think they have good chances here.
I was about to say, it looks like your team is leading. What's it going to take? There's still a long tournament left to go. What's it going to take to try to bring this one home to victory?
Ну, сейчас вы лидируете. Что должны сделать, чтобы выиграть этот турнир?
Еще раз.
Вы лидируете, ваша команда. Что должны сделать, чтобы выиграть турнир?
Ну, нам нужно продолжать играть в том же духе и не расслабляться, потому что американская команда сейчас будет играть еще сильнее.
She said they have to play in the same spirit and keep the intensity because the U.S. team is going to start playing stronger.
Well said. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of your games.
Удачи.
Thank you.
She's a darling, and BB is turning into a star here on the American circuit, and certainly beyond this as well. She'll be showing her stuff because she's a super talent. Got to watch this young rising star.
Further problems for the U.S. team. That Andrew Hong that we're hoping he could make some progress considering the time advantage that he had an extra pawn. He was unable to defeat the strong Indian 11-year-old player Pragananda. They have signed the score sheets on a draw. A decent result with the black pieces for Andrew. But considering the position and especially the tournament situation in every other board, we're kind of hoping for more. To be fair to Andrew, I don't think there was anything concrete. I think Pragananda defended quite well. And due to the fact that there are crippled pawns on the king side, it's not easy at all to make any progress. So that game has ended in a draw.
This has turned into a huge round, even worse than we thought for the world team.
And further problems, Awonder Liang is currently down a pawn against Nodirbek Sutarov. he is going to be suffering here for a while. It's very likely that because of the weakness of the king on d3, you can see that it's currently being kind of perpetualed. There are good chances to save the game, but he's going to have to be very careful in this position. The Uzbek player has just played king d4, so Awonder has to check very carefully to be able to keep the draw alive. Sometimes taking on f7 is insufficient, so he has to calculate when taking on f7 is good and when he needs to keep the checks alive. See, he has two choices, queen b2, well, to keep the checks, queen b2, queen b4, or take on f7. He's chosen to go queen b4 check. Let's see if he can, the Uzbek player can escape such a position. Tough situation here for the USA team. Let's take a look at something else. This game is going to go on forever. But as I was saying from a long time ago, the John Burke game is going from bad to probably just worse, because here in this position, black is up a pawn, but more importantly, it's this humongous pawn on e3 that is finishing the game. I am being told there's a development, though.
In the Carissa Yip game.
In the Carissa game. Let's see if Salimova has a draw on hand. She can play the move rook g3, which would be a threefold repetition, or she can go for broke and the win. Let's see what she chooses, and there she goes. That's the fighting spirit of a champion. h3, she knows that she has the opportunity to win the game. Both players on increment, and she chooses, I don't need the draw. I'm going for broke.
I love it. I mean, even though she's down a piece in this position for 2 pawns, she recognizes that it's not about how many pieces, but which piece. And again, that bishop on a8 is a real star.
Yeah.
And we have another star in the studio with us, Alexei Sarana. He is with Maurice Ashley, and again, with Tatev translating.
Well, showing indeed how tough he is, showing that this is not going to be easy for the U.S. team at all. It's becoming very difficult to get points against these players, and today's game was indeed a draw as well. You had a tough defense against Jeffrey today. When did you feel like, was there a point you felt like maybe you might lose the game?
Ты в ситуации защищался, ты когда-то чувствовал, что проиграешь партию?
Да, мне уже казалось в какой-то момент, что я проигрываю. Мне совсем не нравилась позиция.
Когда?
Позиция в момент, когда, по-моему, ладья Е4 он пошел, там я думал, что у меня плохая позиция.
When he went rook e4, he thought his position is really bad.
Но он...
В эндшпиле.
Да,
In the end game.
Но потом он, по-моему, совершил ошибку, пойдя ладья Е7 и ладья А7. Мне показалось, что там уже я должен делать ничью.
А как надо было играть?
Мне кажется, надо было играть А5. Мне не нравилась там позиция. Возможно, все равно держится, но с трудом.
So he thought the mistake was rook e7, rook a7. He should have played a5, and he still didn't like his position at the point. That's how Jeffrey should have continued.
Well, you managed to save the game. How are you feeling? We haven't had a chance to talk to you, having the opportunity to come here and play for the world team and also be playing on such a large stage here in St. Louis.
Ты играешь за команду, играешь в Сент-Луисе. Как себя чувствуешь?
Чувствую себя хорошо, очень рад, что попал на этот турнир. Очень приятно играть за команду мира. Я очень мечтал попасть на этот турнир.
He said he's very happy to play here, and he's very privileged. He's very happy he qualified, and it was his dream to qualify and play here, and his dream came true.
Well, we're watching a star as well. We get an opportunity to see you play. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
I think Carissa just blundered checkmate.
Oh my gosh.
Unless I'm missing something.
Let's take a quick look.
But here in this position, after this very complex position, after h takes g2, bishop takes c5, we have it on the board.
Oh, just g1.
Oof, and she missed it also. f4, rook d1 was a huge mistake. Rook h4 blunders the mate back. They didn't see, and I have it on the board here.
G1.
Had she played g1 check.
You got to be kidding.
Either bishop or queen.
It doesn't matter.
No, you had to do a queen.
And this is just checkmate. It doesn't matter how.
Oh, my goodness.
And that just blunders the game back. Rook h4,
God.
huge mistake. After king g1, completely up in the air again, the game. Completely up in the air.
Made in 2 drop?
Yikes.
Gotta
Made
be
in
kidding.
2 drops.
Basic
Oh my
made in
God.
2. You put this in front of her in a tactic puzzle and say made in 2, and she goes blah. And she just plays G1 and doesn't think about it. But in the game, not realizing it, I mean, come on, that's a basic tactical idea. Just gave.
I think neither of them realized
I think Carissa noticed when she played Rook H4. I think she had realized it by then. She looked like she felt like she was getting out of
Unreal.
something.
This was supposed to be a clean
Out of jail.
loss, and now it's a game.
Wow.
Now anything can happen. I don't even know who's better.
Jeffrey Zhang, that's his teammate, and he's looking a little relieved as he set up for his interview with Maurice Ashley.
Well, we're with World Junior Champion Jeffrey Zhang. Jeffrey, these players are tough. They are making it hard on you guys in these games.
Yeah, the world team definitely it's best in the world, so it's no surprise how tough resistance there.
You say no surprise. It's not just resistance. Right now, they seem to be pulling ahead in the competition. What do you think is causing that? It's Sam losing his game just now. It seems it's been difficult for you to win games. Just 1 point so far out of 4. I mean, they're talented, but is maybe the U.S. team not playing up to par?
Yeah, I think the U.S. team could definitely play better, but it's still many games ahead, so we'll try to even the gap.
For yourself personally, this game looked like it was so close. Like there should be something there. You got a great opening position, but he played some enterprising defensive moves, letting you take on F3, for example, and not giving you just enough to knock him out.
Yeah, I just overlooked this idea where he played C4, and then, I mean, I didn't see anything better than going for this endgame, but already his pieces are so active that I think it's probably just a draw.
Certainly technical position. So what do you have to do? What do you have to do? There's time to regroup. Will the team meet and discuss this? What does Team USA need to do in order to get back on track?
I think we just have to maintain focus and just take it one game at a time and play ambitious, and that's it.
All right. Well, we hope you get that going and get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Nice.
Well, definitely a respite that we're getting there with Carissa not getting mated in 2 moves. And now this game is, everything could happen, but with the king escaping to F2, I'm liking White's chances. Remember, she is up a piece. And for now, there's 3 passed pawns on the king side, but they're blocked. The pawn on F2, on F4 is not going to go to F2. The pawn on G2 is stuck there. That means you have to bring the pawn that's on the H file. It's still a little bit farther away. I can perhaps try to create some kind of counterplay before this happens. And that's why Carissa has brought her rook to D1, trying to create some dangerous checks, some kind of mating patterns with the rook on D1, the knight on D6, and the bishop on C5. Salimova plays the move rook F3 check, which I don't fully understand, because after king E2, I'm trying to figure out what her next move is, and I'm threatening to win immediately with knight E4 check, cutting the coordination of the bishop on A8 and the rook on F3. Notice that this is a discovered check with the bishop, and then take your rook, of course. So, rook F3 currently...
That's right, that does seem to leave more problems than it created, that's for sure.
I don't know why she put the rook there.
She's been under enormous pressure for a long time. This is about time, the time situation.
Yeah.
When you're playing on increment only, you just play your first move. And she missed this mating idea, which she just should have seen. But too bad and too late now. And Carissa is fully back in control of this position.
I think she's just winning. If you go knight E4 check, followed by knight F6, the duo of...
Oh, no. She just played king F2.
That's okay. Repeat moves.
Why is she repeating moves?
Good old style Russian.
One time.
One time and then play it again.
One time.
I'm not sure about that, guys.
No.
I don't think...
She's got to go for broke here. Do not draw this game. Come on. Knight E4 is winning.
I'm a little bit concerned that... I mean, obviously there are no... Oh, the threat is bishop F3. The threat is bishop F3. So
yeah, but knight E4 gets rid of that threat, actually.
Yes, but then what?
Knight E4 check, you have to go to F7, and then I continue the onslaught. Rook up. And that's just going to go for the knight, for sure.
Let's...
This is already very dangerous for this king. Where do you play?
That's right. She's reaching for it.
Good. All right,
you
good.
Got
she
it.
played
Knight E4. This is the point we need. Badly. Knight E4 was played. And here the problem for black is the king is under really strong danger.
Oh, the king is in deep trouble.
I just don't see where you go. I think this is just losing.
No, you have to go to f7.
But then after rook d7, where do you go?
G6.
But a g2's hanging.
Oh, g2 is hanging.
And then I'm up
That's
a,
a oops.
I'm up a rook.
That's a oops and death. That's over.
That's over. I mean,
That's
it's
not
a very
rook. Oh yeah, king f5 at least.
I take on g8.
Yeah.
No, king f5 actually knight d6 is more than a rook. It's a actually you have to play rook g3. It's really sad, but knight e4 is completely winning. Carissa should be able to pull this one off.
No, this is over.
Yeah.
No, it is going to be a rook at least because where else can you put the king? Only e8 is the only other square.
No, right now she has to play king f7. That's the only move. King e8 runs into knight f6 check.
So I'm saying, but they're both right. So both of them are the same.
Pretty much.
Right. So
pretty much. They're both resigns.
If you play king e8 is knight. It's knight and then check. The rook is still coming to f7.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, and at least you only lose the rook. Is there something?
Okay,
but it's not
you
gonna
only
matter.
lose the rook.
No, the bishop is guarding the rook on g1. I was wondering if you lost the rook, could you break the blockade? But you can't break the blockade.
You cannot break the blockade.
So it's pointless. This is resignable.
Yeah, absolutely. She
Devastating tournament so far for Salimova. First losing on time, then missing a mate in 2.
That's insane.
2.
Which game is she more upset about, Alejandro?
Mate in 2.
Well, the other game was not her fault.
That's right.
Not 100% her fault. Her captain told her that the time control was something different. This one, it was made on the board.
It's a
made in 2. It's made in 2.
On the board.
You have to see this thing.
A nightmare tournament so far for Salimova, but this is bringing wind back into the U.S. team and into Carissa Yip, and
much needed.
We love to see that.
Yeah, and there goes king g6. I'm assuming rook takes g2 will be played very quickly.
That's right, she got it. That's the pawn you want to get.
Rook g3 is the only thing that keeps black from losing a rook, but it's going to be a full piece. It's going to be a full piece with 0 compensation. An important win here by Carissa. Cannot stress that enough. Let's see what else going on, because John Michael Burke's still playing, right?
Right, there's 2 games still going besides this one. Awander still...
No, this one's over.
Still looking for the save against Abdusattorov, and then we've got also Burke versus Asipenko.
Well, one side's up a knight.
This one's
right,
over.
I mean,
that's just completely lost.
This is completely over. There's no chance here.
Yeah. No, this is just lost. So, is there any other game left, or that's it?
I mentioned Awander.
Oh, Awander. Sorry. Awander Liang. Oh my God.
Oops. This is also. Well, this is at least a little bit tricky, maybe.
It's tricky, but it should be winning for. I don't know. I'm not going to venture and say that.
There's a lot of work
for black. This is such a mess. I mean, obviously, black is the one in the driver's seat with this very dangerous pass pawn on the B file, and no perpetuals. No perpetuals on site.
Poor Awander has been on defense duty this tournament so far. I mean, if he saves this one too, that'll be 2 big saves for him.
That's a big if right now, because with the king stuck on h1, it's very difficult for the queen to organize perpetuals. You're always worried about a counter check on the first rank or on the diagonal if it goes to h2. After the move king a3, this is one of those positions where computers just laugh at us and play the best move instantly. But for a human to figure out this endgames, it's so complicated.
Well, I got to take on h4 in this position. Just take it. Don't breathe, don't blink, just take it.
I'm not even sure about that, because the problem is that once you take here, you cut off the queen, even if it's only temporarily, so that pawn's going to get all the way to b3.
What's your next move?
Queen c1 I was going to play first.
King up.
h2, and then b...
I'm playing queen e7 next.
Queen e7 is an important resource. Queen e7, yeah. Oh, I don't know why that's happening. Queen e7, and then, yeah. It's not easy to.
And I want to push my h-pawn and cause some trouble. And
you must push the h-pawn.
That's why I'm taking the pawn. I need some counterplay.
Yeah, you probably should take on h4 here. Let's see what he does. I think taking on h4 is very important. Let's see if Carissa puts the finishing touch on her opponent, and he has done. Queen takes h4. Listen to Maurice, and I think that is correct. As I said, rook g3 was the only way of losing only a piece, but it's a piece. No compensation. This is tremendously easy for Carissa Yip.
Totally busted.
Totally busted. She's up a piece. Similar to John Michael Burke, he's also just
it's over.
Lost because of an extra
It's
piece.
over. So Awander will have to struggle to mitigate the damage so that he doesn't just die, because the world team is definitely showing its stuff there. This game, at least, yes. So what's the count? What's the body count?
I don't know. I remember I predicted -2 or -3, but I'm not sure what we are at right now.
It won't be that bad though. I think it'll be -1 or minus. Oh, do you mean the round, or do you mean the overall score?
Is there?
You're saying the overall score.
I mean, is there a difference?
They were at +1.
Well, it's because
the world was at +1.
The world was at +1.
So what? So were you? Well, you were saying that
-2
this round,
today, -2 or 3 today.
After the total score.
Of
from this round. From this round is what you were saying. Well, let's find out.
No, this round's going to be either.
Even. So we had a win.
It's going to be either -1. Yeah, this round will be either -1 or -2.
I think -1. I think you guys are right.
Yeah, it looks.
The round will be -1 or -2, which means the score will be -2 or -3.
Yeah, depending on how a Wonder does.
So it's not that bad.
Well, that's because the Carissa game.
Carissa game just flipped.
Yeah, it could have been -4 or -5 easily.
Boof. Yeah, that one's rough. Instead, she's going to win a game that she should have simply lost.
And with a maiden too.
Right. So that saves the U.S. team.
Basically, it gives us chances.
Gives us.
I mean, going -5 after 50% is really rough.
Right,
50% of the points are going to have already been in dispute at the end of today.
So here's what we got so far. U.S. team, we're at 9.5. The world team at 11.5. But
is this the current score?
Yes.
If this is the current score, then there's going to be another point coming. Isn't there?
Yeah, but you haven't. But Carissa hasn't won yet either.
Carissa will win. All right. So there's 1-1 and a draw. Okay.
Right.
So they can break even right now, and it'll only be +2.
Right, so we'll be either if Liang doesn't hold, we're going to be at -3. If Liang holds, we'll stay at -2.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. Comes down to a wonder. Let's see how far down we go at the halfway mark.
That's right. I wonder, if you're going to have a kid fighting for you, he's the one you want.
Ooh, he actually really like what he did.
Queen E5 is a boss move.
Really important move. King A3, and when you took on H4, this Queen A1 maneuver, King H2, Queen E5, taking advantage of the fact that you cannot interpose the queen on G3 because you lose the pawn endgame, King H1. But notice how much better this queen is now on E5 because it controls the opponent queen. It cannot go to E7. B4, and now the pawn is going to go all the way down to B3. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Still complex.
Because the king will have to go in front of the pawn.
Exactly.
But it's harder to push your own H-pawn with a queen sitting on E5 as well.
Yeah, Queen F2 already a very clever move. Notice how Wonder sets up this different kinds of patterns of perpetuals. For now, he wants to have the ability to check from the A file as well as return down to the second rank. So Queen F2, also an important move, and the game's not over.
No.
B3 is on the position, almost forced to check on A7. I mean, you cannot let this pawn get to B2.
This is already table-based territory.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It should be. I think the 7-piece table base is not finished, but I don't know which ones have been looked at and which ones haven't been looked at. But yeah, I think a table base should know. Queen A7 check was played, looked forced. It smells more like a draw than anything else, but I mean, as I said.
Now, in queen endings, people might be counting the pawns. Queen endings are not about pawns. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. And that one pawn on B3, this is made quite evident in this kind of position, that it is black who's playing for a win, while white is struggling for a draw because that pawn is so close to queening. Even if it were one square back on B4, it would be the same. That it would be black thinking about winning, because you can't push both those pawns that white has. You can only push one. And black is very clear on the fact that he's trying to push his one pawn in this position. So it's all about the quality, and of course, for a Wonder, he will continue to harass black as much as possible. This king is dancing around, and now the queen will try to get back in the way as the black king is moving. But is it going to be possible to stop these perpetual checks?
I don't know. We're going to have to find out. But I Wonder's trying to give that perpetual. Already difficult to move out of the way. After Queen G1 check, he probably is going to approach the queen so he can block with his own queen on the E file. So I'm expecting the move King C2, Queen F2, Queen D1, just making. And I have to be kind of careful because, for example, check here, check here. I cannot actually make progress with this move because after queen f3, I'm forcing you to go back to c2 as I'm attacking the pawn on b3.
It's a lot of checks.
It's a lot of check.
I'm not even sure where should the king be to stop all this. It's supposed to be on the first rank so you can block a check with a pin.
Yeah, but
it's not easy to pull off and get
because
all
after,
the advantages.
Yeah, because after check, I mean, I still play queen f1, and you play king d2, but after king d2, I still check, and I'm gonna have you play probably queen e2.
Yes.
And then I go check here. I go king here, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting dizzy.
You should be. But now he can play queen c5
check.
Wait a minute. Then he can play king b1.
Queen
and now
g1.
Queen.
Because I still have checks no matter where you go in the
all
second
those
rank.
Squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad.
Well, still
Not bad.
really tough to calculate this.
Very, very tough.
Queen f1 check was played, so let's see how this goes. I don't expect either of the other games that are in progress to have anything particularly important going.
By the way, the engine's evaluating this as very close to a draw, not showing black having any real win here because the checks are so much, but it's hard if you don't have the table base in for an engine to calculate out this position to 70 moves and therefore winning, dealing with all these checks.
I imagine it's difficult for an engine to calculate. Poor us. Trying.
We got no chance. It's just very hard. Geometrically, what's all about. It looks like perpet. Even with the queen on e5, dominant square for the queen, it's not so easy to get in front of this piece. The only way is if you could block check by placing your queen on the first rank.
Right.
That's the key technique, to be on the same rank as the white king. So black will want to put the king down on the back rank somehow. White will have to avoid black's queen interposing with the queen on that first rank in some kind of way. And not even if it's in front, so you're pinning the queen to the queen. Even on the other side, so if you check, you can move the king out of the way and say check himself. And even then it's going to be work. But that pawn on b3, so far ahead, white's pawn is only on h3, way behind. Still needs 3 moves just to get to h6 and be equivalent. So white has no chance about pushing pawns anymore. It's clear that it's come down to just the perpetual check action.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like we're finding a way to get out of the checks.
No, it does not look that easy.
It seems like the queen is just powerful enough to keep up the harass on the king on d2. Queen d4 is pretty much forced. Yeah, queen d4 is played. Now black has choices. You can play queen d3. You can play king e1 also. He's played king c2. Now I'm positive that the only move is queen c5. That's the only check that I can see. Pushing your pawn doesn't really help you. I'm turning queen d1 check. So queen c5 must be the move. Everything else loses. Yes? It must be queen c5.
No, yes, but then king d1? What, did he just come from d1?
No, but if you play king d1, queen d5.
Oh, and then I have to go back.
And then you have to go back to c2 because the queen on d5 attacks the pawn on b3.
Very important.
So very important. Queen c5 about to be played, absolutely only move.
And everything else is just running into this queen g1 check action, and then queen d4.
Might already be a perpetual.
Yeah, I mean, after queen g1 right now.
Also forced. I mean, what else can you play?
Oh, it's over.
Yeah, I think it's just a draw.
It's over. There are only three moves to play after queen g1, right?
And you have a check against every single one of them.
Yeah, there are only 3 moves to play. It's either king a2, king b2, or king c2. King c2, we're going to play queen c5. King b2, you can play queen d4. King a2, you can play queen a7. So you're already repeating on all those moves.
Yeah, it's a draw.
So you cannot play king c2 and repeat. You can't triangulate. White has exactly 1 move mirroring every single move you play. And so it must be a draw now.
That's all you need is 1 move, and I agree. This looks like already a perpetual. Queen g1 needs to be found, but okay, it's a very obvious
And queen
move.
d5 answers king d1. That's the important point.
Very important.
So 4 king moves for black.
It's all
5
about,
king moves, actually.
It's all about the geometry.
And all the geometrics work in white's favor. I don't see any triangulation that disrupts what white is trying to do.
Nope. What? Why?
Stunning. Stunning.
Might still be okay, but I wouldn't consider this move.
Well, positionally, he does want this move, obviously.
He wants the move
but,
because... But he had a
But he has a
direct
concrete,
perpetual.
what looked like a concrete
He had a direct perpetual.
And it turns out that this is still okay, according to the engines?
Because the plus, of course, is that now with the king on h2, there are no tricks in the first
There's
rank.
no first rank tricks, and this is still about geometrics that work with the pawn on b2 this time. But wow.
Getting us a heart attack here.
Still no place to hide.
Wow.
Okay, so he has to make sure b2 doesn't win instantly. I guess it doesn't. So important that now I can have checks on the first rank without being worried about that queen being pinned to the king.
Yes, that's important. And very good insight on his part to realize that you can't change a position in your favor. They're going to be checks forever.
Right.
But man. Scary moment for him to play such a move when all his other moves were drawing. I mean, really, it come down to mathematics.
Queen G1 is
that
just
Queen G1 was
calculation, yeah.
Wander Leon looking for the double save to start the tournament.
Yeah, and it's possible he was never lost in this position, the way that he definitely was lost yesterday. But still, a very tough defense that he had to fight for a very long time. All right, let's see. There are so many choices here for black. My instinct is to improve my pieces. And I really want to cover my diagonals. I think I would centralize my queen. Queen d3 or queen e4 is the first thing I think of. Because b2, I'm going to assume just queen g1 is a draw.
And looking at the other games, it looks like Carissa is playing down to her increment, which doesn't...
I will tell you, Carissa may have blown the win.
How is it possible to blow no win? She's up a piece.
Because her king... Because her pieces are about to be ridiculous is how. Rook d7 right now.
Okay. The threat is perpetual.
And what do you do?
But she played rook d2 instead, which actually looks fine also.
Rook d7 was a huge problem for white.
But I understand, if you play rook d7 and I get out of the perpetual with bishop e3, just so I can have...
check.
Check king g3.
Check.
Oh.
Move the bishop. e4.
Oh, rook g2 is coming.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That would have been trouble.
That would have been trouble.
So instead she played rook d2. Of course, the player's on increment and playing for hours. I mean, tough.
And Carissa changed her mind. She put her bishop on g1, and then she realized she didn't want to play it there, and she put it on g3 instead.
Well, now it's the same thing.
No, it's not, because now it's a direct perpetual.
You mean it's better for black?
Better for black.
Yeah, okay.
It's easier for black.
It's easier now. The same idea. She's just caged her king on the wrong side with those pieces, and now it's just ridiculous. Now she's not going to win the game.
No, she's not.
She's just, that was just not, and she better watch out.
She's not doesn't get made it.
Like rook
don't
d4 check just to do, well, no, she did not do it. She went all the way back, and now suddenly it's no longer anything. And she's on the edge. By the way, now when your bishop goes back, the move king f4 enters the fray, and you have to force the draw.
With bishop g3.
Yeah. You drop your bishop back, king f4, and it's time for you to start thinking, let me not get in trouble in this position.
Bishop e1, king f4, threatening checkmate. Can you go king h5? Maybe try something like king h5?
You could if you want to get mated.
Bishop e4, right?
Yep.
Just cuts the king. Yeah, you're just going to get mated here.
Oh, gosh.
And you can get mated. If you play king f4 and you force the draw, you get mated.
Yikes. Yeah,
How did this knight get to h2?
Mm-hmm. Unbelievable. I mean, we're talking draw. It could be a loss, right?
Well,
Bishop e1 is on the board now.
So king f4 is very logical. You don't want to let the king escape.
Okay, it's come down to something just, okay, she's not seeing the idea, so she's just chasing the bishop away.
Yeah, this is probably not very good for black. And now I have to go with the bishop somewhere random. Keeping it on g3 is simply blocking my king from coming back. I really need to come back. Bishop B4, wherever, away from the king. Not F2, just not F2.
But this game has changed. This game has changed now because, like you said, Bishop moves away. The perpet is, well, still that rook is so bad on C5.
It's unbelievably bad.
I mean, it's the worst place you could find it. And she's played bishop to C3 instead, which...
Okay. Could be worse.
I mean, this is still very close to a draw. The rook, white's pieces, we talk about material advantage. It's great to have a material advantage if your pieces are working together. If they're not working together, who cares about your material advantage? Yeah. And look at how disjointed the white forces are despite having this extra material, massive extra material piece and a pawn. But a knight on h2, horrible. The bishop, rook on c5, what are you doing? You're a rook after all. And the other game has finished Esipenko winning his game, showing his class for sure.
Yeah, his technique
and
was smooth.
that was just brutal. We expected that win for a very long time. But this one, Carissa Yip, we were giving the point to Carissa, and she may yet get that point, but not showing the technique she ought to.
I don't know why she went back to d8, because now it doesn't really threaten much. Okay, now is the time to improve your position. If you can get that rook out of the silly square of c5.
Absolutely. Push it down to c7.
There you go.
It is.
Thank you, Carissa.
And the rook is now alive, and Salimova has blown a golden opportunity to maybe even win the game. Not showing great technique there. Neither side showing great technique.
Not the best game of chess I've seen. They've given the point back to each other 3 or 4 times.
Listen, it's 9:15.
It's time to go to bed for Carissa.
They've been playing since 5.
Yeah.
Right? 4.5 hours in on increment every single move.
Well, 2 hours of increment.
2 hours of increment.
2 hours of
right.
increment. Fatigue has set in tremendously.
Oh yeah, you can feel it.
It's easy for us. We don't even have to focus on that one game. Your mind gets a break as a commentator. I mean, we're tired, but still, our mind gets a break from the game, and we get to look back at it with fresh eyes. They've been in the morass for a long time, and so at some point, your eyes just start to bug out. You're looking at this thing, and you start to hallucinate. Just say, what's happening really? And so mistakes will creep in, and a lot of them have in this game.
And that's right in the stress of the clock.
That stress is the killer. More than anything else, stress is the big one. We talk about it in life. Stress is brutal. Stress in a chess game, that's brutal when you're trying to find move after move, and the player just keeps being the next move and the next move, and you're looking at so many things. Black realizes that this A-pawn, if it pushes down the board, the game is just simply going to be over potentially. The knight, you don't want the knight to get back in. Your king might get mated. So much to think about. You want to play on instinct. And she missed that maiden too. She doesn't know it, but she will find out later.
That is not going to be a happy girl when she realizes she missed maiden too.
But still, mistakes to be made. I mean, it's still possible.
The game's not over.
The game is definitely not over.
Okay, so rook d4 has been played. King should retreat to g3. Seconds on the clock to make a decision. Rook g3. King g3.
And she will safely nestle her king on the f2 square, and then it will be all about
the a-pawn.
The a-pawn.
Just pushing up the board, distracting the rook. And once the rook's tied down, then I can breathe with the rest of my pieces, think about capturing h3, thinking about how to win.
Even that's not trivial, by the way, because that bishop on g2 guards a8. So the rook will have to help out, of course, but even so, it's not going to be technically that simple.
It's not the easiest position with an extra piece that I've seen in my life. All right, let's see what's going on. She wants to put the king on f2, finally king in some safety. It will be checked again from probably a2, but that's going to at least allow me to block with a potential setup of rook d7 and rook d2, or rook d7 and bishop d2. So at least the king is breathing a little bit safer now with their king f2.
No, this is not looking easy.
No, nobody said it's easy, but...
I mean, rook a1 is the right move, right?
I assume so.
King e5 has been played.
Well, I'm not sure rook a1 did that much because... Okay, I play rook f7 check, and then Your king's also a little uncomfortable here.
All right, king.
You have to go king e4.
King e4, yeah.
Then I start bringing my knights, and I think that finally I bring pieces forward. But okay.
I don't know, rook check?
Yeah, then I can now finally king g3, and I have rook f4 check. Knight f2 check, taking on h3 is winning.
True.
And simplifying. But I think for this reason...
No, but what do you mean? Rook a3 check in that position, no?
a3, I finally hide on h2.
h2, and then...
I'm still going to do knight f2, knight h3.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. She did play king takes e5, which at least eliminates one of the pawns, but Carissa takes advantage of this opportunity to push her pawn further down the board. a6 was played, king d6. Let's remember that this bishop guards a8, so she cannot play a7. Sometimes those long-range moves kind of confuse you, but no, the bishop is currently guarding the queening square. So still a lot of work to be done. Nobody doubts that it's winning, but we've seen that the pressure situation is tough. It's very tough.
I'm seeing the need to mate with a bishop and a knight.
Okay, Carissa should be able to mate with the bishop.
I'm just one of those. Could happen easily.
Rook g7 was played. Just moving away from the danger square on c7. They probably would have put the rook on h7 just to keep attacking h3 and holding it back from h2. All right. Let's see. Rook has been posted on a1. I'm assuming bishop b4 check is a nice little move here to control the king before I launch myself to playing a7.
And this will be the last game finished today, because it looks like Leon game is headed to a draw.
Well, we said that a while ago.
Didn't Carissa have a 102 mover that
Yes.
she lost, and now she has to go
Yikes.
through an 83 move so far, which looks like it may very well go to over 100 moves as well.
Right, it's almost like she's played all 4 games,
I would,
right?
I would be
200
very
moves.
I would be very surprised this game does not reach 100. We're already on 85.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's still not clear. Well, it's winning, but not clear.
But her opponent's not resigning. That's right.
Wow.
So
Why would anybody resign in this position?
Why
Still
should
so
you?
much to
Why
play.
should you be able to win this
her
position
opponent's
in,
not going to
in 10
resign
moves?
soon.
No,
So
not
there-
anytime
it's going to
soon.
be it's going to
Yeah.
be the 200 move mark for 2 games, which is pretty unusual.
It's super unusual. There she goes, bishop b4. I like that move. It restrains.
It would be amazing
the
if she
opponent.
played the
Oh,
most moves.
Yeah, bishop b4.
If she played the most moves of the tournament while only playing 2 games, that would be a pretty bizarre record.
It might be, actually. Not
We'll have to check that. Well, after we see how many moves it is.
Okay, a7 has been played. And, okay. Now, any trade of rooks is just instantly resigns. That would lead to the scenario that Maurice was talking about with the knight against bishop, but knight and bishop, sorry, against king. That's obviously a checkmate. So let's see how this progresses.
The key is that c-pawn.
Yeah,
because right now you have the wrong color bishop. White does. Right?
Yeah.
So if I can get your c-pawn and trade off rooks, that's not winning, is it? I don't know. Are you mating? No.
Yeah, it should be mate.
I don't know.
Yeah, I simply defend my pawn and get the knight to c7, and then you resign, because I win your bishop.
You win the bishop that way.
Yeah, it's winning. So,
But you have to do all this in the right circumstances, right? Again, we're seeing this future endgame that we take many moves to get to, but essentially, black wants the c-pawn because of the wrong color bishop to queen, and then get rid of the rooks and hope that it's...
Fortunately for Carissa, I don't see that happening, because your king's currently very restricted, and I am trying to just bring the knight back in many cases to the game. As soon as the knight enters the fray, your king's going to be in a mating net.
King b6 is forced?
Is it what she played?
Yeah.
It holds no threat.
Right, because of bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5 check against rook takes a7. So if I just bring the knight in, like knight g4, for example, just to put the knight in a better square, your bishop currently stuck defending the pawn on h3. You can't play something like bishop c6.
Rook a4?
Rook a4, and I think if I move my... First of all, knight e3 is tempting, but let's put the...
Yeah, I can't play rook takes c4 because of knight e3.
Yeah.
That's the key.
So bishop e1, for example. and you cannot take on c4 because of knight e3. And, okay, this is just easily winning, as I'm going to play takes on g2 and bishop f2. All right, let's see what happened instead in the game. This is actually the position, king b6. So what we are analyzing...
She played bishop d6.
Okay. She wants to anchor, I think, her pawn with bishop b8.
Okay, but there is this move, bishop to b7.
Bishop b7, trading your a pawn. Because you're threatening rook g2 also, so I do have to take on h3. Take on h3, I take on a7, and I'm up a piece, but I have to win again.
Yes. And it's critical, that's a critical point that it doesn't, and she has found it. She has found it.
It at least prolongs the game.
It totally prolongs the game.
Yeah, bishop b7 was played in this position. King h3 is forced, otherwise you just lose your rook on g7.
New game yet again. Time to reconvert.
Yeah, it's winning, obviously, it's because of the extra knight, but again, it's not. It's going to take a while. What is she doing? Yeah, take on h3. She's looking at possibilities on the other side of the board, realizing there's nothing, and then she's going to take on h3. There you go.
I'm sure she's ruining the fact that she's not keeping her a pawn after pushing it all the way down the board to realize
she really wants to keep
that
the pawn.
you're not going to keep it, and you just have to face reality that that pawn is gone, and it's a new game with only 30. Did she move? What is she? What is she doing?
No, she hasn't played anything.
Well, she's reaching over the other side.
To do what?
I have no idea. She only has 13 seconds left. She's grabbing her bishop.
That's fine. Wait, how is this fine? Bishop c5. Actually, that's not a... Wait. No, that's just a draw. Because I could take c4. And
Right,
then bring my
exactly.
king back.
And bring the king back, and the a-pawn's gone. That just drew the game.
So takes on c5 is forced.
Yes.
Let's look
Rook
at this
takes
in the
b7.
analysis.
King takes c4.
Rook
and
takes
you can't
b7.
win.
King takes c4. And can this knight reach this... Not
Yeah,
even
it's
close.
not going to reach. It's not close. There's no way.
No, this king
is a
just
draw.
goes
Bishop
back,
c5 just simply drew the game.
and the pawn is going to lose. Now, we will see rook and knight against rook.
Oh boy, new
which
game.
Is,
but that's it.
Technical
That was
draw.
not what she should have played. Absolutely.
No.
She thought she was being cute here, but losing the c-pawn is not cute at all.
Not at all. And actually, I can even keep my h-pawn for a while. I can play rook a3. Like,
And she's done that.
because you keep the pawn for a while.
But the engine's giving knight f3 is winning now. Or at least a piece? That looks crazy.
Knight f3 is winning? Good.
And we do have a draw in Wander Liang's game. So another nice save by our U.S. junior champion.
Oh, because the knight gets
the game.
3-5. The knight gets 3-5.
This lost the game. Knight f3 is winning.
Knight f3 is winning because she lost a tempo.
Yes.
The pawn on h3 is irrelevant. She lost a tempo.
Materialism, dude. I'm telling you, these young players have to get it beat out of them. Knight to f3 is, well, but it looks like she's reaching for the king. And she's blown it. Oh. She thought that the pin mattered. The pin doesn't matter because the rook cannot leave the file at all.
That's
so
right.
She thought the pin mattered, and she played king f2. But knight f3, bringing the knight back into the game, and then you can move your king to h2 and get completely out of the pin because the rook can never capture.
Yeah, that she was hallucinating something with h2.
Okay, I now understand. So I'm gonna go explain the differences. Actually, she's still winning, but the move after. So in this position, the reason that this draws is because after knight f3, king c5, I don't have knight e5, because h2 cuts the king with the rook. So I have to give up my a7 pawn for the h2 pawn by playing rook h7. In the position after rook a3, knight f3 takes on c4, king h2, I can now play knight e5, and your king cannot get closer to my pawn, and that's just winning. In the position we have on the board, check happened, king f2, king takes c4, knight f3, I think is still winning. Because now I can still play knight e5. On h2, I get king g2. On rook a2 check, very important. Against rook a2 check, king g3 draws. You have to play king g1.
G1.
I think this is still winning, actually.
Well, the engines like it for her, but this is not easy at all for these players. And you can claim win and draw and blah and blah. They've been playing for 2 hours on increment with all the stress and trying to just guess at moves. And any mistake we make in analysis, we get to pull back. They don't get to pull anything back. So this has just been rough. What a challenge. Just a deep, difficult challenge on these young ladies to have to somehow play this long, arduous game. Looks like they're at move 94 now.
Like knight
95, which is the
E5,
correct
yeah.
move. You have to keep the king away from c6. And that way the rook can still defend. Now, how you make progress, I'm still trying to figure
That's
it
another
out.
question.
I'm still trying to figure
Exactly.
out how you make progress, because now you're kind of stuck. The rook has to stay on b7 and the knight has to be on e5. I don't know if you can zugzwang you and win the h-pawn.
Yeah, stick your king over on h2.
So I'm still trying to figure that part out. So rook a2 check was played, and of course, as I mentioned, the king cannot go to g3 because of h2. So now you have to play king g1, so that against h2, king h1 is a mutual zugzwang, I think.
In order to win the pawn and then bring the king over.
Right. Now, I'm not completely sure of what I just said being true. If I play rook g2 check, king h1, and then back to a2, what am I doing to make progress?
By the way, I'm looking all the way down the string of analysis for white, and I'm not seeing the computer win the game.
Feels winning.
Because
I'm not
your
sure
knight has to end up on b5.
On b5 and to support the pawn.
That's the key. The knight must protect the a pawn. There's nothing else to do. The knight must protect the a pawn. Either from b5 looks like the only one. c8 also.
Okay.
The knight can sneak into c8 somehow.
And defend, and then rook b8.
And then rook b8. That's the only plan.
Okay, so that's the plan. Get the knight to b5.
Get the knight to a square that protects the pawn, and then move the rook down, and that's it. Will she be able to accomplish this, though? Because every move you make, something like this, here's the question. Is king c6?
King c6 is the most logical, but also king c5, right? It's not like that.
Yeah, how do you get your knight to the... Well, king c5, rook c7.
King b5.
King b5.
And I'm always attacking b6 with a tempo, because I'm going to gain it against your rook on c7. Actually, I think that's already a draw. If I play
how do you organize?
If I play king c5, just to explain what we're talking about, I think this is already a draw. How do you make a move here that doesn't lose the a7 pawn? Actually, check here and moving the rook away.
I'm sorry, I didn't see your move.
If you play in this variation, check here, and you move the rook away, you can't take the pawn.
Good point.
So
how did you get this position?
In that line, you played king c5, check, here, check. King b6, and rook here. Now, how you win with the knight on c8, I don't know, because how do you...
c8 is not the square. Because you need to go to b8, so you can't put the knight on c8 and then make it work.
Oh, my God. So, knight c... She played king c6, and then rook e7. Well, the rook was under attack, you might as well move it.
The good news for white, only person trying to win. So she will torture her. And as long as she can maintain this knight on the board and not allow any kind of way of winning her a pawn, but this move now, e5.
Yeah, e5 looks fine to me.
Smart move.
Yep.
Smart move because you can't take the pawn.
Yeah, if you take the pawn, it's just an immediate draw. Rook takes c5, rook takes a7 is a draw. If you take knight takes e5, then king d6 forks both pieces, and you would have to resort to something like knight g6. And I think just moving the king back to b6 will collect that pawn. So a smart move here, e5.
But apparently, I mean, she's kind of in some kind of zug.
What black is?
Like, what is... White can wait... Oh, no.
No.
She took the pawn with the knight.
Okay, but I actually didn't know how she was going to win, to be completely fair. Whatever the computer said, I did not know how she was going to win. King now should go to d6, I think. It makes more sense to me than...
The computer had her completely winning, by the way, by just moving a rook away. But this...
Some zugzwang?
Yeah.
We'll take a look at it later because I really have no idea how it won. King d6 makes complete sense. The knight has to go to g6 if it wants to keep defending the rook. And now the trick here is that I'm going to put the king back on c6, play king b6, and threaten your pawn.
That's funny.
The only way the knight returns in time to defend against this is by playing
there's
knight f4, I think. But then king b6. Ah, no, king b6 apparently loses. What do I do here?
Knight d5.
Because now knight d5. So how do I draw this?
Well, how does white win?
Ah, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. She has played king c6, so this is the position that we have on the board. I expect that after king c6, she's going to play knight f4. Because at least against knight f4, king b6, I have knight d5.
You know, black and is black knight f4. The other question is what does black do next? Because this is going to be Zugzwang somehow, no? No, black can play king back to d6.
At what point?
As soon as you're going to play knight f4.
Yeah, well, I can actually also play knight king b6. I don't actually know what's wrong with this move. I don't care what the thermometer says.
Well, now you don't have a move.
Why not?
No, you just
Knight
allowed.
C7?
No, you
Knight
just.
c7 I just take.
No, knight c7 doesn't
Yeah,
work.
right.
Knight c7 I just take the pawn.
Check, rook down. Knight c3. Well, wait. I can play rook d5 in this position.
No, you
I
can,
mean,
play
rook
knight c3. You can
d7.
play knight c3.
Knight
c3 is correct.
And she did play knight f4, Carissa.
Yeah, so knight c3 I think actually wins. I think rook c7 is next. God, this is going to be so complicated.
This game is crazy. Yeah, and the coordination starts because king b6 runs into knight d5.
Knight d5, yeah. Oh my god. So knight f4 is move 100.
So she did it 200 games.
Rook a.
200
Oh, these
moves.
marathons! My
Two
goodness.
games, 200 moves. That's Carissa's tournament so far.
All right, so now the question is going to be, black should keep this knight at bay. I think she shouldn't allow the knight back into the game. After king h2, she should probably just defend the pawn. She cannot lose the pawn for free. Probably.
By the way, we should note the knight and rook ending is on in the worst case.
Oh, yeah, we'll be here a while.
So she'll play that one too.
She played king... That's an odd time to play king b6. And by odd, I was being very generous. This doesn't make any sense. Why are you giving the h3 pawn for free?
And she's never going to see this pawn anymore. Apparently, the computer now says it's a completely winning position. Put the knight on e3, and that will be crushing.
The knight on e3?
On e3, when you play king c5, play knight e3.
King c5, you want to play knight e3. All right, humor me. King b6, knight c4.
Knight c4.
King c5. Ah, but we go back to this coordination.
Yeah.
Rook c7 destroys your position. She played knight d5, indeed. King c6 was played. Wait, we had this position, right? Knight d5, king c6, and you were saying knight e3 here?
Yep.
All right, let's see what she plays.
Well, the king is on c6 in this line. King c5 was knight c3, but king c6 actually, also knight e3.
Well, that's what she played.
And now she's winning. Big.
Because the setup is the knight on c4 and the rook on c7. The king can no longer get close to the pawn.
And once the h-pawn drops,
You
she
just
can
bring
just
the king
rush
over.
her king over and the game is over.
That's why this doesn't make sense. Why play rook a1 and then go into this? You might as well have played into the same variation, but with the rook on a2.
This is not about sense anymore.
It's about
You're so
They're
tired.
so tired.
We're so tired.
I'm so
The audience
tired.
is so tired.
I'm not even playing the game.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's like, oh my God, they are fighting. I mean, can you imagine sitting there almost now 5 hours with almost 3 hours on increment? I mean, come on.
I mean, 1.5 years, yeah.
It can't be 3 hours on increment because you had 90-90, right? So it's 2 hours.
2 hours. 2 hours on increment, which is still a lot. King takes h3. And now, with the pawn finally off the board, White's plan is to bring the king in, and that shouldn't be the hardest plan to find because
now it's
coordination
gotten easy.
Yeah. Yeah, once the king reaches f5, I mean, you can imagine it's going to be very easy to control the enemy king. King g4, and there she goes. There goes Carissa in a game that was very difficult to predict. And I'm not going to call it
predict.
Yet, but cast.
Gosh. There was a maiden 2 at some point.
There was a maiden
draws
2.
everywhere. Then there draws just
Perpetuals.
continuously, perpetuals, possible losing, another loss, and then we come down to the simplified ending that is still not, I mean, it's over, but it's still not a configuration. It's like, this is what you do now and you win. Now it's bring your king close and something's going to happen.
Well, so far the night rounds have been the story of it could have been a lot worse, because this round echoes last night's round where we could have gone down a very bad score. That is the U.S. team.
By the way,
and instead we're only going to be -1 tonight.
Trade of rooks, even if your knight defends the pawn, is a draw.
Yeah, that's true. But luckily, there's no way that happens. You can't trade the rooks.
You can't trade the rooks.
King b6, of course, the immediate knight d5. You don't want that king anywhere near your pawn. The king has to release its tension, has to go to either c5 or c6, after which king e5 should be just completely winning.
Yes. Now the king is going to have to stay on b5. Oh,
king b5, knight c3.
I'm saying it's going to have to go there after king e5, some rook move.
Yeah, then rook c7.
And then rook c7, and your king has to go to b5, and your king is on the worst imaginable
possible square.
And then the white king goes into d6, and progress is complete.
Wow! Finally say this is actually rather easy. Yeah. King c6, and I'm assuming king e5.
She's finding that.
No, that's no problem. Just making sure there's no stalemates. Why would there be?
Hey. Strange things happen in chess.
No, I mean, at this point, it's what you're looking for, right?
Man, marathon games, marathon rounds. It's 4 rounds in, halfway point. I think I'm getting a relief pitcher tomorrow, which will give me a break in the morning. I think, Jen, you're getting one too?
Yeah, that's right. So you're going to have a slightly different team with you guys tomorrow.
You guys are leaving me with the amateurs?
No.
Unbelievable.
Oh, I think it's going to be Christian Batev, right? So it should be a real fun crew.
Amateurs.
No, 2 absolutely professional people will be coming in, and now the rook finally moved, and so rook c7 will force you to go to b5, which will then have the king go to d6 with complete shelter, and that king might even end up on b8 to simply win the game.
Hopefully. Right check, only one niggle move, then king d6, no checks.
Actually, after king d6, the threat is rook c5.
Yeah, that's a good threat.
Yeah, the threat is now rook c5, forcing the king to the a file, and then a8 queens. That would do it. So the only move is actually rook a6 check in this precise moment. Otherwise, rook c5 simply wins.
And then you just
and then
push forward.
You just play king d7.
And you keep going forward.
And then you just keep going until you get to b8, and that's going to be it. So only one move to play here. And Carissa with 4:10 on her clock.
No,
so
this is
very comfortable now.
Yeah.
Clear loss will happen. It's just one more move to make, in fact. Just only rook to a6 to make. And Salamova will lose this game.
Could have been a lot worse.
This round could have been a lot worse for the U.S. team, but the tournament so far couldn't be worse for Salamova.
Incredible. Somebody has to suffer. And there's rook a6.
That's right. It's always like that, indeed.
And that's the last of the counterplay moves. No other move. Can't attack the knight. Can't disrupt anything in the position. That's the last of the counterplay moves. King c6, king c8, king b7 or b8, followed by queens, and that will be it.
Yep.
Crazy. Guys, if I have to evaluate today, or evaluate the first half of the event, the world team has really shown their toughness. We were thinking the top half, the under-17s, would lead the charge and keep the balance, but the under-17s right now for the U.S. team is losing.
That's right. We're losing them both
Losing
teams.
in both categories.
-1 in each category.
Despite being high rated in the under-17s, losing in both categories. Not good, to say the least.
No, definitely not good. I mean, they've shown themselves to be quite solid, and we've seen a lot of topsy-turvy games, but most of them have favored the U.S. coming back to us. I know that Andrew Hong missed a golden opportunity yesterday against Dutsarov, but
are you kidding? Yesterday the U.S. team could have gone down like -3, -4.
That's what I'm saying.
You mean the topsy-turvy favor the U.S.?
Favor the
it
U.S.
could be much worse right now.
It could be much.
It could be -5, -6.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Incredible to be in this position at all. There's going to have to be a real comeback to prove. And whenever you play the rest of the world, that's what can happen.
Yep.
Right? You're taking your one country and pitting it against the best of the rest, and that's hard. I mean, by any stretch, it's going to be difficult. There she is. She has resigned, and Carissa Yip pulling it off finally.
A big
Not the prettiest
victory
game
for Team USA. Huge victory after
200 moves for Miss Yip.
Is it what was her number?
110 here.
110 and 102.
212 moves.
Yep.
I have had tournaments where I did not play 212 moves.
Wow.
That is insane. This girl must be exhausted.
At least she doesn't have to play in the morning. Yeah. That's the good news
That's right.
for her.
That is true. The under 14 do get a lot more rest, as Smirnov pointed out about playing chess in Australia.
3 games a day.
They're used to this.
You know that movie? What's that movie? Crocodile Dundee, when the guy shows him a knife and tries to stick him up, and it's like a little tiny pocket knife, and he says, "That's a knife? That's not a knife. This is a knife." He takes out a giant one. They do it different in Australia. I thought 2 games a day was bad for us, and Anton said, "Please, we do 3."
3 classical games. How does that even work? What is that?
They start at 7 a.m. and end at midnight. Come on. They're for real in Australia, boy. They do it big.
I actually got invited to this tournament in Panama in November, and I'm still thinking about going. And this is the craziest format I've ever heard in my life. 8+2 on the time control. So like the longest possible blitz. 13 rounds in one day.
Whew.
That is a marathon.
And here we have the current standings at the match of the Millennials. We've got 11 points for the U.S. team, and we have a 13 for the world team. And as we alluded to, that's +1 for the world in both sections. We've got a point lead in the under 17, and they've got a point lead in the under 14. So we need to make up ground in both of these sections in order to contest the world. Let's see exactly how the game shook out today. Well, the first game to be finished was Nicholas Cheka taking advantage quickly of Martirosyan's horrible blunder, which gave us the first blood of the match. But unfortunately, we went down in 2 other games. Berkey and Sevian. Sevian, who was our star earlier in the tournament, finally went down to Anton Smirnov. And Jeffrey on top of the draw against Alexei Sarana, but wasn't able to win that game. Meanwhile, in the under 14 section, it was definitely a story of it could have been worse, as we saw Wander Liang save the game against Abdusarov. Andrew Hang on the upper side of the draw, but still just a draw against the Indian star Pragyananda. And finally, Martha losing to the super talent Bibisara, who started out this tournament with 2 wins out of 2. She's the only player who's perfect, I believe. And meanwhile, Carissa Yip, the lady of the hour, of the 11th hour, I would say, is here to discuss with us her victory.
Well, there are marathoners, and then there are ultra marathoners. 2 games, 212 moves. Keeping us talking about her, I think she likes that. Carissa, congratulations. Yesterday was long, but you made it even longer today. What were your thoughts about today's game?
I mean, in the beginning, it was pretty sketchy with my king sort of like weak there, I guess. And then she blundered her piece, and I thought I was clearly winning. But then, like, I think there was a free move repetition at one point with, like, bishop e3 and bishop f4. I was considering, like, going for the win, but then I didn't need to because she tried it instead. And then at the end, I thought I was winning, and after bishop c5, I was like, oh, shoot, I messed up. I think it's a draw now. But I, like, somehow managed to get my knight to stop the king coming back to c6 or b6. And then I think it should still be a draw, but I managed to get the H pawn and then brought my king over, and then I ended up winning.
You're telling like 6 different stories about this game, and there's still more. I have to ask you just one specific question. Did you notice at one moment she could have mated you in 2 moves?
No.
Can we get to that position, guys? So Carissa I'm trying to find them. It's 100 moves I have to go through.
Moves back in the game.
It's somewhere around here. Rook GD1 and
all right, here it is, this position. Right here. If she queens, it's mate 2. Just queens, rook takes, rook h4 is mate.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, you guys both missed this in this moment, just queening, and you would have, this game would have ended a long time ago. Crazy. Absolutely crazy position. Tell us, you're the only person who's done this so long in this competition. Play on increment. Just increment after increment after increment for hours. What is that like? What is the tension like doing that?
I don't know. Everything just happens so quickly, I guess you can't even tell what's really going on because, I mean, like, moves are just being made in, like, less than 30 seconds or a minute and stuff like that. And
so what do? You just go on momentum?
You just play really quickly and try not to flag.
Wow, that is indeed a tall order. You're watching this world team play really well. What do you feel about what you've seen in the competition so far?
Well, I think that I at least definitely underestimated them, I guess. I mean, right now they're like leading by 2.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
1 in each section.
I don't really know what to say.
What was your impression? You thought that the U.S. team was going to dominate?
Yeah, pretty much. I thought they were going to dominate in the U17 section, and then Martha and I would just have to try to hold in the U14, but guess not.
Not so easy after all.
Yeah.
What you were tired yesterday. What did you do to get the rest for yesterday, and what are you going to do to get your rest for today?
Sleep, obviously. I mean, what else can I do?
Did you have dinner, by the way, before you played this game?
No.
No. All right. I'm going to leave you alone and let you have some dinner.
Okay.
Congratulations on your victory.
Thanks.
Guys? Well, she's pretty much right. I believe the girls are holding their own. I think they're at 50%.
That's right. That's right. 50% for the girls. That's what was not how we expected the world to get that huge margin. But we saw today such a story day. We saw the agony of defeat and blunder here by Martirosyan, who was the first one to go down in this round. But hey, it was still a winning round for the world. So
yep.
He won't be crying for too long when he sees how his teammates did.
It's the halfway mark, and honestly, it could have been a lot worse for us.
It could have been a lot worse for Team USA, but of course there's lots of world fans, and they must be riveted by some of their stars' performances. And Maurice, your final thought on this thrilling day of play?
There are a lot of world fans, and in fact, if you add up their population, representing in our population, there are a lot more of them than there are of the United States. Well, of course, there are some great players on both sides, and whatever you might have guessed coming into the competition about the U.S. team in the top section, the U17, throw that out the window right now, as these young men are playing some chess, some stars showing their stuff, and they are the future of chess indeed. Some tough fights. Clearly, there are mistakes as well, as we see the games are going into just these long stretches, having to play on increment. And she said it best, that young Carissa, the moves are coming so fast, you just got to move and hope you don't flag. And that's leading to errors. And hopefully they get enough rest tonight, because they're coming back tomorrow morning. I'm glad I get a break, at least one round off. You guys will do the work, the heavy lifting. But I'm glad to say I'll be still a fan watching exactly what's going on. There's still a lot of excitement at the halfway point. There's no runaway victories here. The U.S. can definitely make a comeback, and we'll see what they can do, as this competition is really, truly just now heating up.
That's right. We have a thrilling competition here with the match of the Millennials, so you're not going to want to miss a minute. There's only 4 rounds left, and tomorrow that'll be starting at the usual time, 9:50 Central Standard Time here in St. Louis. The Summer of Chess.
Indeed.
See you guys then. Signing off.